No, no matter how many days I stand in front of this camera, I still get a little nervous because I'm standing in front of so many beautiful people, amazing people, good people like yourselves, who have donated over £11,900 to the World Transformed. Thank you so much. Thank you for every single donation. Thank you for every single like, every single subscription, every single share. Every interaction you guys have done with us has helped us reach more people, and especially those donations have helped us make sure that we can keep TWT alive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TWT 22. My name is Dan Lewis, and we're back for the final day. And oh my days, what a day we have. I was gonna, yeah, we could get the studio to cheer. Should we have a cheer for the final day? Woo! There's only 2 of us in this morning. It's an early start. If you're up with us and you've caught the news, it's a bit of a crazy one. There is a lot going on. Looks like we might have a new PM by Christmas or or by Easter. It depends how long she can hold on. The same guy that made the pound drop down to its lowest rate ever is currently having meetings with the same people that caused us the financial crash in 2008. Diane Abbott's trending in the news because the right-wingers can't think of anything else to talk about, so they just get racist. And then on top of that, Keir Starmer is thinking about quoting Tony Blair in his big conference speech today. Imagine quoting the same guy that killed millions of people in the Middle East. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. And if that's the way you want to go that way, bro. But we're over here with the socialist train, and we're going to live it up and live life good and show you how it should be done, with some nationalisation, with some redistribution of the wealth, and we're going to keep that vibe alive. And that's what we do at TWT. It's been an amazing week, and I've had so much fun with so many people. There's been... I don't know if anyone who's watching was here last night, but that was quite a moment when everyone was singing You'll Never Walk Alone with Zara Sultana at the pub quiz. Got a little bit of chills on the back there, but I think most people will agree it was a lot more fun when we were singing I Want It. I can't sing. I will stop, I'm sorry. But yeah, and today we've got a lot going on. We're starting off with the Great British Mourn-Off. That's a very exciting session. We've got people zooming in from all over the place. Later on today, we will be going over to the Socialist Campaign Group rally. You know, all the Socialist Campaign Group MPs will be on stage. They will be in our main space in the Blackie, and we will be streaming it live here on TWTtv. So get to sharing, get to liking, let everyone know that this is the place to be if you're at home, and if you're not at home, come to Liverpool and check out the World Transform for our final day. Don't forget, we have got the big closing party tonight. If you are here, that's going to be very exciting also. Listen, you guys have had enough of me. I'm just here to fill in the bits and bobs. Don't forget to hit subscribe. Don't forget to hit like, and make sure you donate if you can. Let's get to 15k before the end of the day. We're going to head over to the Great British Mourn-Off. Peace and love, people. Good.
Oh, we're live. Okay, sorry about that. Hello, and thank you for tuning in or watching later. My name's Gargi Bhattacharya, and I'm very pleased to be hosting here an event about the very strange set of events that have gone on in Britain and perhaps globally around the death of Queen Elizabeth. We've got 2 very interesting and incisive speakers here, who are both going to speak first, and then we're going to have a conversation. So perhaps both of our speakers could introduce ourselves. Jerry, would you like to come in and introduce yourself?
Yeah, Gargi, thanks, and thanks for the invitation to be here. My name is Jerry Carroll. I'm a MLA in Stormont for People Before Profit in West Belfast, a left-wing and socialist organisation. And I think ourselves as socialists, we were one of the very few political forces in Ireland, especially, to really articulate a criticism of the institution of the monarchy as being unjust and outdated, and not only monarchy being a figurehead for British imperialism and colonialism, but also a gross representation of the wealth inequality that exists at the very heart of our society. And we obviously recognise that in the situation that we're obviously talking today, with the death of the Queen, many people didn't feel comfortable taking up the question of the monarchy's legitimacy or criticising its nefarious societal role. And obviously we respected people's right to mourn but also the extent and the character of the reaction to the monarch's death. I think for me and for people before profit has only reinforced the need to grapple with issues around the monarchy. And also I think it has highlighted some fundamental problems of the monarchy as an institution. I think one of the real important reasons for the monarchy existing, and it was rolled out in the last sort of 2 weeks or so, was the monarchy playing a fundamental role in maintaining the social order in our society. Obviously, people will remember when the Queen died, the Prime Minister, I think, was in the middle of making a speech. I don't think she'd finished it, if memory serves me correctly, about the energy price freeze and sort of measures the government was taking around that. And obviously all media programming, the BBC included, came to an end with everything focused on the Queen's death, everybody donning black ties and so on and so forth. And one journalist, obviously, in the BBC remarked that energy caps and support around the cost of living didn't matter because of the death of the Queen. I mean, this stuff is really incredulous, and you couldn't make it up. You couldn't actually write the script. So you have a situation, obviously, where working class people in the north of Ireland, in Britain, and most places across the world are struggling to feed their families and heat their homes, but are told really to forget your hardships, because one of the richest people in this country has passed away. Pretty obscene indeed. And despite the hardships that people are facing, the Tory government were given, I think, a convenient reprieve in the name of a manufactured national unity. And levels of chauvinism were completely over the top and absurd. And the entire media spectacle, obviously prepared for many years, for decades, was reflective of a manufactured horizontal solidarity where the ruler and the ruled, exploiter and exploited can reconcile over a shared deference to a monarchy. And unfortunately, that monarchy has become synonymous with British national identity itself. And time again, we see the monarchy being used to put a friendly veneer on the current unjust economic and social order. And it's cruelly ironic that people who already pay for the palaces and privileges of the monarchy, us all as taxpayers, are also to pay for the Queen's funeral and the new King's coronation. And this opulent distraction lets the ruling class off the hook for their failures during a cost of living crisis, but also expunges the crimes of British imperialism. And we've seen really fawning commentators fall over themselves over the last few weeks to laud the so-called public service provided by the royal family, whilst decrying any criticism of the monarchy as insensitive. The only criticism we saw was occasionally on the streets in Edinburgh and Cardiff. They've said nothing whatsoever in the media about the 652 million inherited tax-free by the new king, or the pillage, plunder, exploitation involved in generating such obscene wealth. The entire episode, from my point of view, is completely crass, and there was no sensitivity shown whatsoever towards those still, never mind historically, but still suffering from the effects of colonialism. I would ask, where was the call for respect to the victims of the slave trade or the famine, both in Ireland and Bengal? Where was the discussion of the monarch's role as the head of the armed forces that murdered and brutalized people in Iraq, Afghanistan, and everywhere else? You would think there was some sort of collective amnesia around Britain's bloody, racist, and imperialist foreign policy and the role that the monarchy has played in all of it. There's also fundamental questions about democracy here, because this whole episode, this whole funeral, has exposed real fundamental questions about the limitations of democracy in our society today. I mean, just on one example, you had protesters arrested for having the temerity to criticise the coronation of a new king who was never elected and isn't accountable to anyone. And then there were people like Keir Starmer who were more concerned with berating protesters and defending the democratic right to protest. And then we've seen somewhat of a strange play or outworkings from parties like Sinn Féin in Ireland, who have dispensed with any real Republican critique of the monarchy, partly because they're up a government in the south, being the head of a government in the south of Ireland. They want to show themselves as a safe pair of hands and reconcile with potential government partners in the Irish Southern establishment. That's why they made such a shift and such a focus on paying tributes. And there's a tone-deaf perception in all this that all British people both in Ireland and Britain, are all one homogenous bloc that is in favour or just loves the monarchy, which they obviously aren't. Effectively, they are Sinn Féin and other parties opportunistically pandering to some of the most reactionary and regressive beliefs about the institution of monarchy and politics more generally. And parties like Sinn Féin and others have chosen political expediency over principle because they believe it will transfer into votes and perhaps garner support for a United Ireland they want to deliver at any cost. But any real force for social change, including Republicans, should point to a world beyond monarchy and beyond a system where a wealthy few don't live in palaces while the rest of us suffer in misery. James Connolly described this as a task of enlightening the masses and destroying their political and social superstitions. And I think going forward with that approach, that attitude, allows us the space and the opportunity to criticise the monarchy, which if we can't do it now, when one has passed away and one has been installed above our heads, then when can we do it? Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Gary. That was really, so clear and insightful. I think we're going to take both speakers and then have more of a conversation. So our next speaker is Paul Powsland. And again, please, can you say something about yourself first? Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Powsland. I'm a barrister based in London. I join you from the slightly drab surroundings of the Advocates' Room of Clerkenwell and Shoreditch County Court. So sorry if there's random barristers milling in the background or slightly annoying Tannoy announcements. But actually, the reason I'm here is I'm going to go at midday, stop my client getting evicted. So I hope you agree it's a worthwhile reason to have a slightly weird backdrop for this discussion. So although I've been involved in left-wing and particularly climate and nature protection activism for many years, I hadn't really been involved in Republican politics or activism until a couple of weeks ago. There's a few reasons for that. Partially because I didn't think there was much scope for it whilst the Queen was still alive in practical terms. Secondly, because although I intellectually disagree with the idea of the monarchy, I thought in practical terms it's always existed, it's always been there, and it's always been, it seemed to kind of work in a day-to-day sense. And like I think most British people, I don't think I'd given it that much thought. I say that because I think this transition and this change therefore represents a huge opportunity to actually begin to properly think about the monarchy. And I don't think we've properly considered before quite how much of a difficulty it is to change something that has just always existed. The Queen has always been there from before I was born, before my parents were born, and that is quite a difficult thing to begin to challenge. Whereas now, when we have to transition to a new person, I think that gives huge scope for challenge, and we need to consider the best ways to challenge that. In terms of how I specifically got involved, I came in via the issue of free speech, which I very passionately believe in, partially because I really need it myself for my activism, and therefore I always try and push back whenever I see it being threatened. So I was very concerned by the reports that I was seeing in the weekend after the Queen died and into the early part of the next week, ranging from the woman in Edinburgh arrested for having the sign to the man in Oxford who was arrested for shouting who elected him, and then the woman outside Parliament who was led away for having a sign saying "Not my king," which was obviously ludicrous. And I was sort of sat there in Monday afternoon in my office, and luckily I have a slightly reckless personality, so I put aside my lawyer work for a couple of hours and literally grabbed a sheet of A3 out of the photocopier and cycled on down to Parliament Square to test what the police would do. And I actually really couldn't risk getting arrested because I had to represent a client the next morning. So I decided to hold up just a blank sheet of A3 to kind of confuse the police and see what, if anything, they would do. Most of the police were perplexed but didn't know what to do or how to get involved. And then one, I think, officer from Norfolk Police, who probably hadn't been in that situation before, came over and asked for my details. And then when I said, would I get arrested for writing "Not My King" on this piece of paper, he replied that I probably would. And then I filmed that, put it on Twitter, and it just went wild, which in itself is quite interesting, because despite the very one-sided media attitude that week, there was still a significant amount of people, actually from all sides of the political spectrum, who were keen to stand up for other people's right to express a contrary view. And actually, it surprised me how big and broad that constituency was, which was reassuring in some ways. And actually, in terms of the free speech issue, there was such a public backlash to what had happened to me and the other people that the police actually put out a statement saying they supported freedom of expression. And then a group of us organised another protest the next evening, so Tuesday evening, where we all stood outside Parliament. I think about 30 of us with different signs saying "Not My King," abolish the monarchy, monarchy is a colonial enterprise, that kind of thing. And you can see the police really didn't like it, but also couldn't or didn't want to, have been told not to interfere. So actually, in some ways, it was a prime example of really going out there on the streets, pushing back against these attempts to limit when we can protest and what the acceptable sphere of opinion is. So that was the free speech issue. But then that kind of then launched me into one of the weirdest weeks of my life, talking about wider issues of republicanism. And I was actually in some ways figuring out my own views on it as I was going along, because I obviously hadn't been that involved in it before. But the more I thought about it, and the more I saw of the fawning, sycophantic, wall-to-wall coverage of the monarchy, where any attempt to even criticize an institution that clearly has some capacity to be criticized in the modern era was met with these ridiculous arguments that it was somehow offensive to a grieving family. And that kind of annoyed me more and more and more. So I decided to go out there and try and put what I thought was quite a reasonable version of Republican views in that week. And again, I think there was a real appetite for it. I think the mainstream Republican organizations seem to have not wanted to say things that week. I think fear of upsetting or creating offense around the death of the Queen. And after the protests on Monday evening, I got an offer to go to the Good Morning Britain studio the next day. And I accepted, which looking back was actually a really reckless maneuver, because I could have very easily found myself as a kind of, I think, national hate figure if I'd said the wrong thing or ended up in some kind of weird spat with a Piers Morgan-esque type person. But I took a line, which I think was quite a reasonable one, of making a distinction between protesting or anything to do with the death of the Queen or the memorial or the mourning of that, and protesting the accession of Charles. And I think that actually cut through with a lot of people, because it actually shocked me the extent to which Charles used the death of his mother to bolster his own position as king in what I perceived to be quite a cynical way. That I genuinely, before it all happened, kind of thought that he would, they have to, I guess, announce him as king. That's kind of how it works, I suppose. But I thought there'd be like one announcement and then they go into a period of mourning. But as we saw, it was far, far from that. There were these ceremonies where trumpeters and people in brocades and colourful outfits were sent all around the country to proclaim him as king. He visited all the home nations. He made an address to Parliament telling us, effectively, we're now his subjects. And so to me, that was the distinction to draw, and that actually it was perfectly valid to contest a political act, which accession is, and to do that in a way that was respectful of the Queen's death. And what was quite interesting as well, actually, was taking it in that way even those on the more right-wing end of the spectrum actually generally agreed that I had the right to say those things, and that actually it was a valid opinion to hold, and didn't actually even attack me for holding those opinions, which was quite useful and interesting to know. Other learnings of that week, I do think we have to have a knowledge of our history to be able to push back on some of the utter bullshit that a lot of monarchists and those in favor of the monarchy promulgate, because they often use this sort of ideas of history, and we, I think, on the left often use principle, but actually even on our own history a lot of the time, the monarchy is indefensible. So as a prime example, I was in the green room of Good Morning Britain, and there was a royal correspondent, those weird, slightly weird older men that like talk nonsense about the royal family for hours on TV. There was one of those guys in the green room, and we were just having a chat, and I said, I think the key divide is to I'm not looking to protest the Queen's death or about her. I'm looking to protest the accession of Charles, which is a political act. And he said, no, it's not a political act. It's a religious, spiritual act. That's what the coronation is. And I was like, okay, can you tell me which part of the Gospels is compatible with the notion of our monarchy as it exists? Thinking it'd be really interesting to get into a debate about what the Gospels say about wealth, poverty, and all those kinds of things in relation to the monarchy. And he just replied with, oh, I've never actually read them. And you realize that actually a lot of the time, these people just go on there and talk nonsense, which is never pushed back upon. And actually, I think we need to like take them sometimes on their own arguments and take those down, because a lot of the time they're just absolute nonsense. And, climate activists, when they go on those programs, get absolutely shredded. But if you look at how the royal correspondents treat it, they just have a nice chat, even though a lot of the time what they're saying is rubbish. There was another example of that in the final program I did of the week, which was Al Jazeera. So it's just a discussion show with me and Dr. Shola, I've forgotten her surname, I'm afraid, who were representing the kind of Republican side, and then Philip Blond, the sort of blue Labourite guy representing the pro-monarchists. And again, he was just historically illiterate, not even knowing about the interaction of colonialism and the monarchy. So, for instance, he was saying, oh, well, you can't blame the Queen for stuff that's happened historically to the British royal family. And I was like, well, actually, the Mau Mau Rebellion happened during the Queen's reign while she was head of state. How do you explain that? And he was like, oh, well, that she's not personally responsible for things that happen while she's head of state. And I was like, but isn't that kind of why you have so much adulation for her as a monarch? And he just didn't have an answer. And then said that the monarchy helped to engender the end of the slave trade, which was nonsense. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. But even better, there's a very specific counterexample, which is that William IV, when he was before he was king, when he was the Duke of Clarence, was literally personally, not as part of the government, he was personally one of the main opponents of abolition in the House of Lords in the 1790s. His interventions led directly to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of enslaved African people via the continuation of the slave trade for an extra 15 years. And he did, again, just had no answer to that. So I do quite like the idea of being able to take on the monarchists on their own turf sometimes, because actually their arguments are often weak and historically illiterate. The final thing I want to say is, for me, I really believe in putting forward a positive and inclusive vision of belonging to these, I say these islands or these lands to avoid the idea of it saying the country or the British state, to which I don't have a huge amount of loyalty. But I do think, and this is sometimes something I think the left doesn't consider enough, that there is a basic human need for belonging to both a group of people and also to place and to lands. And I think the monarchy is used to, how to put it, to absorb a lot of those feelings in people and to stop us looking around to what we actually care about, what actually causes us belonging. So in a few of the interviews I did during that week, I tried to at least suggest other ideas of what we might want to consider that we love in these lands rather than the monarchy. You know, I said there are trees, oak trees that I've looked after that are older than the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, which is the German imposed royal family that we currently have. You know, I love the trees of these lands. I love the rivers. I love the people that I share these lands with, wherever they may have been born, wherever they come from. Actually, we have some really incredibly kind and wonderful people on these islands. I think the majority of people truly are. And I think we need to make that positive case and not leave the territory open to the right to just put nonsense like the royal family in it.
Thanks.
And yeah, happy to explore those more in questions as well.
Right. Thank you. Thanks so much for that. And thanks for also sharing your quite bizarre experience of suddenly being the face of republicanism. I mean, I was thinking when you were speaking that it's been an oddly dangerous time for Republicans. I mean, within probably English, Welsh and Scottish Republicans. I don't wish to, it's always been a dangerous time for Irish Republicans, but something very odd and people feeling very frightened about, as Paul is saying, about becoming the demonised figure of the week. Clearly, the British media are looking around for figures to demonise. And some of what happened, certainly in online culture and some of it beyond online culture, was that people, as my family and many people from many diasporic cultures, talking about what the violence of the monarchy was in the histories of their communities and their homelands, and as Jerry's already said, a continuing violence. It's not like that ended. Some poor woman who's Biafran, that's hardly done and dusted, almost run out of her job for saying, look what these people have done. But that really got a huge pushback, so that people who attempted to use Elizabeth's death as a way to say, well, when we talk about history, let's just see what you mean about history, who got to live here, whose stuff got taken. Almost no talk about colonial famines in this country, not only Ireland, but also Bengal. My parents are survivors of the Bengal famine, but it's only a minute ago. But all of that stuff, to say that, caused this huge backlash about, oh, how dare you? This is kind of disrespectful at this time of national mourning. And I wondered if either of you had any more ideas about what is it about the monarchy that has allowed it to silence an understanding of colonial violence? And secondly, will it be able to do that in the future? Because I think Charles is a different kettle of fish, isn't he? And I don't know if Jerry kind of touched on that bit.
Yeah,
so
I'll go again. Thanks. That's a very interesting point. And I suppose, the obvious point is the monarchy are tied 1,000 threads to empire, or a diminished empire, I suppose, but the kind of the legacy of that, which still exists today. And really, I think in the last sort of 2 weeks or so, there's been a purposeful blanking out and ignoring of the role of monarchy in overseeing violent and a violent empire that suppressed sort of any sense of attempt at national self-government or any attempt at anti-imperialist actions or sort of rhetoric. And obviously the role of, there's an attempt, and Paul touched upon this, to say, oh, that wasn't Elizabeth. Either she inherited all this wealth or this role, and if she had disregarded that wealth and that privilege, then you might have sort of given her a sort of a Bible as an individual. But herself, she oversaw, and as far as I can understand, defended the suppression in Yemen, a brutal suppression of a anti-imperialist revolt in Yemen. Obviously oversaw the defense of South Africa, although there's kind of been a later attempt to kind of relook at how that sort of took place. But and then you mentioned, Gargi, yourself, in terms of the direct stealing of jewels, from her and her relatives before her, previous monarchs. But also we had this really, the nuance of it may not have came across to Britain, maybe it did, a real offensive line trotted out by the establishment, both the Unionist and Nationalist establishment in Ireland. Without the role of Elizabeth, there would be still troubles in the north of Ireland. A real offensive, and basically saying if it wasn't for the intervention of imperialism, the bloody paddies would still be killing each other. Real, just completely outdated Victorian offensive sort of language. And even though the fact, that she came to Ireland, I think it was 2011 or early mid 2000s, to kind of lay a wreath in Dublin. That was, 17 odd years after the sort of the ceasefire, and several years after the Good Friday Agreement, and all those kind of things. So this idea that we needed a wealthy, out of touch, disconnected person from English people, never mind Irish people, to deliver peace is not only offensive but completely just miswriting of history. So any of those kind of critical voices were really pushed out. Paul did some of it. In fairness to him, in Britain, we articulated a critique of the monarchy, and we received, from sort of loyalists and even sort of middle of the road people, liberals in Ireland, in the north anyway, a kind of a backlash to say that, you can't be talking about the monarchy now. Again, if you can't talk about the monarchy and being opposed to it now when one has been installed above people's heads, when can you? I presumed, stupidly on my behalf, that there was a period of time before Charles would be sort of anointed. I didn't realise it was automatic and right away. That's sort of my fault for not sort of seeing that before. But obviously there's been a real concerted effort to stymie those voices, because people obviously want to defend, the rich and powerful want to defend the history of empire.
And can I just ask, I'm going to ask you both, do you think that will happen as easily with Charles? Because, as Paul had said, Elizabeth, as a kind of lifelong institution in her own person, is a different kettle of fish to someone who, frankly, is not even liked by quite right-wing English people. So I just want to ask you that before I move on to Paul. Don't know if you had a view, Jerry, about whether...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to jump in ahead of Paul again, but I suppose, even the sort of some of the sort of the images of him kind of shooing away his servants and, being angry at his sort of fountain pen or whatever not working. And listen, if your pen doesn't work, it's annoying, but what this whole episode showed, a small snapshot, is that you don't normally see on mainstream TV, is this guy is surrounded by people who obviously serve him. He obviously take his pens, he obviously, all sort of iron his shoelaces apparently, and all this kind of outdated stuff. So I think it will be harder. I think Paul's right in terms of the sense that there was, this was it was partially a kind of a mourning for people of Elizabeth, but also kind of a rewriting of who Charles is. I mean, the guy is, detested by large amounts of people, partially for Diana, partially for other stuff. But also, like in Ireland, this guy is, I just double checked before he came on, he was the head of the parachute regiment as Prince of Wales. He still is for now. I don't know if that's a sort of a change that Buckingham Palace hasn't implemented yet. Parachute regiment were sent into Ballymurphy, a stone's throws away from where I am now, in August in 1971, and shot dead 11 people. We were protesting, we were demonstrating against internment, and months later in Derry in the Bogside, Bloody Sunday happened, where people were shot. I don't remember a single word uttered by Charles to condemn that, to call for the disbandment of the parachute regiment. He still got time to do it, but I highly suspect he will say nothing about it. So I think there has been a concerted effort to repackage the monarchy generally, stuff with the younger Will and Harry, but also with Charles in particular. But I think you'll see a period of time where there'll be a bit of a backlash against that. How big and when, I don't know, but I think it's coming in some form.
And can I add another question for Paul to actually move on to? But not that
I was going to answer that one.
Can I push them together? Because you talked about this a bit when you were saying. So, all three of us talked a bit about that colonial legacy. But at the same time, you were saying people want to be together and belong. And I've been thinking, and I was saying to Jerry just before you joined in, that even though people laugh about the queue, when I went and just had a look at the queue with my kid, it was interesting that people are putting themselves to a certain amount of physical hardship to be part of a collective action. It wasn't altogether clear, and you can't tell by looking at people, but it's not all jingoistic. It's not like when they had jubilees that people are out waving their flags. There's something that I thought that there was a kind of expression of a deep need for collective ritual, some kind of expression of shared values, and people kind of try and make that thing work. And I thought when you were talking in the end about, well, could we think of nature or a different span of history of belonging? Whether that, well, kind of what I'm thinking about the funeral fitted what you were saying, that I wouldn't call it belonging, but I'd call it collectivity, connection to each other. I'm sorry, I've cut you off on the colonialism, but either or both.
Yeah, I'll go for colonialism first and have a little think about that one. So I won't go over the colonialism on a worldwide sense, because Jerry really dealt with that very well, and I think I agree with that. I think there is actually a little risk in some ways with Charles that it might make it less of a critique, because obviously one of the things that people will say is, oh, well, these are all historical things and the current monarch doesn't have any responsibility for that. And obviously you can back that back with the Queen, because she was on the throne for so long that she, as I said earlier, was the head of state during many colonial atrocities. Charles probably going to be less so. There will still be probably some ridiculous British wars that he'll be king for, but probably not along the same lines as what the Queen was. So there's a potential risk there that these things might just be consigned to history. What I would say as well is that in addition to colonialism around the world, we often forget, because it happened so long ago and it's become so ingrained in our society, that one of the first and most consequential acts of colonialism happened right here on these islands. Like the Battle of Hastings and the establishment of not just the monarchy, but the entire aristocracy and landholding system was one of the most appalling acts of colonialism in the world. And fascinatingly, the consequences are still here today, 1,000 years later. This is not a historical event. Significant amounts of the land in this country is held by those whose families got it back in 1066. And that still continues to enact violence, because those people now hold that land, and they can come to courts like this and they can evict people out onto the street on the basis of an act of land giving that happened 1,000 years ago. And this happens regularly. We saw, for instance, the Benyon estate from Richard Benyon MP evicting people, tripling rents, throwing people out onto the street, based on land ownership that's literally 500, 1,000 years old, a blatantly colonial land grab. Also, it's really relevant to the monarchy, and I think it's a really interesting way we can sort of make an argument, because one of the things that happened this week, in the last couple of weeks as well, was the huge transfer of income from the Queen to Charles, and also from Charles to William. So Charles got the revenues of the Duchy of Lancaster, and William got the revenues of the Duchy of Cornwall. Duchy of Cornwall revenues, I think, 22 million a year, given to William, with no discussion, no debate. And again, the Duchy of Cornwall it's literally a colonial institution. They came in, they stole the land, and now they still own it, and they get all the revenues and rents from it, and can evict people at will. And ditto the Crown estate. So of course the civil list payment to the monarchy is as a percentage of the Crown estate revenues. And people sort of say, well, the Crown gave up their right to these lands and get income in response. So it's not actually taxpayers' money, which is just untrue. And also ignoring where the Crown estate lands came from in the first place, which is, of course, a massive colonial land grab. They came in, they stole the land, and now they say we own it. It wasn't purchased by the Crown. It was violently stolen, and still today continues to be the basis for their funding. So those are ways that we can really bring in the idea of colonialism into what is happening in the here and now. As is also, by the way, the announcement of William as Prince of Wales. I think that is going to be an even bigger target for protest than Charles's coronation, because again, it's a colonial act. The title Prince of Wales was made in order to subjugate the Welsh and to humiliate them with an English saying that the oldest son of the monarch gets to basically be your prince. And I think that will cut through with a lot of Welsh people who will be quite angry about it. And I'd be very interested to see how they're going to do an investiture ceremony in Wales, because I think the risk of boos and protests is going to be huge there. That was the colonialism question. I kind of forgot the other question you asked.
Let's move on and come back to things, because I've forgotten. I had a good, well, funny to me joke that I meant to tell you that I can't verify, but I'd always been told that one of the key royal correspondents in Britain was given that role because he scabbed in a big NUJ dispute. And because he scabbed, when the chapel came back, they made sure he'd only be on the royal beat. So the reason why they look like, they're wearing their scabdom on their objection. So I just want to say that again. I think it's so interesting that you're talking about land grabs within the British Isles as colonial in themselves, because that's partly, I wanted to ask about how does the monarchy, what role does it play in anchoring class politics today? And it seems like, oh, that's such an obvious thing to say. But I think when you talked about the land grabbing, it's interesting to think of class dispossession in this country, and as in so many countries, as based on a kind of colonial type violence, whether or not it's ethnicized or not, because it's pretty much pushing ordinary people off land and the basis of living. But I was thinking I was trying to explain to a Brazilian colleague about what is going on. She was saying, this is so strange that, she says, in Latin America we understand that the rich and the powerful, that they're doing it through corruption and violence, but we don't believe they're anointed by God. I said, but the difference in Britain is we think, but they're anointed by God. People think, yeah, rich gangsters, they can hurt you, that's why they have stuff. Here, that gangsterism down the ages is given this veneer of being anointed by God. And I did start to think, when different layers of British authority, I have to say, including my own workplace and other workplaces, started to wonder if somewhere in the psyche of the British dominant class is an idea that all of them are anointed by God. So like the Queen's anointed by God, and then the bankers a bit below them are anointed by God. Then just public sector managers, they're slightly less anointed by God. Because it's the kind of model of how human beings relate to each other, and they're entitled to do things and other things. So then I started to think, maybe actually all of class politics in this country can't be understood without understanding that embedded deference to an idea that there's, as Jerry said, a superstition that is that's how some people have and why others do not have. I was desperate to say that in public somewhere, so thank you for giving me that opportunity. I wondered if it made sense to either of you. Or, yeah, please do, Jerry.
Yeah, for a while, Warton, you just obviously tease it out as maintaining the class rule in society to reinforce that idea. And regardless of whether you have any talent or any skills whatsoever, and it's questionable what skills and talent the royal family do have, that you can rule, you can be in a position of privilege, power, so much land in the States, 14, 16% of the coastline in the UK, whatever it is. And you can have that just based on who and what family you're born into. So it's really obscene and unfair, and really re-emphasises the role of class. And obviously, the British ruling class also want to promote that idea, if you pull yourself up by the bootstraps, anybody can make it, and we're in a meritocratic society and all this kind of nonsense. But also they need people and institutions that at a time of crisis are ruled out to say, keep your head down, keep calm, carry on, all this kind of nonsense, and don't kind of go too far, don't be too radical, don't be joining protests. And whilst the Queen didn't sort of say that directly, I think some of her interventions in the COVID crisis were kind of basically saying we're all in this together, even though people were in Downing Street swigging champagne, overseeing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. They obviously weren't in it as the same as, care workers or people in the community or people who lost loved ones during the pandemic. So those kind of interventions are obviously not presented as political, but they were very much so. And I think it was in an ultimate sense to defend the state's sort of mishandling of COVID, to defend the fact that the Tories overseeing a real transfer of wealth to the wealthy and also their mates, and the Queen played a role in facilitating that, even though not directly mentioned. And there's a great Connolly quote, had to give another James Connolly quote, but he said about, the kind of crossover between sort of kings and the people who you said, Gargi, sort of feel by divine right they should rule over us all. He said the mind, the customs to political kings can easily be reconciled to social kings, capitalist kings of the workshop, the mill, the railway, the ships and the dock. So I think that summed up what we were saying over 100 years ago.
No, really excellent quote. Thanks so much. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just going to sort of add a little bit to what I said earlier about this original act of colonialism and theft. We don't actually have what Europeans would regard as land ownership in this country. All land is still held of the crown. And the way it worked was literally they came along in 1066 and William the Conqueror said, all of this country is mine, and then basically gave it to his followers in a pyramid structure. So he gave to a few dozen closest people huge estates, and then they gave it to other people with military service and money flowing up. Now, again, it sounds like history, but a huge amount of the land is still held directly by the descendants of those people who took it. And we actually forget sometimes the extent to which we all pay. We are all effectively milked by those who own the land, because although it's only most obvious in, say, rent for houses and flats, we all pay rent in all the products we buy, all the service we do. They all contain an amount to the landowner, and that was originally just stolen. And the monarchy does, I think, play a huge role in making people just accept that and not question why these families who stole the land so long ago still hold it, and why we still all just pay the money right now. And I given that Jerry did a quote, I'd also like to do a little quote, which I hope some of you probably already know. It's from a really beautiful billboard work. England is the first lie. England is a lie invading kings told you to take your actual land from you. This land is your land, from the flat Norfolk night to the blue Cornish morning. Just a wild pagan land with no name and no flag. Just this cold beach that nourishes you. Just the wind on this grassland that nourishes you. Just this rain on your face in the morning in this blank springtime that nourishes you.
That's really lovely.
And it's really, and again, it kind of, I think that takes, that sort of, I think, meets a lot of the kind of pro-monarchy stuff on their own level and says, actually, I don't need a monarchy to love these lands or the people I share them with. In actual fact, that institution, that family blocks the true appreciation of who we are and what we want to be. Especially as a country, I'm trying to think as a group of people that inhabit these lands together.
Yeah, no, I was at the beginning thinking, oh, we're going to have a whole debate about environmentalism and nationalism. That's for another TWT event, which we should definitely do. But I wondered from what both of you were saying, and I've been very torn about this, about whether the left or progressive people generally should spend more time explaining the need to abolish the monarchy, about the ways in which, if you accept a monarch, you will accept a social king, that rent, which is based on monarchical expropriation, underlies all class relations. But those things, both of those points kind of did persuade me a bit that we need to revisit that argument. Whereas more often, I think, as with anyone who's politically active, there's always so many very urgent things. Jerry was saying, your electric bill, or people on your road can't eat, or just we're balloting for strike action again. And those things I always kind of think, oh, actually, let's win all the social arguments, because people get so upset if you start with their social superstition. There's nowhere to go. But then I wondered if actually that's a mistake. And I wondered what you both thought about. Should we spend more energy? And if so, where and how, or where should it fall in our politics about abolition of the monarchy? Because I've been surprised, as I think many people have, of how many people don't think that as their default. I just kind of thought that broadly on the left, you might, you don't have to hate the monarchy, but this is just ridiculous. It's a superstition. It's like saying you might as well have astrology rule the country. At least you'd have 12 people rotating. It's on that basis, but that isn't how popular consciousness is, even amongst some people who are kind of nearly our fellow travellers. So I wondered if you had any views about how stridently should we make that argument?
Yeah, listen, I think people should. I mean, I think frankly, there should have been. I thought there would have been more sort of left voices in Britain as well, kind of, and Ireland, but in Britain especially, kind of critiquing the monarchy. It wasn't easy, people were kind of, the establishment were looking for people to scapegoat, but I think it was a missed opportunity to really critique the monarchy. And listen, there's a way of, of in my view, of doing it. You don't have to say that Elizabeth was a horrible XYZ, although you can make a case for that. I'm not going to do it here now. But I think in the middle of a cost of living crisis, we should be saying we can't afford these people. These people are the spongers. These people are parasites. Not a person on universal credit who will be forced to work longer for less under quasi-Courtings plans. We can't afford these people. The collective wealth is, I think, upwards or close to £40 billion. They kind of getting a tax waiver on a huge transfer of land and wealth. So I think we should be critiquing these people as an institution now. I think if we don't do it now in this period of coronation and transferring of the role, then I think we'll be lost for another 10, 20, 30 or so years. So yeah, I think it was a missed opportunity both in Britain and Ireland. I think there should have been more voices coming out. As difficult as it was, and it wasn't easy, we got sort of lambasted by all sorts of people, but I think it was the right point to make in this period, because obviously we need to do away with these people. Not only are they superstitious, they're a drain on public resources, they're a drain on our society, and they bolster class rule at a time when we need to do away with monarchy, billionaires, millionaires, and the rule by the rich.
Now, I know that Paul has got to go in a minute, so I'm going to combine my last question with your view on that, which is, could this be the end of monarchy as well? So perhaps you could do both, because I know you have to get into your hearing after that.
Sorry,
so bring Paul in.
The network wasn't great there.
Right.
Can you say the question again?
I'm so sorry. I was only asking you, because I know you have to go, to also think of my last question, which is, could this be the end of the monarchy, as well as us making a case against it?
Yeah, I think it's the most likely time for a crash in support of the monarchy in any time in our lifetimes. I also think that this is the exact time to make the direct arguments about the circumstances that are faced by ordinary people and those faced by the monarchy. One of the most powerful things I saw during the last few weeks was the man who interrupted Charles on his walkabout and said, we're forced to pay for your ceremonies and we can't afford to heat our homes. And actually, if more people just started doing that on the street, just pretend you're in there for the waving and the handshaking, and then just peacefully, directly just say, hey, especially imagine we had pensioners saying, actually, I'm literally freezing to death in my home, and yet you get to live in a palace. Why do you think that's fair? And he either has to respond to that, and he basically can't because it is unfair, or ignore people, which is what he did to the guy in the walkabout. And he looked awful. They literally got a flunky to barge the guy out of the way, and that kind of stuff starts sticking. And I think it wouldn't have stuck with the Queen because she was just always there. But with Charles, I think there's a real chance for that to actually start really cutting through if enough people make those points. And yeah, talk about basic fairness, especially in this kind of cost of living crisis. And I don't know how the monarchy PR will try and square, this gold and diamond dripped coronation with the fact that many of his subjects are literally, freezing and starving to death in their homes. I don't know how you begin to square that. And so I think now is the time to really push that point.
No, absolutely. And Jerry, I don't know if I did say before we started, I'm always very optimistic about how close to breakthroughs we are. Feels to me like actually the hyper-policing of the period of mourning was a sign of the weakness of the monarchy, not the strength. I know I always say things like that, but I do kind of think it. You don't need to police people with a blank sheet of paper unless you feel things are pretty close to the edge. So I wondered if you had any thoughts about whether we might see the end of the monarchy in this next period.
I hope so. And I think you're right to be optimistic, and that quote of pessimism of the intellect and all that stuff. I sometimes approach things by, but because you look at the coverage was all just gushing and supportive, although that was done because I think there was a concern about if there was people like Paul or anybody else on critiquing the monarchy, and that might have sort of gained traction and ground, especially as people don't really like or can't stomach Charles. So I'm kind of hoping that the Charles does us a favour and kind of continues on as he's started, and kind of does more of these faux pas and kind of shows a kind of out of touch, disconnected toff that he is. And I hope, I look at sort of some of the kind of polling. I think it's under 40-year-olds. It's like 40% against monarchy, if I read that correctly. So it's obviously higher the kind of younger demographic you go down. So with that, with the cost of living crisis, heating up, I'm kind of sort of quietly optimistic that I don't think the monarchy will be gone yet, without a sort of concerted struggle and push back against them. But certainly those kind of truths that they kind of tell, we can't live without them and all this kind of nonsense, I'm hopeful that can kind of break apart in the next sort of years ahead. And from that, I'm hoping that there can be no further monarchs. So, but we have to be optimistic. So I'll end on that optimistic note.
Thank you both so much for your time, and also for taking the extreme risk today of showing that this is just silly, magical thinking. Let us hope we can go forward in freedom and comradeship together and not get trolled on social media forever after. It's lovely to meet you both. It's a really lovely session.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Well, welcome everyone to this, The Rise of the Left, Resistance and Solidarity. My name's Rachel Boothroyd, and I'm a contributing editor at Alborada, as well as a member of the board at Venezuela Analysis, and I'll be doing my best to chair this session today. From its independence wars in the early 1800s to resistance against the dictatorships of the 20th century, through to the social movements which are fighting against neoliberalism and neo-colonialism today, Latin America is a continent which has been a vanguard of emancipatory thought and social struggle. On a personal note, I lived in Venezuela for many years, firstly under the revolutionary government of Hugo Chavez, and then under his successor, Nicolás Maduro. And what always astounded me was the breadth, creativity, strength, and sheer tirelessness of the social and popular movements there. So, despite what I can only describe as suffocating sanctions and a de facto embargo from the United States, Venezuelan movements have never given up building the better world they dream of through action in their everyday lives via communal councils and communes, or retreated from the broader political struggle at hand. As we know, the government of Hugo Chavez formed part of the so-called pink tide of progressive governments, which came to power in Latin America in the late 1990s and 2000s, including Bolivia, Ecuador, and Brazil, as well as others. And despite commentary that Latin America's experiment with progressive politics had ended, the continent is once again riding a wave of victories for the left. This reminds us of former Bolivian Vice President Álvaro García Linera's observation that struggle is cyclical and defeat is never final. We are in hard times, but hard times are what a revolutionary breeds. We fight, we win, we fall, we get up. We fight, we win, we fall, we get up. Until our lives are over, that is our destiny. In Chile, we have seen the election of Gabriel Boric, the first leftist president to have been elected since socialist president Salvador Allende was overthrown in a US-backed coup in 1973. In Colombia, Gustavo Petro and the historic pact were elected in June on a pledge to bring an end to the decades-long violence of the country's civil war and to prioritize social and climate justice. He is the first leftist president in the country's history. Both of these victories are not only historic and hard-fought, but they were also made possible by the eruption of huge social movements and working-class protest in 2019. In Brazil, the Worker Party's Lula da Silva looks poised to win the elections again after a coup against them in 2016, which ended the presidency of Dilma Rousseff, saw Lula imprisoned, and paved the way for the election of the ultra-right politician Jair Bolsonaro. And meanwhile, Bolivia has emerged victorious after returning to democracy and a mass or a movement to socialism-led government under Luis Arce, following a coup against the government of Evo Morales, the country's first indigenous president in 2019. We have an incredible panel of speakers here today to shed light on all of these victories and to discuss the challenges facing the left in Latin America, and most notably from Western imperialism, which includes our own mainstream media. First of all, we have Claudia Torbet-Delo here. Claudia is a Bolivian activist, trade unionist, and coordinator of WIFALAs across the world, as well as a Labour Party councillor in Hackney South. To my left, we also have Natalia Urban. Natalia is a Brazilian journalist who contributes to several outlets, including Brazil Wire, Brazil 247, Jacob in Brazil, and others. Welcome, Natalia. We're also really privileged to have with us María José Pizarro, who is a senator with the Historic Pact Coalition, which recently won Colombia's presidential election and now forms the country's first leftist government. We also have with us today a surprise guest, Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader. A man who possibly needs no introduction from me. And we also have John McAvoy, a British investigative journalist who focuses on UK foreign policy and who regularly contributes to media outlets such as Declassified UK and others. And last but not least, Pablo Navarrete, who is a journalist and documentary filmmaker focusing on Latin America, and he is the founder and co-editor of Alborada, and he also runs Alborada Films. So what we're going to do for the rest of the session is we're going to hear briefly from each of our speakers, and then we'll open the floor up so you can all ask your burning questions, and I'm sure you'll have many. So Claudia, I'm going to pass the mic over to you for you to kick us off.
Yay. Thank you. Hola, everyone. It's pretty amazing to be here today. I want to start by explaining a word that I will use to open and close today's intervention talking about Bolivia, which is Hayaya. Hayaya means long live. It's the indigenous language to celebrate life. So I want to begin by saying a big Hayaya to the World Transformed, to Alborada, to everyone in the team, to everyone here today, to our surprise guest, which is always the revolutionary leader who he shows his solidarity for Latin American every day, in and out. And I want to say that I hope that you leave today inspired, committed, and very clear what you need to do to to continue to support the Latin American movement, our victories as well as our struggles. There is a little bit of an echo in the microphone, isn't it? So you could hear me a bit twice. So it's 2 for 1, 2 for 1. It's the generosity of socialism, isn't it? This shows that we're really radical, aren't we? So we really go for it. Right, so just to put into context, sorry, I'm going to start my timer. Just to put into context what the position of the plurinational state of Bolivia is within the current crisis that happens around the world, I'm just going to start by quoting the message of President Luis Arce Catacora at the recent United Nations session. He said that there is a multiple and systematic capitalist crisis, increasingly putting humanity and our planet, our Pachamama, at great risk. That there is an economic, social, food, climate, energy, water, and commercial crisis, and that we really need to identify the origin of the problem that continues to produce domination, exploitation, and exclusion of the greatest majorities, and continues to concentrate the wealth in the hands of a few and prioritizes the production of capital before the production of life. So in other words, humanism before profit, whilst protecting our Pachamama, is what is key, the key message of the Bolivian people in our socialist revolution. So what can we learn from Bolivia today? Let's understand why we fight, and I really love the introduction. We fight, we resist, we fallen, we got up again. But in Bolivia, we have 16 years of phenomenal revolution, and I want you today to learn a bit more why we fight, why we resist, and why Bolivia will never, ever return to neoliberalism. So the first lesson, thank you. We're pretty determined. The first lesson that we need to learn is that since the election of its first indigenous president, Evo Morales Ayma, and the social movements and the trade unions, led a revolutionary process of change. And that is the word I really want you to keep that term, process of change, proceso de cambio, which is a process in which we, Bolivia, are prepared to defend with our life if necessary. And you will learn now why I say with our lives very soon when I explain to you what the process of change has done for Bolivia. El proceso de cambio, or process of change, is set to rid all imperialist colonial practices across the country, to the deepest of fabrics in our societies and nations, reversing what for decades and almost centuries neoliberal governments and leaders did to favor the few and enslave and proactively make invisible the many. So this government had historically bled our national resources, bled dry, creating unmeasurable accumulated wealth for themselves and also for the Euros empires, mining our silver, taking our gold, stealing everything that they could. And also, which is, I want to mention, is very relevant to what is happening in the recently announced relaxation that exists for the private sector in here, is that it gave a special contracts, a special tax cuts, and the most, for me as a Bolivian national, it allocated lands in the thousands of hectares for these private sectors that then they went to exploit them and not give anything back to the communities. Something similar that I think is a story over here, you might say. So these highly subsidized reduced rates gave in return to the working class high levels of poverty, illnesses, because of the deregulated labor practices that happened. It attacked our trade unions, and nothing was regulated in terms of the labor forces. But that ended on the 1st of May, Labor Day 2006, when Evo Morales, the leader of the Movimiento Socialismo, MASI PSP, then president, nationalized Bolivia's gas, making it the first step to an economic revolution that led the plurinational state of Bolivia having ownership and management of its national resources, using the generated profits to fund social development programs that focus on education, health, science, housing and economic growth. So the list of achievements is long, and we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to put the most relevant, or not relevant, maybe the close to my heart, and I will focus on two to conclude my intervention today. One of the many developments and achievements in the government, the socialist government in Bolivia, was that we had an introduction of an NHS-style healthcare system, free for all. The construction of more than 1,000 health centers and hospitals. This is before the coup. After the coup, there are more data, and we don't have time for that, but it's as good as that. The creation of 20,000 items for health doctors and nurses. The construction of more than 5,000 educational units. There were roughly 29 educational units created per month during the government of Evo Morales' AIMA. There were creation of 50,000 job vacancies for teachers, construction of 8,000 kilometers of motorways, meaning that the communities were able to travel and to study far, leave their towns and brought more unity to the country. And this is the bit where I'm going to put emphasis on. More than 150,000 families benefited from the donated free social housing plan. 50,000 families benefited with social housing loans, which is a very subsidized system to give families a new home. And the last bit, which is a remarkable movement, which doesn't happen in every country, and I wish countries that we know follow, is that every person, regardless of whether they contributed to the pension, received a pension. And this all comes from the income that was generated from the nationalized gas. And they call it dignity pension. And the two monumental changes that happened in Bolivia, which of course then led to the coup, is the recognition of the 36 nations of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Bolivia has recognized the nations of Bolivia making a plurinational state, giving all the nations in Bolivia and its people the legal rights, sovereignty, self-determination, and protection of our human rights. And the second bit was that Bolivia led a huge, enormous movement to distribute and redistribute land. 70% of the land was before with the private sector. Now it's returned to 15%, because a lot of that land was returned back to the people, to the peasants, to the farmers, to the indigenous people. And that is a major movement, a major economic growth for the country. Now, of course, this leads me to the last bit of my intervention. All this success is not good news. You don't see it here. You don't see it in the headlines in the UK. And this is what leads to coups, because they do not want a successful socialist country. They do not want to hear that Bolivia took people out of extreme poverty, that we increased jobs, that we were able to educate ourselves, that we were able to have equal rights and a new constitution that the country led, that the process of change led. And then is when we have the coup funded by the US, funded by, as you were mentioning earlier, funded by the UK. And this is the bit where I think it's really important to emphasize that all of that success that Bolivia's had, then it was thrown out because we had a coup that was paid by the empire. This coup, we were able to reverse it in 1 year, but the only way we did this is by uniting and being united left. And I want to take a second to say thank you to everyone on this table who I know, and we as a movement, as Bolivian movements, we receive the solidarity. Without solidarity, we cannot move. We cannot tell the world of what's happening in Bolivia because the newspaper weren't showing it. So this is where the importance of resisting, in our case from where we reside, which is abroad, outside Bolivia, supporting the voices of the Bolivian people in country, and being able to have the support that we have, for example, from the press and everyone in this table I know has supported, and we are eternally grateful. The coup ended with 37 people dead, thousands were injured, 1,800 were injured, 1,500 were politically persecuted, and but we were able to push for elections, democratic elections. We won by a landslide. Ganamos, that's what I'm trying to say. This is why it's so important that you guys continue to support us. Please visit Bolivia, document the successes of Bolivia, of the whole region, so we continue with this phenomenal movement. Hayaya Bolivia, Hayaya la Bellala.
Thank you, Claudia. That was brilliant. Can we go on to now?
Hello, everybody. As a Brazilian, we are heading towards historic elections, which may seem underestimation because all elections are historic. But we are now talking about removing Bolsonaro from power, a fascist responsible for the death of more than 700,000 Brazilians, for the return of Brazil to the hunger map, for record rates of Amazonian destruction and fires, for public policies that facilitated the oppression and death of countless women, Afro-Brazilians, indigenous people, and workers from all backgrounds who dare to demand more. To Lula, our first working-class president who lifted 30 million Brazilians out of extreme poverty, who created policies to include the most marginalized in society, who strengthened state-funded education, state-funded housing, and the integration of Brazil and an anti-imperialist cooperation project South to South, who has faced persecution, who has been defamated, who was unjustly imprisoned and suffered a great deal of political and personal losses, all in the fight for a sovereign Brazil, not a subservient to the whims of empire. Many argue that Lula is not radical enough, that he's not Fidel. But Lula radicalism is not show and combat, but in action, with the strengthening of the largest public health program in the world, with the creation of Bolsa Familia, the largest welfare program in the world, and with the creation of public universities in areas where previously only the privileged had access to education. We Brazilians learned to dream during the Workers' Party governments. People who never had access to basics did during their government. And we know, as someone coming from the periphery of the capitalism, having access to the basics is unfortunately a luxury. But we had that under Lula. The 2016 coup against Presidenta Dilma was hard. Bolsonaro election in 2018 was painful. But as Presidenta Dilma once told me, dreams don't die, they are kept until they can be dreamed again. Next Sunday, we will have elections in Brazil. And you can give me the support to make Brazilians have the ability to dream again. It will not be easy. Bolsonaro works for the international far-right movement and has radicalized his supporters. A victory for Bolsonaro wouldn't just be a victory for the fascism in Brazil, but for Bolsonaro's fascist allies through the world, across all countries. Today, I'm here to call for your support. Lula taught me that internationalism was a beautiful thing and that he stood in solidarity with the oppressed from all over the world during his life. Now, it's your turn to show that support to Lula and Brazil. I urge you to write to your MPs, to your trade unions, to local organizations, asking attention to my homeland's elections. Brazilians on the left are being persecuted, threatened, and even killed by Bolsonaro supporters. We fear political violence because this is how Bolsonaro took office and has governed the country. Please sympathize with my call for democratic elections for Brazil. Help us to dream of dignity again, because this is what the election means. Dignity for me and for all the millions of Brazilians struggling right now. A dream of a better Brazil with Lula as our president. Thank you.
Italian, and I hope everyone will do as requested. Both Claudia and Natalia have spoken about the importance of international solidarity, so please get involved as much as you can. Right now, we're going to go to María José Pizarro, who's going to talk to us a little bit about what's been happening in Colombia.
Pues bueno, no hablo inglés tan bien como desearía, entonces voy a hablar en español. Para mí es un honor inmenso poder estar aquí, ver nuestro país desde la distancia, el momento que estamos viviendo, y poder ver también mi país a través de sus ojos. Tenemos una historia en común desde la participación de los ingleses en las guerras de independencia hasta el momento que vivimos hoy.
I don't speak English as well as I should, so I'm going to speak today in Spanish. It's a real honor to be here today to see my country in this moment from outside, to see from the distance through your eyes, and have a look at my country in this way. We have a shared history right back from our independence fight. We had British and English involved.
Y bueno, vengo de un país que, como dijo mi presidente, mi compañero Gustavo Petro, es uno de los más hermosos de la tierra, pero también es el segundo país más desigual de todo el continente. Hemos vivido décadas y décadas de conflictos, desde las guerras de independencia en 1800 hasta nuestros días. Pasamos por la guerra de los 1000 días, por la época de la violencia en Colombia, que dejó más de 180.000 muertos cuando solo éramos 13 millones de habitantes, y el conflicto más reciente, que empezó en 1974 y que se caracteriza por la expansión del paramilitarismo en Colombia, el surgimiento de las guerrillas y, por supuesto, también del narcotráfico.
I come from a country that, as our President Petro said, is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, but also one of the most unequal. We've suffered decades of violent conflicts. We've had wars such as the 1,000-Day Wars. The period known in Colombia as the violence, and during this period we lost 180,000 people of a population of just 13 million. The most recent period of violent conflict started in 1964, and in the context of this conflict we see the rise of the paramilitary forces, guerrilla forces, and also the phenomenon of narco-trafficking.
Yo nací en 1978, en la época de las dictaduras del Cono Sur, en Colombia, el Estatuto de Seguridad. Mi padre fue Carlos Pizarro León Gómez, comandante del movimiento 19 de abril, quien firmó la paz en 1990 y fue asesinado cuando era candidato a la presidencia 45 días después de firmar la paz. Y es esta la época en la que me voy a centrar porque es el origen del momento que estamos viviendo hoy.
I was born in 1968, 70. Just testing the English. Born in 1978 during a period of dictators in South America. My father was a man called Carlos Pizarro. He was a founder and commandante in the M19 guerrilla organization. He signed a peace deal, as that organization signed a peace deal in 1990. 45 days later, he was murdered. This is the era I'm going to focus on, so I think it's of great importance of what's happening today.
Entonces tuve, como muchos de los niños de Colombia, una infancia en la clandestinidad y sufrí la persecución estatal hasta que tuve 32 años y pude regresar a mi país después de un exilio de 8 años. Pero bueno, volviendo a esos años, según la Comisión de la Verdad en Colombia, entre 1985 y el 2012, han sido asesinadas más de 450.000 personas. El subregistro nos lleva a aproximadamente unas 800.000 personas asesinadas, Si sumamos el periodo de la violencia anterior y este periodo, estamos hablando de que solo en el siglo pasado y principios del siglo XXI han sido asesinadas en mi país más o menos 1 millón de personas. Somos 40 millones de habitantes y los responsables son el paramilitarismo en un 45%, las guerrillas en un 27% y los agentes del Estado en un 12%. Mi padre fue asesinado en una alianza entre agentes del Estado y paramilitares en 1990. Si nos vamos un poco a la historia, los desaparecidos en el cono sur fueron 30.000. Nosotros estamos hablando de 120.000 desaparecidos en esos años.
As many children lived, I had to live this life in a context of clandestinity and living in clandestine conditions. I suffered as a family and myself state persecution. I recently returned, or I had to return to Colombia after living in exile for 8 years. And as a report recently released by the Truth Commission showed, in a period from 1985 to recent years, 450,000 people had been murdered. We can talk about 800,000 if we include the periods called the violence, which came before. So we're talking in the most part of the last century and the beginnings of this century, a small part of the beginning of this century, nearly 1 million people murdered during these violent conflicts in a country of just 40 million people. If we look at who was behind this violence, we can look at statistics which show the paramilitaries responsible for 45%, guerrillas 27%, and the state 12%. My father was killed by paramilitaries working in collusion with state actors. And if we look at the disappeared people in Colombia, people often look at what happened in the south of South America, in Argentina, in Chile. There's a total of roughly 30,000 people who are said to have been disappeared. In Colombia, we have a total of more than 120,000.
Tenemos 8 millones de personas desplazadas por la violencia que tuvieron que salir de su territorio precisamente porque luchaban por proteger el territorio de la injerencia extranjera, de lo que nosotros hemos llamado los grandes monocultivos, o para extraer carbón, petróleo, para robarnos el agua, porque además somos el segundo país más biodiverso del mundo. En medio de esta guerra, 16.000 niños fueron reclutados forzadamente y tuvieron que luchar en uno u otro bando. Y hemos tenido también 4 procesos de paz que vale la pena exponer aquí. Los procesos de paz de la violencia en Colombia. Guadalupe Salcedo fue asesinado. En la UP, en el proceso de paz con las FARC, en 1984, un partido político entero fue asesinado, la Unión Patriótica, 6.000 de sus miembros fueron asesinados.
In Colombia, we've seen 8 million people displaced, forcibly forced to leave their homes, their land, particularly because of trying to fight to defend and protect their land from the interests of foreign investment, foreign operations, mining for coal, oil, looking to take access to water, because in Colombia we're the second highest country in terms of biodiversity. We've seen 16,000 children recruited into armed groups, forced to fight in conflict. We've also seen 4 periods of peace processes, which is important to talk about. So we've had in each moment of a peace process, we've also seen an increase in violence. We've saw the murder of Guadalupe Salcedo, and in 1984, during a peace process with the FARC, there was a creation of a political party, the Patriotic Union. The party was attacked and wiped out. We had 6,000 people killed after this peace process from this political party.
El proceso de paz, como en el M-19, mi padre, que fue asesinado, como ya les dije, y la Constitución de 1991, parecido a lo que están viviendo Chile hoy, pero en Colombia la guerra y la paz conviven de manera absolutamente dramática. Y finalmente el proceso de paz con las FARC, que se firmó en 2016, pero van 315 reincorporados que han sido asesinados. Y en medio de todo esto surge precisamente con el último acuerdo de paz un nuevo sujeto social en mi país, que es la protesta social, el fortalecimiento de las organizaciones sociales, y empiezan a darse toda una serie de movilizaciones en el 2018 lideradas por el movimiento estudiantil, en el 2019 por los sindicatos, el movimiento indígena, el movimiento campesino, movimientos políticos como el nuestro y por supuesto las juventudes y ambientalistas, y llegó la pandemia.
The peace process, we had the peace process of the M19, which my father was involved in, and as I said, he was killed shortly after. This led to the creation of a new constitution in 1991, a bit like maybe what was trying to be happening in Chile recently. But in Colombia, we really live the conditions of peace and war side by side in quite a dramatic way. And then we've had a more recent peace process in spite of a deal being signed in 2016 with the FARC. Over 315 of the former combatants who signed up to the peace agreement have been killed since. Since that deal was signed, we've seen a generation of a new context of social protest. We've seen a strengthening of social movements across 2018, 2019, led by students, indigenous communities, peasants, young people, trade unions, and this was developing, and then we got hit by the pandemic.
Y en el tercer pico de la pandemia llegamos al estallido social, que seguramente ustedes lo vieron en los medios de comunicación. Millones de personas salimos a las calles, sobre todo mujeres y jóvenes salimos a las calles, obviamente los movimientos sociales también, precisamente por esas brechas de género. En las regiones, en el campo, la gente que estaba en medio de la guerra fue confinada por los grupos armados y confinada por el hambre. Y en las ciudades la gente tuvo que escoger entre el contagio y el hambre. Y eso nos llevó a ese estallido social sin precedentes. 12.000 protestas en esos casi 3 meses, en 104 puntos. Por supuesto, una violencia policial desmedida. 80 jóvenes fueron asesinados, más de 80 perdieron sus ojos. Y por supuesto 28 mujeres fueron víctimas de abuso sexual por parte de la policía o en estaciones de policía. Pero de esa movilización en las calles hicimos un llamado a una movilización en las urnas que nos llevó, después de una campaña intensa de más de un año, a ganar la presidencia de Colombia por primera vez en la historia republicana de nuestro país.
Do I need to translate? During the third peak of the coronavirus, we saw the biggest protest that many of you may have seen in the streets of Colombia. Millions came to the streets last year, led particularly by women and young people, but also with the involvement of social movements, of course, as well, because we'd had a long period previous to that in the countryside in poor areas where people were forced into their homes, having to choose between hunger or putting their health at risk. And this is then what we saw come to fruition with the protests, or led to the context that led to the big protest last year. And there was an incredible amount of violence in response from the police. We saw at least 80 people, protesters killed, more than 80 people with permanent damage to their eyes as a result of police actions, 28 women victims of sexual abuse, either by the police or when they were in police stations. But then what we called for is to continue that mobilization, continue that energy from the streets into the polling booths, into the votes. And this is ultimately what led to us for the first time having victory for the left in a Colombian presidential election and congressional election.
Además de eso, nos convertimos en el partido mayoritario Pasamos en la Cámara de Representantes, donde estaba yo, de 3 congresistas a 31. En el Senado de la República, donde estoy ahora, de 10 a 20. Es decir, somos una fuerza política en crecimiento, pero tenemos que cuidar ese crecimiento. Gustavo Petro es desmovilizado del movimiento 19 de abril, un luchador de más de 30 años por la democracia. Francia Márquez, una mujer negra de la Colombia profunda, de Suárez Cauca, y por supuesto representamos esa Colombia popular. Nuestra apuesta es una apuesta juvenil, es una apuesta de las mujeres, es una apuesta cultural, por una transformación cultural profunda y por supuesto desde la alegría, desde el entusiasmo, desde el optimismo. Surgimos de los años más duros de la guerra, de la violencia de las élites, del neoliberalismo, del capitalismo y por supuesto también de la lucha por la tierra, de la superación de los conflictos ambientales. Somos hoy, como lo hemos dicho, y queremos ser para Colombia, para nosotros y para el mundo, queremos ser una potencia mundial de la vida.
We are a growing, we also are now the majority party in Congress, in both houses. We're the biggest party, in both houses. In the lower house, where I previously was, the members of that house, we had 3 representatives. We've now moved to 31. In the Senate, we had 10 representatives and are now in the Senate, and we now have 20 senators. We are a growing political force, but we've also got to be careful and take care and be alert. Gustavo Petro, the president, he was a former guerrilla in the M19 movement. He's a long-time fighter for social justice. And we have Vice President Francia Márquez, a black woman from Suárez in Cauca, representing the popular masses of working-class rural people. We are representing the people from these forgotten territories in Colombia, representing the voice of women, of young people, bringing this culture into our government, a culture of positivity, optimism, joy. We've now coming through, we want to push through and come to the other side of this long, dark period of war, of the extremities of neoliberalism, of capitalism, of conflicts for land, from the destruction of the environment. As we say a slogan, we want to be a world power for life.
Venimos a plantear que la discusión de la lucha contra las drogas es una discusión global, que la lucha contra las drogas en nuestro país ha fracasado absolutamente. Las drogas se quedan en Europa y nosotros no nos quedamos ni con el dinero ni con el crecimiento, nos quedamos con la muerte y la violencia. Estamos luchando contra el cambio climático, bajo ninguna circunstancia vamos a sustentar el profundo cambio social que proponemos a costa del medio ambiente. Estamos en contra del cambio climático, es nuestra postura principal y es el mensaje además que queremos enviarle a América Latina. En nuestra nueva ola del progresismo, nosotros nos paramos del lado de la vida humana, pero por supuesto también defendiendo todos los tipos de vida, hoy que las juventudes sienten que nos acercamos al final de los tiempos.
And what we also want to talk about and bring to the table is a conversation and a look at the policy around the war on drugs. This needs to be an international issue and focused on in an international way because the war on drugs has failed. We see drugs taken to Europe, but in Colombia there's nothing. There's not the money, there's not the economic growth. There's just death and violence as a result of this. And also in terms of climate change, we're clear that we're not going to further our social progress and these social issues that we want to introduce in Colombia at the detriment to the environment. And that is the first message we want to be clear on. We are going to prioritize protecting the environment as a government. We want to be protecting all forms of life, human life and every other single life that there is on the planet. We're going to keep bringing that voice together and getting closer to the young people today in Colombia.
Por supuesto, traemos todo un paquete de reformas. No me voy a centrar ahí, les invito al jueves a que vengan a hablar nuevamente conmigo, pero estamos en una propuesta absolutamente ambiciosa que pasa por un cambio de paradigma, que pasa por una disputa cultural. En eso es lo que estamos y tenemos que estar todos los pueblos del mundo. Tenemos que romper la inercia de la derecha que viene creciendo, sobre todo en Europa. Nosotros planteamos poder hacer viable el cambio a largo plazo y creo que ese es el mensaje de América Latina en estos momentos de oscuridad para Europa, y ese cambio de paradigma, ese cambio a largo plazo tiene que ser con las juventudes, tiene que ser conectados con la sociedad. Toca entender los movimientos sociales y la forma de organización política de una manera diferente y por supuesto una agenda ambiental seria donde nosotros confrontamos el modelo económico, el modelo de consumo vigente y planteamos esa discusión para el continente. Hablamos de la integración de América Latina, pero también del diálogo entre América Latina con Europa, por supuesto con ustedes. La invitación es precisamente a esto, a construir un modelo de desarrollo sostenible, solidario, que mantengamos el diálogo nuevamente entre pueblos. Nos han dicho que somos distantes, nos atraviesa un océano, pero créanme que somos mucho más parecidos de lo que imaginamos. Adelante, fuerza para ustedes, seguro llegará el fin de la larga noche para ustedes también.
Of course, we have a big packet of reforms that we're wanting to introduce. I'm not going to go into details now, but we have an event on Tuesday, not Thursday. Let's see. Tuesday here, aside Thursday in London. And we have a very ambitious plan. We want to change the fundamental paradigm, the fundamental culture in our country, but we need to unite all of us, bring us all together for these changes. We need to break down the control that the right has here in Europe and other places. We need to show, and we want to show as a government and shine the light that we are in the progressive end. We are a viable option, and we want to offer hope for this dark period in many parts of Europe where the right is still so dominant, but it's so fundamental for these changes to take place. It needs to be done together with young people. It needs to be together understanding that there's the changes that there are and need to take place within social movements. We need to be serious as well and show that we can propose an economic model that is viable. And of course, we're focused on integration across Latin America, but it's also fundamental that we build links in Europe with all of you. We need to put forward proposals for economic model that is sustainable, that is focused on solidarity between peoples, and we need to keep building this solidarity between all of us. People might say, or you might think that because of the distance we are very different, but it's not true. We are the same and share so much. And hopefully soon we'll see the end of the dark days of conservatism that you're living in Europe.
Para terminar, proponemos cambiar con la matriz energética, con la economía extractivista. Esa es la raíz de nuestro programa. Por supuesto, proponemos un cambio con las mujeres, o el cambio es con las mujeres o no será. Tenemos mucho que decir al respecto. Fuimos el sustento de la vida en los años más duros de la guerra. Nosotros y nosotras como generación no aceptamos un destino distinto a la paz y nos vamos a jugar la vida, nos vamos a jugar el todo, por construir no solamente un país, sino un mundo a la altura de nuestros sueños. Muchas gracias.
And to finish, I want to put forward this fundamental proposal that we have, that we need to change our relationship with the environment. We need to put an end to the extractivist industries. That is at the very base of our political objectives and our political program. But of course, also focusing on building solidarity and building the rights of women. The changes will take place with women or they won't happen at all. We cannot accept anything but a country in peace, and we're prepared to put everything on the line to bring about this peace and to make sure the dreams we have for our future can become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. It was so inspiring to hear about the historic moment that Colombia is living at the moment firsthand, so thank you for that. And thanks to Hassan from Justice for Colombia for translating all of that as well. Not an easy task at all. The event that Maria was talking about is going to be here on Tuesday, 27th, 5:30 p.m. If anyone's interested in hearing more, please come. We're now going to go over to Jeremy, who's recently been in Colombia, Chile, and Mexico, and he's going to share his thoughts with us on what's going on in the region. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. And this is an amazing event to have hundreds of people here discussing the situation in Latin America and showing real solidarity. So thank you all for coming, and please value the work of the World Transformed in providing us with the space and the opportunity to have these kind of discussions, which are too often denied in other places, because we need those. But I'd also ask you, don't treat this as an afternoon out or an exercise in academic discourse about the situation in Latin America, fascinating as it all is from the presentational point of view. Treat it as an opportunity to better understand what is happening in all across Latin America as a process, but above all, treat it as an opportunity for acts of support and solidarity for those newly elected left governments across Latin America who've got hell coming with a handcart to attack them for the economic injustice they are trying to right. We have to give our solidarity to them. And what I would also say is that a big thank you to those people in many solidarity campaigns over many years who have worked with comrades from Latin America. The Chile Solidarity Campaign formed immediately after the coup in 1973, Justice for Colombia, and many, many other groups that have done so much over a long period, including the annual Latin America conference normally held at the TUC, which has shown an opportunity for that solidarity to be expressed. And so I hope we can just think for a moment of the amazing achievements that have happened, and I will be brief on this. Chile is part of, if you like, a 50-year cycle of hope, repression, murder, killing, hope, and finally a pathway, I hope, which will lead to a more egalitarian and socialist future. But none of that is a given. The hopes of those that managed to elect the Popular Unity government in 1973, and you just think back to that time, every one of their neighboring countries was a military dictatorship. The US was at their throats from day one, and the elite and oligarchs and military forces of Chile were funded covertly by the CIA in the United States to destroy that Popular Unity government. Allende was elected with less than 40% of the vote, became president on the vote of Congress, and governed in every way that he possibly could by mobilizing people in their hundreds of thousands in support of the government. The blockade brought about shortages, brought about food problems, brought about every other kind of problem, but the working class community still stayed loyal to the Allende government. And so until the Iron Heel of the military came down on them, and thousands were murdered, and thousands came into exile. And I want to say thank you to all those Chileans that made their home in this country and have made such a massive contribution to our labour movement by their presence here during the years since that coup. And I've been to Chile many times, and on the last visit I was doing a film with Pablo's mother, Cristina Navarrete, at Villa Grimaldi, which was the torture center in Santiago, and she was very brave. She walked around the site and described the methods of torture in each particular building, of what she went through and what so many others went through. That is the lived experience of many, many people. And so the election of Gabriel Boric as the new president was a very, very important turning point. He wasn't expecting to win unnecessarily because of the whole voting system and the way the media were attacking him and others. But nevertheless, he did win, and I was there for the inauguration, and it was a joyous occasion. A joyous occasion when he walked to the Moneda Palace and stopped and bowed in the statue of Salvador Allende on his way in, a lovely gesture. But that government has a huge responsibility now on it, to give rights and justice to the indigenous people, to give rights and justice to the women of Chile, and try to develop a political system that is truly democratic. The referendum on the new constitution was lost. We'll now come back to that again, and I guess Pablo will know more about that than me and will say something about it. But it is a battle for democracy, for social justice, and ideas that has to be at the center of that. Our solidarity is needed. And just across the border in Bolivia, think of the achievements of the movement towards socialism in, first of all, winning the election in which Evo Morales became the president. Originally, his campaign started against water privatization in Cochabamba, and that built up to the massive campaign that finally got him and others elected into office, and a constitution that guaranteed indigenous rights, linguistic rights, environmental rights, and above all, social justice through access to health and education and housing and all those things. And then the lawfare coup that was mounted against him, just as much as it's been mounted against Dilma and Lula in Brazil, removed him from office. And thank you to President AMLO in Mexico for providing a plane to get him out of Bolivia urgently and quickly to save his life in order to go back and campaign again. And Mas went back and campaigned again and won that election and are back in office. Well done them. They need our support and they need our solidarity. And there is hope across Latin America when you have powerful voices that will speak out in solidarity with others. And I wanted to pay a particular thank you to President López Obrador in Mexico, not just for his support for Bolivia, but also his very public and very open support for another political prisoner. He invited me to take part in the Manera, his very long daily news conference. It lasts about 2 hours on a short day. And he invited me onto the stage to sit with him and talk to him about a political prisoner in Britain, Julian Assange. And he gave his support for Julian Assange and has offered Julian Assange citizenship and safety in Mexico if that is what he eventually wants at any one time. And so I tell you all this because it's important to approach it all with a sense of hope of the achievements that have been made. The achievements have been made in so many countries. And the election result in Colombia was, to me, wonderful and actually a surprise, because I was there for the first round of the election. It was the second time I've been in Colombia. We went to polling stations in various parts of Bogota, the richest parts to the poorest parts. And what impressed me in the poorest parts was the numbers of young women who were turning out to vote for Petro and Francia. The numbers that were turning out to support the left ticket there, and very enthusiastic about doing so. The result in the first round was not as good as everyone expected by any manner of means, and we left actually slightly depressed, but I sort of thought, I hoped, mobilize young people, particularly young men, on social media to get out and vote on the second round, and they did, and the election result has been achieved. But remember all those that have been killed and murdered in Colombia over many decades, those that fought for land rights, those that fought against mining companies destroying people's farms and hopes and homes. And I've never forgotten, on a previous delegation with Justice for Colombia, going to a farm workers union quarterly meeting where we had a report from each region. The report was how many union representatives had been murdered during those 3 months for standing up for farmers' rights. And on the day before the election, we had a very interesting meeting with a group of campaigners, trade unionists, land rights campaigners, all sorts of people. And we also had a meeting with a lot of young people, gig workers working for the equivalent of Uber in Bogota, trying to organize unions. So I said to them, what happens after the election on Sunday? And they said, well, if we lose the election, we'll go out and campaign for union rights, for labor rights, for land rights, for environmental sustainability, and to give hope, particularly to young women in Colombian society. I said, great, good. What happens if you win? He said, we go out and campaign for land rights, for labor rights, for trade union rights, for women's rights, and workers' rights in exactly the same way. Because winning an election is one step. It doesn't bring all the changes. And so, obviously, we wish the government well, but to transition the economy away from a fossil fuel-based, multinationally owned economy to something that is locally based, environmentally sustainable, and gives respect to indigenous communities and land rights to all those that have had their land stolen from them, and to give hope to the urban poor in Bogota and the other cities is a huge task and a huge ask. They need our support and our solidarity in doing that. And they need trade relations with Europe and Britain and the United States that are not penurious against the people of Colombia, but supportive of them as they transition their economy into something that is environmentally sustainable, which I guess is what we would all want for them. Next week, the election will take place in Brazil. Lula is doing incredibly well in the polls and incredibly well in the campaigning. But you just have to look at the amount of money that's poured into Bolsonaro, look at the amount of money that's gone into the media there, and the film show that we've been showing about the coup that took place against Dilma and the imprisonment of Lula earlier on. It's an achievement to get to the state of having an election where Lula could even be a candidate to fight to win back the presidency. But you're saying is absolutely right. Since Bolsonaro became president, the Amazon has burnt, the poor have starved, the land has been stolen, and the hopes of a whole generation of young people have been dashed by this naked, horrible populism of Bolsonaro that actually offers nothing in terms of social change. He's like Donald Trump, but not quite as articulate as Trump in the way that he puts the stuff forward. But what we have to do is show our support and our solidarity for them. And that means mobilizing within all our communities, but also looking at the bigger picture in Latin America. Do not allow the sanctions strategy of Europe and the United States to strangle the economies of Cuba and Venezuela and elsewhere. What we need is solidarity with the people of Latin America, that they can decide their own course and their own future in our society. And I'll finish on this point. Many Latin American people have made their homes in Britain and in Europe. Some because they wanted to, some because they're political refugees, some because they had no viable economic alternative. Many of those work in the gig economy, work in badly paid industries, work in under-unionized places, and are grotesquely exploited. All those young women that are cleaners in offices in London and all the major cities from Colombia and Ecuador and Bolivia and other countries. The unions, the best unions, are trying to organize them. They're trying to organize for union recognition and in-house employment in universities and so on. Surely our job Our job as the organized left, if you like, if you will, in this country is to work with them to improve their conditions here, and their solidarity is part and parcel of our movement. Also, that leads us into campaigning to get the expatriate vote to support Lula in Brazil as much as supporting AMLO and all the other left candidates all across Latin America. But I just say this. For all the history of Latin America, the invasion, the Spanish conquest, the oligarchs, the multinationals, the exploitation, the military coups, and all the rest of it. If you read the wonderful works of Eduardo Galeano, you'll realize that what flows through Latin America is that wonderful golden thread of the survival of the pre-Hispanic languages, the culture, the environment, and the hope for the future, that understanding of the survival of the human spirit against all odds. That is what has sustained them through the most brutal dictatorships, the most horrible economic exploitation, and brought about these election victories. But they are just a step towards the real liberation of the people through socialism and through social justice. That is where our solidarity must lie. And, by the way, let's do the same here. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome to the final day of the World Transformed Festival. Welcome to our amazing live studio audience. Welcome to viewers at home on TWTtv. Welcome to TWTfm Live. So, my name's Matt. This is Sarah and Mourn. They're my co-hosts. We're part of the team who makes TWTfm. What is TWTfm? I'm sure you already know, but if you haven't liked and subscribed, TWTfm is the World Transformed in-house podcast. It's magazine style. We have different items drawn together around large topics like COVID, unemployment, leisure. And today we're going to be bringing that to life here at TWTtv in Liverpool. So straight off the bat, I haven't said what we're doing. We're launching our new series on the radical history of towns and cities across the UK by celebrating the place where we've made our home for this festival, the wonderful city of Liverpool. So, off the bat, we want to acknowledge, as I'm sure you can tell by our accents, we're not from Liverpool, we're from London. But we have a fantastic array of Liverpudlian guests who are going to help tell the story of what makes this city such an interesting and radical place. We've got actors, activists, musicians and more. So I think we're going to have a really nice session. We also want to say thanks to them and also thanks to local legend Alan Gibbons, who was really helpful in putting this episode together. And if you like what you hear today, we're encouraging everyone to tell the story of their town, tell the radical history of where they're from, and use us as a vehicle to do that. So we'll have a sign-up sheet, we'll have some ways for you to get involved, and hopefully you can tell the radical history of where you're from through TWTfm. So, without further ado, let's begin on our tour across Liverpool.
Great. Hello, everyone. Okay, so we're starting a tour of Liverpool through time and space, and we're going to begin at the waterfront of Liverpool. We'll start at Liverpool's iconic pier head down on the waterfront. We'll board a ferry and set out onto the river, looking up at the great buildings looming over the waterfront, including the Royal Liver Building. Underneath us is the Queensway Tunnel, built in 1934 and at the time the longest underwater tunnel in the world. We then float south past the Maritime Museum and the International Slavery Museum to the Albert Dock. As a British city port, Liverpool's wealth was built on the transatlantic slave trade. So that's where we start our history. 26 of Liverpool's mayors were either slave owners themselves or related to slave owners. Liverpool's ships took almost 1.5 million people from their homes in West Africa to the Americas to be forced to work as slaves. So it's a difficult bit of Liverpool's history where we start this conversation, and to speak about that with me, I'm going to bring to the stage an amazing local activist and campaigner who is a co-founder of Merseyside BLM and does amazing work in the area, Chantal Lunt. Yeah, if you sit there. And then that one. Brilliant. All right, Chantal, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've already had a busy festival doing lots of things.
Yeah, it's been amazing, though, this festival.
Well, thank you for making time to speak to us about this topic. I'm just going to dive straight in. If you could start off by just talking a bit about the relationship with empire in terms of Liverpool's history and start us off from the beginning as novices.
So the relationship with empire, I think we obviously have to start with the transatlantic slave trade. So before the transatlantic slave trade came to this city, it wasn't even a city. We didn't have the numbers or the wealth to be defined as a city, and that's a really important factor to understand. And what the transatlantic slave trade brought alongside enslaved African people was massive profits to this city. So, we were able to build ourselves up in terms of population numbers, in terms of, you know, the architecture. It's always something that everyone comments on, you know, isn't this like London? Isn't this brilliant architecture? And I'm like, yeah, but do you know who built it? Do you know who paid for it? Do you know who that road is named after? And that's the bit that we tend to gloss over still to this day. And it's an important piece of our history, because you will still hear people saying, you know, Liverpool was the second city of the empire. So to fast forward, you know, when slavery was abolished in 1807, oppression of black people never goes away. It just changes form. So, you know, slavery was abolished. Let's bring in, you know, colonialism. Colonialism went away, or has it? Because there are still 14 countries colonised to this day. Let's bring in capitalism. It's all around the exploitation of black and brown people. But Liverpool was the second city of the empire. If you look on maps from back in the day, globes, they've changed it now, but London and Liverpool would be the two cities that you could see when you looked at the UK. And that was because of the wealth that came through our port. So, you know, all of the crops, all of the wealth, all of the gold, all the coal bus came through our ports. And so there were massive efforts to support, like the Confederate Army when they were fighting to keep slavery in America. Liverpool was fighting right alongside them. But for me, the important thing to know is that, you know, as I've alluded to, that history's not really gone away. We still have statues up of people like William Huskinson MP, who advocated for slavery. Up until BLM, we still had buildings named after the Prime Minister, Gladstone, who kind of, again, William Gladstone and his father was a slave trader, John Gladstone. We still had statues and buildings named after him until recently. And even as early as 2009 and 2015, we had the Sons of the Confederate visit this city for services alongside local mayors, Lord mayors, and so there's still this history. You can still find Confederate flags on buildings in this city, so it's still there, and it's really important to acknowledge that not only the colonial history, not only the history of the transatlantic slave trade, but also our history of migration. Even, you know, the way we speak, that's a mix of Irish, Welsh, Scottish, and a bit of Norwegian. So everything about us has always been a really diverse city, but also rooted in massive subjugation of certain races, you know, black and brown people. But because of that reason, where we are right now, sometimes known as Toxteth, locally known as L8, this has got the oldest black community in Europe. People in this area can trace their, you know, the family lineage back 10 generations. And so we've got a really resilient, incredible community here. And that, you know, that resilience, though, has been born out of like just generational oppression.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Chantal. That's so interesting around how there's this really difficult history and there's so much that isn't faced up to, and I know that you do a lot of work around trying to make sure that that history is faced up to, but there's also a really proud, strong history here in Liverpool as well. And you touched on it a bit, but I wondered if you could talk a bit more about the importance of facing up to that history and the work that you've done around decolonising the curriculum.
So decolonial work is so important. We're not at the point where we can say we've decolonised anything. As I've alluded to, we still actually colonise countries to this day. So how can we be in a space of, you know, decolonial anything? But so yeah, some countries have gained their independence, but decolonisation goes far deeper than that. It's about looking, for instance, I want to start with education because I believe that racism is a cycle. And to give context to that, so recently we had an horrendous terrorist incident outside of one of the hospitals in the city, outside of the Women's. It's absolutely awful, but what the far right often do is see that as a window into the city. And so the far right stood outside the hospital basically saying, how on earth are you going to let migrants come over here on boats and do this? And a lot of people were like, oh yeah. And I was a bit like, you know, if this city knew its history and if every child and person in this city knew its history, you'd be able to debunk exactly what they're saying, because every one of us is here because of migration. Every one of us is here because people came over on boats. So don't allow that narrative to prevail. But the unfortunate truth is we have the only international slavery museum in this city. It's not in London, it's in this city because of this city's history. But not every child in this city accesses that resource, even though there is funding to do so. It's not written in any legislation that any child, and you know, every child in the country should learn this, but specifically in this city, we should know where that wealth came from, where that subjugation came from, and, you know, the legacy of that subjugation. If I take you back to, you know, William Gladstone, his dad, John, claimed the biggest single payout under the Slavery Reparations Act. That payout meant that he went to the best universities in the world and he went on to become Prime Minister. Were black and brown people, were enslaved brown people given reparations? They weren't even given houses. And so, you know, if we think of that playing field where it left black and brown people way back there, we're still catching up. And because of that educational disconnect, when we bring things like this up, people are like, oh, you're just stuck in the past. And I'm like, actually, no, we're in our present. So we need to start with education in every space, but especially with our children. They have to know the history of this city, but they know more about the Beatles than they do about colonialism and the slave trade.
Yeah, completely. And I mean, when I was reading a bit of some of the work that you'd written before, I think in one of the pieces that you'd wrote, and you spoke about reparations to former slave owners, and it's a disgrace that even happened, but those were kind of taken as a loan, and then they were being repaid by British taxpayers even up till 2015.
Yeah, up until 2015. So most people in this room will have paid towards reparations of, you know, of slave owners, and the families who we're talking about who've benefited from that. You know, David Cameron, his family benefited from those reparations. So that when we talk about that legacy, people in positions of power in the Tory party benefited from that money that people like me paid off for the freedom of my ancestors. And that is the bit that, you know, boggles my mind. So people will always go, oh, you know, we brought about reparations. And I'm like, for who?
Yeah. Exactly, and that just is such a good way to prove that point about debunking that, oh, you're just living in the past thing. It's such a concrete thing that matters so much, you know, what taxes people are paying. It's just so concrete. And I think before I read that article, I didn't even know that, to my shame. It's, you know, so it isn't taught really, that kind of history enough at all. Yeah, brilliant. And then just to finish up before we move on, I know that you touched a little bit on how this matters today, and obviously we've been speaking about that a little bit, but I also know you do a lot of campaigning around reform of the police, and I wondered if you could just talk a bit about how that history matters for that kind of work that you're doing now.
So the police, if anyone's seen me speak this week, it's just been about the police basically. I'm not the biggest fan, but the police are massive agents of racial control. So to give you the tiny history of the police, you know, although the police were founded in 1829 by Robert Peel actually worked over the colonial police forces. And so the actual concept of policing in this country is because of colonial policing of the colonies. So it's rooted in this racialised hierarchy of subjugating black people. That has never changed. That has always been something the police do to our communities. And so the uprisings that you saw in 1981 were because of this disproportionate and violent policing. And again, I can take you to this year where 2 young business students in this city have guns held to them by the police. They were completely in the wrong and they did not apologise. So, you know, we continue to be subjugated. I don't need to, you know, tell you what happened to Chris Carr, but I hope everyone in this room knows what happened. We are still living in a world where black people are disproportionately brutalised by the police. So a key element to that is complete, you know, abolish them. Why do we have them? How many crimes do they solve? 5.8% of crime, if you do want that statistic. How much harm do they cause? A lot. Unimaginable harm. Irreparable harm. The loss of life. And I don't just say that lightly, like, you know, I'm saying refund our communities. When we say defund the police, we mean refund our communities. But we cannot continue along this trajectory. Something radical has to change.
Brilliant. Well, that's an amazing note to end on. Thank you so much, Chantal.
So from empire, we're moving to the beginnings of Liverpool's socialism. From the late 1800s, Liverpool's expanding working class were increasingly organised and increasingly angry. Empire hadn't just gone away overnight, of course. Racism and sectarian violence remained real problems. Alongside this came some key moments in the history of the trade union movement, which we could go into now, but there's better sessions at TWT to learn about that stuff. So as this is TWT FM, we're going to do something a little different. we thought we'd celebrate one of the creative sons of this city from that period of time. You may know him. His name was Robert Noonan, but you may know him as Robert Tressel.
Hi. Yeah, that's me.
Robert Tressel, everybody.
Hi.
So you're a Scouser who wrote a famous socialist novel, I understand.
Well, not really a kind of honorary Scouser, I suppose. I was born in Dublin, but then grew up in London, and then lived in Liverpool. Yeah, died here actually as well. I'm buried in Warton Park, which is just down the road. Go and have a look if you want as well. But yes, I did write a book, but I'd kind of rather if we didn't really speak about it because it didn't get published.
Well, I've got some news for you.
What's that?
It did get published.
No, it didn't.
It did.
Are you serious?
And I've got a copy right here.
Oh, can I have a look?
Became quite a socialist classic.
Let's have a look. That is... Oh, God. The Ragged Trousers Philanthropist by Robert Tressel. That's me. That is incredible.
Well, we're glad we could bring some good news to you in the afterlife.
Yeah, cheers.
But in exchange, maybe you'd read us some?
Yeah, sure. Okay, let me just find a juicy bit. Oh, yeah, this is a good bit here. Okay. Can't believe this. Okay. Okay, so whether it can be altered or not, whether it's right or wrong, landlordism is one of the causes of poverty, Owen repeated. Poverty is not caused by men and women getting married. It's not caused by machinery. It's not caused by overproduction. It's not caused by drink or laziness. And it's not caused by overpopulation. It's caused by private monopoly. That is the present system. They have monopolized everything that it is possible to monopolize. They've got the whole earth, the minerals in the earth and the streams that water the earth. The only reason they have not monopolized the daylight and the air is that it is not possible to do it. If it were possible to construct huge gasometers and to draw together and compress within them the whole of the atmosphere, it would have been done long ago. And we should have been compelled to work for them in order to get money to buy air to breathe. And if that seemingly impossible thing were accomplished tomorrow, you would see thousands of people dying for want of air or of the money to buy it. Even as now, thousands are dying for want of the other necessaries of life. You would see people going about gasping for breath and telling each other that the likes of them could not expect to have air to breathe unless they had the money to pay for it. Most of you here, for instance, would think so and say so. Even as you think at present that it's right for a few people to own the earth, the minerals, and the water, which are all just as necessary as is the air. In exactly the same spirit as you now say, well, it's their land, it's their water, it's their coal, it's their iron, so you would say it's their air. These are their gasometers, and what right have the likes of us to expect them to allow us to breathe for nothing? And even while he is doing this, the air monopolist will be preaching sermons on the brotherhood of man. He will be dispensing advice on Christian duty in the Sunday magazines. He will give utterance to numerous more or less moral maxims for the guidance of the young. And meantime, all around, people will be dying for want of some of the air that he will have bottled up in his gasometers. And when you are all dragging out a miserable existence, gasping for breath or dying for want of air, if one of your number suggests smashing a hole in the side of one of the gasometers, you will all fall upon him in the name of law and order. And after doing your best to tear him limb from limb, you'll drag him, covered with blood, in triumph to the nearest police station and deliver him up to justice in the hope of being given a few £half of air for your trouble.
Sam Swan and Robert Tressel, everybody.
Cheers.
Now, this next bit, we're going to have to improvise because I realised we don't have any playback in the room. So we can't listen to the very clever podcast advert we made with Acorn. You have got playback? In... Can we use it? Say again? It's quite... Hold the fort. Hold the stool.
Sorry, live TV, everyone.
Why don't we move to the next section and get the other after?
Yeah, I mean, we could move on to the next section. We'll do a bit of a swap. That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. Okay, brilliant. So let's continue with the tour of the city. We've walked up to Liverpool's Town Hall, which is the second oldest building. In the mid-1980s, Liverpool City Council was in direct conflict with Margaret Thatcher about the city's funding. Tens of thousands of trade unionists filled Castle Street in front of the Town Hall, stretching back to Derby Square and the Queen Victoria Monument. The council leaders came out to the balcony of the building to address the crowds. The 47 Labour councillors would eventually be disbarred from office. But the people of Liverpool wouldn't be cowed. Here's Penny Grennan with a song about resistance. Woo!
I'd just like to say that my mother was born in Liverpool and my father was born in West Bank in Widnes. So it's nice to be back. So this song is actually a rallying cry for everybody because we need to fight back. But when I was asked to do this, I thought this was perfect for Liverpool. So it's called Why Not? Don't call me human, call me the destroyer. Don't call me brave, I just have a talent to annoy. Whoa, don't call me handsome, call it an accident. Don't call me manly just because I am a boy. Whoa, I walk when you can fly. Why fast when you can eat? Whoa, I fail when you can try. I smile in the face of your defeat. Don't call me a coward, I am just thinking. Don't expect rejection, I too can be fine. I may be floating, I may be drowning, just like you I'm trying. Who knows what we might find? So I walk when you can fly. Why fast when you can eat? Whoa, I fell when you can try. I smile in the face of your defeat. The never-ending questions that have no answers are considered time and time again. Growing into new clothes, what do we hope to lose? What do we hope to gain? The question needs reframing from why into why not. The courage to write a different story is something we forgot. So why not jump when you are swaying? Why not leap into the deep abyss? Why not risk the things you're keeping? All you're risking is just this. So why walk when you can fly? Why fast when you can eat? Whoa, I fell when you can try. I smile in the face of your defeat. Why change when change is painful? Why laugh when you really wanna cry? Oh, why stint when you can have a heart full? Why not keep reaching for the sky? So I walk when you can fly? Why fast when you can eat? Why fail when you can try? Smile in the face of your defeat. Whoa, why, 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 oh, why not keep reaching for the sky? Whoa, why?
Thanks so much, Penny Grennan. Should we give it a go with this advert? So the setup is, who among us hasn't been listening to a podcast, you're enjoying what's going on, and then halfway through the conversation is cut off with an advert for mail-order mattresses or bamboo underwear or Squarespace? So in that spirit, we thought we'd make an advert of our own, but for something a little bit more meaningful. Can we give it a go from the...
Have you had enough of your rent rising, but repairs never getting done?
That'll just be a little something extra from this.
Have you had enough of privatized public services costing more and providing less? Have you had enough?
Okay, so for our next section, our story demands that we leave the city of Liverpool and make our way to Sheffield. The tragedy of the Hillsborough disaster will never be forgotten. What's more, the fight for justice for those Liverpool football fans who lost their lives and their families persists to this day. So we're very, very lucky to be joined by a tireless campaigner from the Hillsborough Justice Campaign, Sheila Coleman.
Hi.
Hi, Sheila. I was hoping you could just start by just reminding us what happened on that tragic day.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that most people probably do know, but it was a semi-final between Liverpool and Notts Forest. There had been requests to change the ends of the grounds because Liverpool had more supporters, and they had been there the year before, such as the success of Liverpool Football Club. There were problems. All that was ignored by the FA, who went on... They've had no accountability from the FA throughout the years. But anyway, what happened was it was appalling organisation by the police. The match commander for the day was somebody who had not done that before. He had been put in because the other guy had been suspended, and it was shambolic. And basically there were people outside with tickets who couldn't get in because of the way football supporters were treated in the 80s. It was like animals. It was animal terminology used in police orders for the day. So fans would be corralled and herded into pens, pure animal terminology. And so the end of the ground was cut into pens. And so when a gate was opened, rather than let people go through the turnstiles with their tickets, the force of the crowd pushed people down a tunnel and into the concourse area. And the obvious place to go, for people who didn't know, was straight ahead into two pens that were already overcrowded. So the situation was that pens either side of the famous Leppings Lane end were empty, but the central pens were overcrowded. 96, now 97 people were crushed to death. Fans who were eyewitnesses were ignored, in fact were vilified and blamed for the tragedy, called ticketless drunken hooligans who pushed in and killed fellow fans. To some extent that narrative still exists today. A campaign began. Liverpool fans, with all that evidence, eyewitnesses, were ignored. Our campaign, the Hillsborough Justice Campaign, began 9 years after the disaster. That occurred because there was a Hillsborough family support group, and as you get divisions in anything, the Hillsborough family support group was quite sad to say, but quite conformist and could be swayed by influential and conformist people. Not all families, the families that formed and pushed people like me to be involved in the Justice campaign were right across the board, working class families from Liverpool who had an innate distrust of the establishment, more importantly of the police. And some of them were survivors, or their other kids were survivors. And so our campaign was born out of frustration with the existing support campaign that didn't include survivors. So you had basically the walking wounded, traumatised, who never received any treatment for years and walked around basically being made to feel guilty, when in actual fact they'd acted as rescuers and saved so many lives. And that lie, that narrative went on. We fought for years in the campaign, and it is a good example of a grassroots campaign, because we fought from having that gap in time, which wasn't in our favour. But where we came into our own was, we listened. And so what people wanted, people like myself, facilitated. It wasn't like me saying, oh, this is what you've got to do. It's like, what really is annoying you. So like, if you use the Sun boycott as an example, we want to push it. We want to make it bigger. Okay, we'll do the posters, So we did things like, the huge posters you see for clubs and concerts and stuff. We did all them. We utilised people we knew, etc. And we upped the boycott. We got leaflets. We got stickers that people were proud to wear. We got badges. And it went on. So it wasn't even local. It wasn't even national. It was international. Now, the common theme there, of course, was football. But the disaster was so much more than football. It was a social injustice. It was a major miscarriage of justice. And that's how we become involved with so many other groups that had suffered miscarriages of justice.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask you about the role that the politicians have played during Hillsborough and since, both at the time, Thatcher, and politicians more recently from maybe both sides of the House.
Yeah, more than happy to. Politicians right across the board, with one or two exceptions, have been shite, basically. No, I won't dress it up. I won't give them the respect of dignifying how they behaved, because even shortly after Hillsborough, the misinformation that went to the press, i.e. about drunken ticketless fans, that notorious Sun headline, was passed to White's news agency in Sheffield by Irvin Patnick, a then Tory MP in the Sheffield area. He received that information from South Yorkshire Police, and so it filtered down. But even the local press were not without criticism. Locally, there were platitudes, there was the emotion of the arm around the wounded, the bereaved person. But the only MP I can remember who actively sought to support us was Terry Fields, who is now dead. Terry Fields was a militant who became an MP from Liverpool, would only take a worker's wage, a former fireman, went to prison because he wouldn't pay the poll tax. A truly principled man who paid the price. Terry's now dead. But he is really, and I was close to it around, he is the only one I can remember who played an active part. Other people literally ran away from us. There was one MP who was quite, prominent in the Blair. If he turned up to the meeting with me, they literally ran away from anyone. They just wanted the emotion of like, oh yes, it's really sorry, but there's nothing we can do. So if you fast forward all that, the work of the Justice campaign, we operated outside of party politics. That was our strength. It was certainly my strength, not being constrained. And one or two people we would call on. But over many years, we didn't have support, not in any meaningful way. Of course, if you bring it to the present day, people are falling over themselves now to be involved in Hillsborough and Hillsborough law. That's another story, whatever. But if I use, just to bring it totally up to date, last night there was a meeting about Hillsborough law, and I looked at pictures and I recognised two families, two people, and the rest of the people I've done very little around Hillsborough with the exception of a solicitor. It has become a currency. Hillsborough has become a brand, and now it sells. You put Hillsborough on something, it will sell. But I know the real price of it with people. Most of the families I worked with in the Justice campaign are dead now, and that's what you do when you fight. You deprive yourself of a quality of life. And so when I see politicians riding on it and careerists, I get angry on behalf of those people.
Yeah, very understandable. You mentioned briefly earlier about how the campaign is a grassroots campaign. Wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the importance of organising from the bottom up, grassroots campaigning, and why that is a much better way to go about things than the alternative.
I'm a firm believer in the only way you will get communities actively involved and for them to sustain any campaign is when it reaches them or touches them in some way. So for now, for example, the energy crisis will mobilise people because they're going to be sitting there in the cold if they can't pay for their heating or sitting in the dark, etc. Our campaign was born out of people being frustrated, hurt, and the sense of justice, not wanting those lies to be perpetuated over time. And so that brought people together. And how we came together was, and I hold my hands up, I was one of those saying, no, don't form a separate group. Get into that family support group and you get on the committees and you fight to be in a position where you can change it. And then when the hierarchy went to talk of the committee, of the group went to talk to the son, the families I'm talking about went, no, enough is enough, and broke away, rightly so, and said, we'll form this campaign, but we'll still work alongside and be involved in the support group. For doing that, they were expelled. So bereaved families expelled fellow bereaved. And so, but our campaign grew at the level of sitting down, saying, what do we want? And for people like myself who'd been involved, I mean, you know, I was an academic researcher, so my involvement initially was monitoring the legal proceedings after it, but I couldn't walk away from people I had made friends with who had been so important, became to be so important to me, and friends who are dearly valued. When I had skills they could utilise, it's your social responsibility if you've got those skills. For me, the important thing was trying to put things in a format which would give us some structure to move forward. So it was, you know, me, for example, look, we need aims and objectives. Well, no, we want this, we want that. Okay, just tell me what you want. Write them down as aims and objectives. And that was invaluable over the years, so that when we, people were diverting, there were so many diversions along the way. We say, come on, now we're drifting a bit here. Let's get back to these aims and objectives. And to some extent, they changed over time. But we operated in the wilderness, in the darkness for years. I call them the dark years. No legal people wanted to know us. No lawyers would touch us. And we just kept getting out there. And, you know, we were knocking on doors and in some instances kicking them down. And we did a few. You know, I said yesterday at something I was speaking at, you know, some of us did some illegal things, which I've got no problem about admitting what I did, because, you know, in borrowing some videotapes, which were later replaced, we were able to highlight. I'll give you an example. By borrowing those tapes, we were able to find the ambulance that drove past the young boy Kevin Williams, who was killed. When there was evidence to show he was still alive, we were saying we had evidence an ambulance had driven past. No ambulance drove past. There wasn't any ambulance there. I found the ambulance. And so then Anne Williams and I were able to go this. And then in subsequent years, we used that as evidence. We would never have had that evidence unless we had taken those BBC tapes. Other people had them. And where we took them from was, I would argue, an agency of the state who operated. There was many forms of policing after Hillsborough. It's not always the police. It's other agencies as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. When we, I know that you've been sharing your experience of this kind of campaigning with other groups from other parts of the UK. I'm thinking of Grenfell, for example. Just wondered if you could tell us a bit about how you're sharing your experience to these other communities and helping them with their own fight back against these injustices?
Well, if we stick with the kind of major things that people will know about, I believe you learn from other people's experiences. And so when people got frustrated, because you're talking over many years here, we met every week on a Monday night in premises we'd got opposite Liverpool football ground. We got those premises there to embarrass them. We wrote to every football club in the Premier League and asked them for a signed ball we could donate, auction, so we could raise some money. We got a ball off every club except Liverpool Football Club. So we were a source of embarrassment to Liverpool Football Club for many years. Before the change in structure of the club, I was thrown out of a shareholders meeting with bereaved family. They're literally for challenging and asking questions. So we got kind of used to that kind of thing. And so when it got really bad and people got despondent, I personally drew inspiration from people in the Bloody Sunday campaign in Derry, people who were still fighting injustice much longer than we had. And so I would use that as an example to people, and they'd say, oh, we've been going so many years. And I go, oh, that's nothing. Look at those poor people over in Derry. And you gain strength from that. You also gain allegiances and support. When Grenfell happened, a few of us just took the train down, and I had a friend who was doing had been doing community work in Grenfell Towers, and had actually got quite a number of the residents into Unite Community. So she arranged a meeting for us with some people, and it was a tremendous experience, horrendous. I always remember the smell as we turned the corner and got nearer to the building. But the important thing was, I remember saying to people who are clearly traumatised, look, your first item on the news, your top front page on the news, don't think that's going to last. You're going to slip down the page in a few weeks. You'll be a footnote, and then the lies will start. And they were desperate to find a solicitor. And I went, stop worrying about getting a solicitor. It's market forces. They're on the high street. They're all bidding for your cases. The most important thing, and it's valuable, this point, is that the important thing is you get the professionals in to deal with the trauma. Because if I could say one thing, people are so messed up and traumatised still because that didn't happen over Hillsborough, and people's vulnerability was extremely exploited.
Thank you so much. Sheila Coleman, everyone.
So I just want to check our next guest is in the audience. Amazing. Okay. So while we've been on our tour, we've had a few issues understanding the locals, as you can tell from our accents. Not only the distinctive accent, but also the extensive amount of dialect being spoken. So we think it's about time to consult our walking, talking Scouse dictionary, TWT's very own Christine Howard. Woo! Okay, welcome, Christine. So we're gonna do a little game, which does involve some participation from the audience. So we're gonna need 3 non-Scouse volunteers. Anyone gonna raise your hand? I am gonna pick people. Come on now.
Have you got a second one? Maybe from...
Come on. I'll explain the rules in a second.
Have another one.
We need 2 more.
All right.
Yes.
One more?
One more. Anyone feeling brave? Anyone else? Any of our lovely volunteers?
Oh, Robert Trestley.
Yeah. Let's move. Okay. So how this is going to go is Christine's going to give you a word, and you're going to write down what you think the word means. And then we're going to ask you to reveal them one by one.
Oh, no.
And then Christine. Oh.
Oh, it's the start of the show.
Has 3 each.
Okay.
No peeking at each other.
The fear in your eyes. Great. Okay. And then after that, after you've revealed your answers, Christine's going to tell us what the word means and give us a little bit of context. So, do you want to start?
Yes. So, number 1, what is a wool?
Oh, he knows. Are these scouse phrases?
Yes. Oh, this is amazing. We all done?
Yep.
Sam's writing another book for us.
Sam's got a whole history.
Okay. Number 2, what do you do if you jib something? Like, nah, jib that, lad. We're rewriting Scouse here. Okay, we all done. Number 3. This is a bit of an old school Scouse one. It's a contribution from my great auntie who's 85. So, what are your lallies? And feel free to point to them as well. Have we all got an answer?
Sounds are really long.
Cool. So there is the 3. Should we look at the answers?
Yeah, let's start with number 1. Do you want to... We'll start with you, Nav. What's your answer for number 1?
A hug.
A hug.
Oh, no. I mean, I got it right.
No. So, what is a wool? Let's see your answer. And Sam, what is a wool?
Someone who's not from Liverpool.
So, a wool is short for woolly back, and I actually thought this meant a sheep until I researched this. So it's woolly back is someone who's not from Liverpool, but they're from the surrounds. So like Runcorn, Widnes, St Helens. If anyone is watching who's from Runcorn, Widnes or St Helens, I'm sorry, I mean you, no offence. But actually where it's actually derived from, some say, is scab workers who came to Liverpool in the 19th century to work on the docks and were often carrying bags of wool on their backs. So when they finished their shift for the day, they were covered in wool. So woolly back got shortened to wool, and now it's someone from Runcorn, Widnes or St Helens. Sorry. Okay.
Do they have purple bins?
No, absolutely not.
Are we awarding
No.
Sam a point for that?
I think Sam gets a point.
1 point to Sam.
Okay, next one. What do you do if you jib something? Here we go. You
stolen it. I put a cab. There's no stealing.
Okay, what have we got for jib over here?
Give them a warm embrace. Oh, it's a nice theme here.
And jib. Sorry, yeah, that's cool. Cool. So, if you jib something, you stop doing it, you abandon it. So, if you, I don't know, doing a job you don't want to do, you could go, "No, jib this," or you can jib something off, or it's to stop doing something. And apparently, this comes from the Dutch verb, which means to turn suddenly. So, jibpen, apparently. And the reason that some Dutch has crept into Scouse is because in the 19th century, lots of the working class Dutch population emigrated from Holland. There were compounding factors, a potato blight, the Napoleonic Wars. and a drought that resulted in high food prices. Obviously, the working class are always the most badly affected, so they got on a boat, came over to the UK, and brought us the word jib. Okay, last one. What? I won't ask you to point because I can see one of the answers. Right. What are your lollies?
Oh,
hold
I
on.
regret this.
Have a microphone.
I regret this. Oh, God, a microphone as well. Your testicles. Sounded right.
So I know what it is, but my mum might be watching, so shoes. Hi, Mum.
Yeah, same. Probably testicles.
Probably. It's not. It is. So we might have some conflict here. It's your legs. Did either of you two know that? So that's what we've got in the middle here. So it's from Polari, which is a dialect which was a form of slang used in Britain and Ireland by GRT communities, sex workers, and gay people, because obviously those communities have historically been criminalised, still are. So they invented this slang way of communicating so that they could communicate without being understood by other people, by the authorities. But Polaris come into really common usage all over the UK. So words like carsy for toilet, clobber for clothes, scarper to run away, all of those words come from Polari. So it has a really big influence in Liverpool and in Britain as well. So there we go.
Does Zara get a point for that?
I'm saying Zara gets a point because there was some consent from the audience as well. So.
Okay, amazing. So we've got joint winners. Woo! Well done.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks so much to our wonderful guests.
And to Christine, our wonderful... And thanks, Christine, our wonderful host.
Hey.
Cool. So we are nearing the end of our tour, and at TWTfm we always want to try and end on a bit of a hopeful note. So we've kind of done a tour of the past, and now we want to look to the future. So we want to get Sheila and Chantel back up on stage. Woo! Woo! So it's a bit of a big question, but we just want to hear your thoughts of what do you see as the radical future for Liverpool? Who wants to start? Chantel.
I mean, I didn't want to start with the People's Republic of Liverpool, but it's a total mood, obviously. I think I'd love us to be a socialist city and, you know, actual socialism, not just those some people on the right of Labour who've co-opted the words for their own gains. So I want true socialism in the city. I want people to shop locally and support our independence, and I want a thriving black economy. Yeah, I would like us to be closer to like our Irish communities and the communities who we used to be really close to back in the day. We've still got loads of links with, and I'd like for every child in this city to learn not only about the city's history around the transatlantic slave trade and all of our black history, but we've got one of the oldest Chinese communities in Europe here too, so all of our really diverse history. And then, you know, the history that every child should know about, like the history of Hillsborough. We should know our local history in this city. So like a really informed, really proactive, wealthy city that's not ignored by the rest of the UK. That would be really cool.
Thank you, Chantel.
I think our strength is that we're Scouse, not English. And as Chantal has said a couple of times, we're a city of migrants and a city of immigrants. We and the links between the black community and the Irish community, you know, the old black community. So many of the people we know are black and Irish. Those things are really important to us. The other important thing is that we're a port city. We look out, we don't look in, and we have more in common with, we could argue, with cities like New York, Marseille, Naples, than we have with London and places down south. And you can sometimes feel it in you when you go to those places. So I think that's our strength. I think the fact that we're all from somewhere else has led to that anarchic nature which is in so many of us, and which some of us feel very proud of, and come into the fore really in fighting outside of things. You know, you gave some examples there around Hillsborough where we operated totally outside of everything, but we must build on those things. And for me, the future is it's not strictly about, you know, getting people elected to sit in the city council anymore. It is about getting into rundown communities, listening to those communities and nurturing a confidence in people, in their needs, what they need, giving a validity to people's arguments, and also being there to enable them to access the support they need to bring things into fruition. So instead of deals being done with speculators selling bits of land off for £1 and people making millions along the way, give those bits of land to communities, let them build social hubs on them, let them build football fields, let the community be in control. So I think there is a sense, there is a feel of it. There's a lot of anger in the city this week with the Labour Party being in the conference centre, and so different from when Corbyn was the leader and the energy it produced. It's really, really frustrating. We've got a leader of a party who's allowed the Sun newspaper in there. Shame on them, and shame on the Merseyside MPs who are going along with them. But things like that are not forgotten, and they will be remembered at the polling stations. And it's up to people like us to get out there, form powerful communities that go, don't think you're going to knock on this door and get a Labour vote just because that's what we've always done. Those days are in the past. We're organising differently, and the nature of politics is different. And if anyone can lead the way on it, it's a city like Liverpool who have the guts, have always had the guts to look outside of things and to operate outside of things. And if ever a city has contacts worldwide, it's Liverpool. So I remain and will always remain optimistic because I love the people in this city.
Ooh, thank you so much to you both.
Great, thank you. And thanks so much to our lovely audience. We are drawing to a close now. And like Matt said at the beginning of this show, this what will become an episode, this is the start of hopefully a series of more TWTfm podcasts, and we want to create some episodes about places and cities around the UK. So if you're keen to tell the story of where you're from, now's just a bit of a chance to have a think about what stories you might tell. You don't have to do a live show, don't worry. It would just be something that would be more of a classic podcast type vibe. So if you have any ideas about the stories that you want to tell about where you're from and you're interested in getting involved, we've got a sign-up sheet somewhere there. And yeah, stick around, come and chat to one of us afterwards, put your contact details on that. And we've also got some post-it notes. So if anybody wants to write down just some ideas about the stories you would tell or the moments in history that you would want to focus on or the guests that you would have onto your podcast, then we're really keen to hear about it, basically. So yeah, thanks so much. Thanks to our amazing guests.
Life goes on day after day.
While the world watches Vladimir Putin's harrowing invasion of Ukraine, a forgotten conflict has been raging thousands of miles away in the Middle East, and it's getting worse.
It took them the people for 3 days in order to get the dead bodies from under the rubbles.
More than 19,000 civilians have been killed or injured in airstrikes since Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates began bombing Yemen. 7 years of war has left millions of people on the brink of famine, and a generation of talented young people have lost the chance to thrive in a land once legendary for its daring architecture and pioneering coffee culture.
My name is Saber Bamutraf. I'm from Yemen and I'm a musician.
My name is Shada Altoui. I am from Yemen and I'm an artist.
So our art journey started in 2014, like after our marriage. So it was the same period of the civil war when it started escalating in Yemen on the ground, when the Houthi rebels took over the capital Sana'a, and a few months later then the Saudi-led coalitions interfered in the launching bombardments in Yemen. People were gathering in the cafes listening to our music. You will hear airstrikes are bombing in that mountains and so on, but people are still listening to the music or attending ones of Shada's art exhibitions. But once that space seized or started to be seized by the militias on the ground, it became much harder for the people to find a way to express themselves or to go away from the darkness that the war has provided.
Their artwork put them increasingly at risk from conservative Houthi rebels. And when they weren't worrying about that, they had to find a new home after a bomb dropped by the Saudi-led coalition destroyed their house. Trapped between the warring sides, they fled to Scotland.
We came here November 2020 after we have been awarded the Arts Protection Fund Fellowship at the University of Edinburgh.
It's very sad to hear that until this moment, people are still struggling and afraid from what's happening recently from the bombardments that's above them and the destruction of the houses.
This year, the violence is getting worse. Houthi rebels fired drones and missiles at Abu Dhabi, one of the wealthiest cities in the Middle East. Saber knew there would be massive retaliation.
12 hours later, we just saw the bombardments in the capital of Sana'a. It started very heavy and we saw just the scrolling down the news on the Facebook, and we saw that everyone is terrifying. Our neighbors, only few blocks, few houses away from our house, it was targeted directly by the airstrike and resulted in killing at least 15 people were killed in the houses. It took them the people for 3 days in order to get the dead bodies from under the rubbles.
It's very strong for me. It's very strong.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can talk.
It's okay. Okay.
The bombing also hit a crucial telecoms cable, plunging the entire country into an internet blackout.
The whole city is absolutely cut off of the internet services, and we have become completely detached from the rest of the world.
Amid the chaos, Saudi Arabia and her allies conducted one of the deadliest bombings in 7 years of war. Missiles rained down on a migrant detention facility, killing over 90 people and injuring hundreds more. Searching through the wreckage, rescue workers found a remarkable bit of debris, a missile fin with a part number. Amnesty International says the bomb belonged to Raytheon, one of the world's largest arms companies.
At Raytheon Missiles and Defense, we're setting the pace of performance to give today's pilots and platforms total control of the skies.
Headquartered in America, its supply chain depends on factories in the UK. Raytheon missiles have been repeatedly linked to attacks on Yemeni civilians, including the bombing of a wedding.
I have read a lot about Raytheon since I was in Yemen. In a lot of, like in many reports that's talking about the arms trade that's feeding the Yemeni war. But I have never expected that it is here in Scotland. The view in my mind about Scotland is peaceful and human rights and so on. So when I came here and I had the discussion with one of my friends, and I was telling him, at least I'm here in the safe country and there's no arms factories. But he told me, hey, wait a minute, you just have the Raytheon factories a few miles away from your house. So it's just over the sea there. And I was really shocked by this.
I travelled north across the Firth of Forth from Edinburgh and didn't have to drive far to find one of the sites Saba had told me about.
So this is a really unassuming factory in an area behind a Quick Fit and a McDonald's and Morrison's. But it's inside here where high-tech components are being made for the Saudi Air Force to guide their missiles down onto targets in Yemen with devastating consequences for civilians.
This factory in Glenrothes is among the town's largest local employers. Inside, highly skilled engineers make guidance systems for Raytheon's Paveway 4 missile, which is sold to Saudi Arabia under a lucrative contract. Raytheon brings jobs to Glenrothes, but with devastating consequences for Yemen. Despite the Saudi Air Force spending billions on buying the world's most advanced missile technology, their pilots keep killing innocent people. This January was the most violent month in more than 5 years. Raytheon did not respond to my emails asking for a tour of the factory, and were not too happy to have journalists outside.
Is there anyone here that can talk to me today about the company's role in Saudi Arabia, making missiles for the war in Yemen?
Would you mind?
Okay, yeah, we will, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So there's no one here from the press office today who can speak to me?
Not as I'm aware.
Okay. There are allegations that the company makes parts that have been involved in war crimes in Saudi Arabia. Okay. All right, thank you. So no one's available from Raytheon to speak to us this morning on the site about the company's role in Yemen and the support that it's giving to the Saudi war machine. We understand that billions of pounds worth of equipment has been sold. And this factory actually makes some of the most important parts, the guidance parts, without which the weapons couldn't function. So the company clearly don't seem to want to talk about what they're doing with the Saudi Air Force and its potential involvement in war crimes.
Raytheon then called for backup.
Obviously, with a call about yourselves filming just in the location, the type of employer as it is and construction that is. So give us what you guys are up to there.
Yeah, so we're making a film about the arms trade and Raytheon's role in the war in Yemen.
All right, okay.
Yeah, so we're journalists.
Got to know you and your colleagues' details and...
Am I obliged to?
Have we suspected anyone of committing an offence? At this time, no.
Yeah.
But it's just for cooperation, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, I've told you what we're doing. I don't think I need to give you my details. So this just shows how it's such a high security site and there's very sensitive equipment that's being built here. And the company are clearly nervous about there being media attention and journalists reporting on the kind of things that are going on here and its role in the war in Yemen. Arguably, the police should be investigating the company's potential role in war crimes rather than journalists standing outside filming from the public highway.
With police patrolling the factory, we moved to the town centre to find out what local people thought about Raytheon.
I'm for it. I'm one of the makers when it's...
Do you work there or you used to?
No, but I used to be in the army.
Okay.
I like what they do. I work here, so I can't use the comment.
Oh, okay. We're making a film about the Raytheon factory just around the corner.
All right.
About its role in making missiles for the Saudi Air Force to use in Yemen. Is that something you've heard about before, or? Okay.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Should we be selling these people weapons full stop? No, I wouldn't trade on them full stop. There's other things that the industry could be making in this country. I don't trust them.
You don't trust them?
Nope.
Why don't you trust them?
Do you not think there's too much money spent on bombs and killing people rather than feeding people and clothing them? And
What would you say to people who say, we need a job, an employer?
Find another job, My ethics wouldn't let me do that, If I was to make something that was going to harm other people, I would nothing to do with it.
Do you think Raytheon should stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia?
Nobody that makes weapons wants peace. You know what I'm saying? No arms dealer wants to see countries shaking hands. They would rather have blown each other up, wouldn't they? Pure profit. It's quite bad in my eyes.
I actually don't think the people of the Northeast do know what is made there. I know that what I heard was that it was that they made things for arms for countries abroad. It provides employment, but is that the kind of employment you want in your town? So that would be the question mark. No, the answer is no, but then what do people do? So it's a bit of a rock and a hard place, really, isn't it?
But I guess if it's employing engineers and electricians, perhaps could they be making other things there, like for to stop climate change and things like that?
Indeed, so that's a topic we feel very strongly about as a family. So yeah, I would absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you that perhaps we could be using their skills in a different way.
They're making parts there for the Saudi Air Force, guidance systems for the missiles that are being dropped on Yemen. How would you feel about that?
I'd be horrified.
And do you think there's much awareness in the town about the war in Yemen?
No, clearly I didn't know, and I thought I was fairly well informed about a lot of things that went on in my town. But no, that really shocks me.
So last month in Yemen there was a Raytheon missile that was dropped on a migrant detention centre, and 80 people were killed and 200 injured.
Dear God, that's horrendous. I mean, I have a friend who works in as an engineer, and she's never really said too much about her job, but maybe that's why.
Raytheon's media team refused to provide any comment for this film.
I would say to those people, morally it's not accepted. It should be stopped, and these people have to be aware or have to be a moral aspect in their life that they are eating or they receive money from a tragedy that's happening in another part of the world.
The UK government told Parliament it does not have a full picture of what weapons Saudi Arabia uses in Yemen and cannot rule out that Glen Rothes is linked to civilian casualties. Britain has also taught Saudi fighter pilots how to fly their aircraft, which were due to visit England this month for training. Although this exercise, Cobra Warrior, was cancelled at short notice, such schemes routinely take place in UK airspace.
2 hours ago we heard the fighter jet above the sky here in Scotland, and we remembered that the airstrikes in Yemen. Whenever we hear such flights, we see that, oh, maybe it's going to go to Yemen. Maybe it's training campaign for soldiers, or maybe it will send or supply bombings to destroy our home country.
The Saudi-led coalition claims the detention centre it hit in January was in fact a security camp and a legitimate military target. They say increased airstrikes on Yemen are in response to Houthi rebel attacks on the UAE, where rockets have killed several civilians so far this year. But as the war continues, Raytheon stands to profit, as its chief executive, Greg Hayes, proudly told investors.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Raytheon Technologies fourth quarter 2021 earnings conference call.
You just have to look to last week where we saw the drone attack in the UAE, which attacked some of their facilities. And of course, the tensions in Eastern Europe, the tensions in the South China Sea, all of those things are putting pressure on some of the defense spending over there. So I fully expect we're going to see some benefit from it.
And it's not just Raytheon shareholders in America who stand to gain. The company's British arm is chaired by a hereditary peer, Lord Strathclyde. As a minister in several Conservative governments, he proudly supported the arms industry.
Are we a major military power? Of course we are, my lords. We are the 6th richest nation in the world. We will have the 4th largest military budget in the world. And with the modernisation that is taking place, we will be extremely powerful and will be able to reach across the globe.
While tycoons and politicians push for ever more spending on the military, millions of ordinary Yemenis are praying for peace.
As artists, we were trying to send the message, to send the other picture of Yemen, to the world instead of seeing the bombings and all the bad, sad news. If the world can see and believe in the power of art and power of the youth, so then the peace process will start. But if we only consider the militias or we consider the warlords, there will be no peace.
The oil-rich kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of Britain's best friends in the Middle East. A friendship worth billions of pounds to the UK's largest arms dealer, BAE Systems. But is the British establishment too close to a regime which is credibly accused of torture, murder and war crimes? And what do the British public think about this secretive special relationship?
I regret very deeply that I ever had anything to do with it.
I'd be quite concerned about that, to be quite honest.
The fact that we're supporting Saudi Arabia is what I have a problem with.
No, I don't believe a damn word this government says.
I'm here outside the Saudi embassy in London. It was at an embassy like this in Istanbul where Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post columnist, was lured by Saudi diplomats and chopped up inside with a bone saw. Khashoggi's last column for the Washington Post called for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to end the brutal war in Yemen, which has created the world's worst humanitarian disaster. Many say the Saudi assault on Yemen couldn't continue without British support. To find out if this is true, I tracked down someone who has worked on the inside. This is the first time they've spoken to a journalist on camera.
My name's Molly Mulready and I was a lawyer at the British Foreign Office when Boris Johnson was in charge there. I was working there when Saudi Arabia started to bomb Yemen, which they've continued to do ever since. BAE Systems is a company that makes the weapons that get sold to Saudi Arabia. Anyone British or in Britain who wants to export arms has to get a licence, an arms exports licence, and they get that by applying to the Department for International Trade. The Department for International Trade, in considering whether to grant the licence, they consult the Foreign Office.
You had meetings with Boris Johnson while he was Foreign Secretary on the issue of the Saudi war in Yemen. Can you briefly describe what those meetings were like?
Boris Johnson was very casual and jokey when we would go in to talk to him about arms to Saudi Arabia. We would go in to brief him about Yemen and he would just joke around and waste everybody's time. And it was a bit mind-blowing because it was, you're discussing civilian casualties, you're discussing the fact that innocent people have died and that British supplied bombs have played a part in that.
A former BAE worker has said the Saudi Air Force will be grounded within a fortnight without the British company's support. I asked Mulready if the Saudis could keep bombing Yemen without help from BAE.
I think it would be extremely difficult. I think they could keep bombing for a short time, but they couldn't sustain the level of activity, the level of military activity that they're doing at the moment, or that they've sustained over the 6 years without BAE Systems kit being supplied to them.
For over 40 years, British Aerospace Warton has been at the forefront in the design and development of high-performance combat aircraft. Warton provides support for its products in over 24 countries.
We're on our way up to BAE Warton, which is a factory run by the UK's largest arms company, BAE Systems. And we've seen that they have a flight which leaves every Wednesday morning, which ends up in Saudi Arabia, and we believe it carries supplies for their Typhoon fighter jet fleet, which is currently bombing Yemen. Let's see what they say when we get up there. Coming up to the airstrip now. There's a plane there. So we just arrived at BAE Warton in Lancashire, which is one of the beating hearts of the UK operation to support the Saudi war in Yemen. Just as we got here, a Hawk fighter jet taxied down the runway and then took off. Here we go. We're going to have a little look at the residential properties which are adjacent. So the house on the end, which has a window which literally overlooks the planes, the noise when that Hawk jet took off was intense. So I wonder how these people live with that kind of noise. It's more intense than your average aircraft. The Hawk's going round. Don't think it's after us. This Hawk jet is being sold as part of a £5 billion deal to Qatar, a super-rich Gulf regime which is accused of supporting terrorism. Previous BAE customers have included Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe, who used his Hawks to bomb the Congo in one of the deadliest conflicts since the First World War.
Practically alone among frontline trainers, the Hawk has the ability to go operational and pack a healthy wallop.
Indonesia's genocidal dictator General Suharto was another buyer, finding the Hawk helpful for his illegal occupation of East Timor. And Saudi Arabia is one of BAE's most loyal customers, buying dozens of Hawks from here in Warton to train its pilots before they can fly the company's more powerful Tornado and Typhoon aircraft.
Saudis have spent millions and millions of pounds on buying British supplied kit, on buying stuff from BAE Systems. And it's not like you can just, buy a bomb from China and put it in a BAE Systems plane. It won't work. The technology is so advanced and it's all very much reliant on, the same kit coming from the same supplier. You can't mix and match your arms dealers. It just doesn't work like that. And so the idea that, if Britain stopped arming Saudi Arabia, there'd be like an immediate replacement for what we do, it's just not true. And Britain stopping arming Saudi Arabia would have a significant effect on Saudi military capability.
We're sat outside the pub, which is next to BAE Warton, watching the England game with a lot of locals.
And now Grealish in!
After England beat Germany in the Euros, a fellow spectator agreed to give me an interview. I'm here next to BAE Warton with Gary Isaacs, who lives actually next to the aerodrome.
Yeah, well, where we live, we're literally at the bottom of the runway. You can see the whites of their eyes sometimes of the pilots when they're coming in, and some of them actually quite enjoy, put a bit of an afterburner on and get all the alarms going and everywhere where you live. And it's certainly different.
In terms of how BAE Systems as a company is viewed by the local community, is it? I imagine because it's the main employer, it's viewed quite kindly. Would that be fair, or are there problems with the company from the local point of view?
I mean, it brings a lot of economy into the area. A lot of people move over here, so yeah, it's fine. We've got houses being built, we've got great pubs.
Do you think that there's an awareness in the local Warton community about what actually happens there and where the flights are going and what kind of operations they're involved in, or is it kind of just not really talked about?
There's planes that come in sometimes, and there may be look like camouflage planes that come in. I think what we believe they're coming for an MOT or something like that, and they pop down, but we don't see much on that side, no.
Do you think that people would be shocked or outraged if they knew that there were flights coming from here that were going to Saudi Arabia to help them bomb Yemen?
Nobody knows anything like that. We only know what goes on here in Warton. We don't know if the flights come in and then disappear out somewhere else. We just think they're going to Farnborough or, wherever they're going. I'd be quite concerned about that, to be quite honest.
On the other side of the factory is Freckleton, a village where almost no one was willing to speak on camera about BAE. But yeah, that's the reaction we've been getting, yeah.
Steve will talk to you, Steve.
We could ask Steve. We're making a short film about BAE Warton.
Oh yeah.
And we wanted to talk to some locals about what it's like to live next door to it.
I like the planes. I think it's good for business.
Would you be willing to say that on camera? No.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely
fair
not.
Fair enough. Pretty much no one will speak because everyone either works in the aerodrome or has family or friends that do. So there's a real wall of silence about what's happening inside there. Eventually, a lifelong resident of Freckleton, also called Steve, did agree to speak to me. Are you aware of what's happening there in terms of where the planes are going or what they're doing?
Yeah, we know they've got big contracts with Saudi and the various countries over the world where they go and obviously maintain the planes as well, get them up in the air and train the people that are going to fly them.
And we've found it quite difficult to get people to talk on camera about the aerodrome. Why do you think that is? Is it because most people have a connection to it around here, or what is it?
Well, certainly a lot of people work at airspace locally, that's for sure, yeah, but I just say how it is. As far as I'm concerned, I'm aware of the war in the Yemen and other places as that. I watch the news, this, that and other, and I don't agree with it. Whether I agree to selling arms to these countries or planes to these countries is a different matter. I suppose it comes down to everything else, like whatever they want to say, it's down to pounds, shilling and pence, isn't it? Money speaks, money's the god nowadays.
Do you think they should stop arms to Saudi Arabia completely, the UK government, stop all licences?
Look, I think there's quite a bit of split opinion on this Saudi job. Like I say, I don't believe in war, so if I've got an argument with somebody, I'll go outside and we can have a few fisticuffs and get it sorted and be friends the day after. Not killing people in cold blood, no. I don't like it.
So you'd like the government to stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia?
I like the government to stop selling arms to any country that's at war. Absolutely.
In 2017, campaigners tried to stop Saudi arms sales at the High Court. Mauridi helped the Foreign Office to defend these deadly exports. The UK government won, allowing it to continue arming the Saudis. How did it make you feel working for the Foreign Office during the war in Yemen?
When you're working on this, you are obviously receiving a lot of information about what's happening in Yemen, and it's absolutely terrible. And for me, the only way I could actually do the work on it was to slightly, put it in a different compartment of my brain, the suffering that was happening, and just not properly emotionally engage with it. I had thought for a long time about what I should do with what I knew about exporting arms to Saudi Arabia, what I knew about the law and what I knew about the facts. And that swirled around in my conscience for such a long time. I wanted to expose it, and there are still things that I know that I can't talk about because I'm worried, because I'm frightened, basically.
Can you briefly describe how the British government is breaking the law by its continued arms sales to Saudi Arabia?
So what the law says is that the government will not grant a licence where there is a clear risk the items to be licensed only might be used in a serious violation of international humanitarian law. And obviously, when you're looking at what might happen in the future, you look at what has happened in the past. And when you look at the way the Saudis have conducted themselves in Yemen, and you look at the numbers of civilian casualties, and you look at incidents like the funeral hall in Sana'a, where It was well known to the extent that it was advertised on Facebook that there was a funeral going on there. There were hundreds of people in a room, and the Saudis bombed it. They cannot have not known that there were civilians in there. And even if there were military targets in there, the number of civilian casualties was disproportionate. And so that was an unlawful strike. That was a serious violation of international humanitarian law. It is well known. The British government know that that happened. That is an incident that was not unique. That was not a one-off. Things like that happened again and again and again for 6 years. The British government cannot plausibly say that there is not a clear risk that one such incident, just one, might, only might. It beggars belief that they stand up and say that with a straight face, but they do. So that's why it's my view that it's unlawful.
In 2019, the Court of Appeal suspended some arms sales to Saudi Arabia, but a year later, the government resumed all of these exports.
These were isolated incidents, and our analysis shows that Saudi Arabia does have a genuine intent and the capacity to comply with international humanitarian law and the specific commitments it has made. It is on that basis that the Secretary of State has assessed that there is not a clear risk that the export of arms and military equipment to Saudi Arabia might be used in the commission of a serious violation of international humanitarian law.
I'm so ashamed that I had anything to do with it. Sorry, give me a second. So there have been tens of thousands of civilians killed in the bombing, and there are millions of people who are food insecure. There are children in Yemen who are starving to death. The Saudis seem to have absolutely no compassion whatsoever.
We're here now at BAE Warton around the perimeter, and behind me you can actually see the plane that we've come to look at, which is the plane that will end up in Saudi Arabia tomorrow via Cyprus. It's being loaded up with materials right now to help the Saudis maintain and service their flight of Typhoon fighter jets which are bombing Yemen. So we're going to go now to the other side of the aerodrome to see the actual plane take off in a couple of hours. Coming up the runway now. So it will initially land later today in Cyprus at RAF at Kriteri, which is a UK military base on Cyprus. It will stay there overnight and fly on to Saudi Arabia tomorrow. And the flag that you see that looks like a German flag is actually the flag of the company West Atlantic UK, which leases the plane to BAE Systems for this weekly flight. It's coming up right next to us now. It's taxiing down the runway. And there you can see West Atlantic rearing on the side. With the tail number. It's turning round right next to us. The time is 10 to 12. This flight is carrying cargo which will help the Saudi Arabians maintain their air force and their Typhoon fighter jets, which are being used to pummel Yemen. and have created the world's worst humanitarian disaster here. So you're looking at a key piece in the Saudi war machine taking off from the heart of Lancashire. Here we go. In a few hours' time, the plane will refuel in Cyprus, where its flight manifest is inspected by British customs officials stationed at the RAF base. But they claim not to be subject to the Freedom of Information Act, making it impossible for us to know exactly what cargo is on the flight. The Defence Minister has only told Parliament in vague terms that the flight provides logistics support for UK-supplied aircraft and systems operated by the Royal Saudi Air Force, which play a key role in the defence and security of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, I'm just going to go up to the BAE site now and try and ask for an interview to find out what is on that cargo flight that left this morning. So let's see how this goes. Hello, I'm a journalist. I'm looking to speak to someone at BAE Warton about a flight that went this morning.
Flight that went this morning?
Yeah, there's a flight that goes to Saudi Arabia every Wednesday, carrying spare parts and other cargo, and I kind of wanted to find out what is on it.
I don't think there's many who'll come and speak to you as that such. Other than that, I know where you are because obviously we've spotted you.
Yeah. So
there's not many people who would speak to you anyway.
Okay. Is it possible to speak to someone within there? Although BAE would not give us an interview, the company's chairman, Sir Roger Carr, was secretly recorded in 2019 making these comments to shareholders.
Civilians are killed in war. The solution is to stop wars at the earliest opportunity. And our belief is that if you supply first-class equipment, you are the encouragement, particularly when used in defence, for people to stop fighting.
But 2 years after he made those remarks, the war in Yemen rages on. Suggesting BAE's arms exports have failed to stop the suffering. We travelled to Preston, the nearest city to Warton, to speak to people there about this deadly trade. Were you aware that there's a flight that goes from Warton, which is just 10 minutes up the road, every week to Saudi Arabia to help them maintain their fighter jets which are bombing Yemen? Were you aware about that?
That doesn't sound good at all to me, no. And I think if people were aware on a more personal level, that, yeah, I think people would feel quite angry about it. People are starving, there's a lot of problems with healthcare, and you don't really hear much about it. And we do a lot of dealings with Saudi Arabia, and they're never really put in the picture when Yemen is talked about, which is a bit annoying, really. But I think that this is something the government should be really sorting out, you know, because a lot of the people going to work in these places just going to work, and you know, but that connection sounds pretty bad.
Boris Johnson recently visited Warton and stressed its importance to the UK's economy.
Hi folks, I'm here at BAE Systems in Warton in Lancashire, where I've just been talking to some of the apprentices, and what these young people are doing here in Lancashire is not only helping to make our country safe, but they're also part of our levelling up agenda, driving jobs and growth across the whole of the UK.
But do the economic arguments for Warton actually add up?
I think the government is being dishonest. The government knows that there are jobs not in the arms industry that could replace those jobs. We are in a, climate change emergency. There is so much development that needs to take place in that area that it is unthinkable that the only job is making weapons. That's not credible. And I think the government just uses that argument to try and have something to say that isn't just, we love money and we make huge profits from this.
BAE has sold £17.6 billion worth of weapons and services to the Saudi military since it began bombing Yemen in 2015. Its chairman, Sir Roger Carr, has an annual salary of £700,000. Last month he was pictured in London at an arms fair with the Saudi ambassador. My colleague Phil Miller then saw the ambassador, flanked by senior Saudi Air Force officers having a friendly chat with Britain's Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace.
Mr. Wallace, did Mohammed bin Salman order the killing of Jamal Khashoggi? Secretary Wallace, are your relations with the Saudi regime appropriate, given they orchestrated the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi?
Saudis have been our friends for many, many, many decades.
Ben Wallace is right. Britain's friendship with Saudi Arabia has lasted for decades, with BAE at the very heart of it. But how many more Yemeni civilians will have to pay the price for this secretive special relationship?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this TWTtv and Left Book Club discussion on Yara Rodriguez Fowler's novel and a discussion about socialist literature. Today we'll be discussing and using this book as also a bit of a springboard to discuss some other themes, important themes. The novel is There Are More Things, and it's a novel about two women, Melissa and Katrina, and it's about history, revolution, and love. If you get to read it, in it we see sisterhood and queerness and perhaps a glimpse of a better way to live. We're going to start off with a reading from the book by Yara Rodriguez Fowler, who is the author of the book. And Yara is a writer from South London. Her first novel, Stubborn Archivist, was released in 2019 and nominated for several prizes, including the Dylan Thomas Prize and the Sunday Times Young Writer of the Year Award. Yara's second novel, which we'll be discussing today, is There Are More Things. It was shortlisted as a work in progress for the Eccles Centre and Hay Festival Writers Award. Since its release in April 2022, There Are More Things has been shortlisted for the George Orwell Prize for Political Fiction. Yara is also a part-time climate justice organizer. After we hear a reading from Yara, Wendy Liu will be reacting to the book and talk a bit about why the book particularly resonates with her. And Wendy Liu is the author of Abolish Silicon Valley, How to Liberate Technology from Capitalism, which is a memoir and a manifesto about the tech industry. She is working on a novel about the same subject too. So without further ado, over to you, Yara.
Hello. All right, I'm going to do a short reading. Don't worry, it's not too long. So this book has got, just a bit of background, sort of two narrative strands, I guess. So one is about these two young women, Melissa and Katerina, who meet in London in like a flat share in Mile End. And then there's also another section, sort of slimmer and it feels slightly different, that's set during sort of the most repressive part of Brazil's dictatorship period. And as the novel kind of gets towards its end, like we realise how the two strands are connected. And yeah, so I'm going to read from that second part. So this section is called, I'm not going to read the whole section, obviously. This bit is from the section called Pedaço de Mim, 1969-74, and it's set in Brazil. 1. A woman at the side of the road with no bag on her back, tall. Her skin is light brown, young, chin high. A woman in a blue Beetle car with dark hair around her face and her foot on the pedal. Her skin is worn out white. The night time is purple. Get in. You will drive. I will drive. How far? 200 kilometres, 300 tomorrow. To where? A safe house. Where? West of here. No interior de Pernambuco. You have said goodbye to everyone. I have. The woman in the driver's seat starts the engine. She says, "What should I call you?" Clytemnestra. What? Clytenke? I can't call you that. It's not even Brazilian. What is it? It is an ancient Greek name from Greece. Greece? No, you cannot. Why not? You know why not. You must have a name that disappears just as you must disappear. A name that dissolves into the air after it is spoken. Maria or Ana. If you want, you may make it diminutive, like Aninha. If the great communist leader Carlos Marighella can be Professor Menezes, why can I not be? Carlos Marighella was killed. What? It happened yesterday. No, it is a lie. It's always a lie to demoralise us. Open the glove compartment. That is today's newspaper. Morto o chefe terrorista Marighella. There is a picture of his body inside. You will have to be Maria or Ana. Silence. Inside the car is dark. The woman in the driver's seat turns the steering wheel. I carry his writings with me everywhere. Marighella? Yes. Clytemnestra wipes her face with the back of her hand. Why did you want this name? Clytemnestra. She was a warrior, killer of kings. You want to kill kings. I believe in revolution. The woman with her hands on the steering wheel looks at her. I can call you Clytemnestra, but only when we are alone. Clytemnestra looks at her. But you must respond to Maria in public. Clytemnestra nods. The other woman smiles. Clytemnestra, killer of kings. They hit a bridge. The traffic around them slows. On the other side is a military blockade. A young man with close cropped hair, military police, holds a gun the length of his torso. He looks ahead at them, and they look at him through the windows of the car. Black boots. Clytemnestra, killer of kings, says, Merda, merda. Do not worry, they will not stop us. Isha. Do not worry. It's the police, their boots. Don't worry. Breathe. They pass through the blockade, glide, into the outskirts of the city, bad housing. The woman in the driver's seat sits back. She pulls the wig of black hair from her head, revealing brown short hair underneath. For the first time, Clytemnestra, killer of kings, sees her properly, her mouth and eyes and nose illuminated and then dark again, in the headlights of passing cars. And Clytemnestra, killer of kings, says, Menina. And Clytemnestra, killer of kings, is speaking, turning her body in her seat, her hands on the dashboard, Carlos Marighella's dead body on the newspaper sheets falling to the floor of the car. You are the governor's daughter. You are the famous revolutionary. I did not recognize you in your black wig, but it is you. Is it true what the newspaper said? That you killed one of the military police right in the center of the forehead? Bang. Is this why you are running? I know your name. I've read it in the newspaper. How is your father? He is a good man. I know your name. And Clytemnestra, killer of kings, is saying the other woman's name. She shouts it. Louder. Louder, the famous revolutionary, exhales. Foot on the pedal. She looks at the young woman to her right. Cool, yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much for that, Yara. Wendy, would you like to react to that a bit and, yeah, tell us a bit about why you think the book resonates with you?
Sure thing. Is this working? Yes, okay. Yeah, I mean, for a moment I forgot where I was. I was just in the car with these women. I think what I loved the most about the book was the way there's this. You do this thing where you have a lot that is set in a very contemporary, very familiar setting for anyone who's lived in London. So it's set in 2010s London. You know, people are living in really awful flats and they're dealing with the indignities of everyday life. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of security. But there is some interesting political developments happening. But then at the same time, so much of the book is either in the shadow of or explicitly in revolutionary Brazil. And I think the fact that you have these two stories, these two settings in parallel, it on the one hand, it makes it clear that the past is not that far away. It's not that distant. And the people who are in London in organizing in their own way today, they are influenced by these past struggles, both explicitly and implicitly. And so I think the fact that you show this very bleak, dreary, everyday, humdrum existence in London, but also show this much more potent revolutionary time, it really helps, for me at least, it illuminates the possibility for struggle even in a time like this, and reminds us that we don't have to accept this sort of bleak existence forever, that there are possibilities for being these, I guess, like revolutionary subjects and being able to see the world differently and not just say, oh, this is just my existence, I'm resigned to it. And I especially found one of the characters who, I don't want to spoil too much about the book, but who's introduced at the beginning. And when she's introduced at the beginning, she's seen as this sort of powerless figure. And she's clearly in a situation where society has relegated her to a position of almost worthlessness because, you know, she is a foreign racialized woman. She does not have a lot of money. She does not have a lot of status. And as a result, I think the reader, we read this and we're like, we just kind of sort of remember that society places certain types of people in these roles where they're seen as not capable of anything. And, you almost feel, you feel pity for this person. But then as the novel develops, you start to realize that this woman actually is capable of much more than society normally sees her as capable of. And so I think this narrative shift that you do, it really foregrounds the agency, not of just this woman, but of so many other people who are consigned to these really awful roles in society, and they're just not given the power, they're not given the recognition that they deserve. And so, as the novel develops and you see this woman, you start to realize how brave she is, and how intelligent, and how much she's gone through, and how she is as much a revolutionary subject as anyone else, despite the fact that, she's not usually seen as such. And even on the left, I think there are a lot of people who find it hard to see, for example, like an older woman who maybe works in a role where she's not making much money, and she's caring for her children. It's sometimes easy to just think of people like that as, oh, they're not really that important. They're not the ones who are going to lead us. They're not the ones who are going to theorize and make change happen. Instead, it's going to be the powerful men, for example. And I think your novel is just this wonderful, beautiful reminder that we don't have to see things that way just because capitalism wants us to think that way.
Wow, you're just everything I would have hoped for from a reader. I guess there are like a couple of things there that have made me, think of something. But the first thing is, it was very important to me. I suppose my first book is quite slim, and it's very much kind of about one woman and withholding information and resisting domination through kind of the novel, I suppose, or resisting the way that the novel can be a form of domination. Whereas this book, I was much more interested in this idea of like, okay, what if I wrote something really quite long? And the book is quite sort of chunky guy. And like, what if I was able to create a really expansive sense of time for the reader, not just because it actually would take them a little chunk of their life to read it, but also I wanted to remind the reader that very much within living memory, revolutionary movements were so prominent that whole kind of empires were mobilized, dictatorships established to crush them. And I think certainly on the left in the UK, but under neoliberalism, we're not meant to have such expansive, ambitious political horizons. We're meant to think like, oh God, I wish austerity would get a bit reversed. So that was part of what I wanted to do, which was to say like our foremothers, whether literally our foremothers or not, gave their whole lives to the revolutionary struggle, and like in some instances really got quite close. And I wanted to kind of zoom out of the current political moment and use the novel to do that work.
I think the way you unearth history is, I don't remember reading a novel that affected me this way. I think that it was quite profound for me because, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot in my own work, where I'm also trying to figure out how to unearth historical struggles to relate them to the current moment and inspire people to take action in a way that feels almost impossible within the current horizons of atomized consumerist neoliberalism. And I think something you do with the way you unearth history, and you show that these people who have created change and have fought and struggled in the past are not just these bronze statues that are unrelated to the way people are now. I think you really show how these people, they struggled with a lot of the same things that we do now, and in a different way. And they were in a different era, things were different, but still there's so much that binds us. There's so much commonality. And, we understand through this novel, we realize, we really see how the people who were in these struggles before, they were flawed. They were unsure. They had doubts. They weren't really sure what they were doing. They weren't really sure if they were doing anything right or if it was totally worthless. They were really struggling, and it wasn't a matter of some great, powerful person who was destined from birth to become this revolutionary subject. It was just a matter of people making these small choices, making sacrifices, making these decisions to act out of solidarity with the people they cared about. And that's something that's accessible to us in the here and now. It's not something we should just think of as a matter of the history books. It's something that, maybe our ancestors and our foremothers, as you say, the people close to us have been thinking about these things too, and they've been trying to respond the best way they can. I mean, everyone in the novel is very human, is very flawed, is very wounded, is struggling with so many things, but at the same time, everyone has this little kernel of possibility where they think, I don't have to be the same way forever. I don't have to be the person that society expects me to be. I am a human being, and what that means is that I'm capable of change, and I'm capable of committing to something bigger than myself in a way that could lead to something much bigger than I can achieve on my own. And so I think that's something I took away from the novel, which I found so moving and inspiring.
Oh, thank you. If I can be permitted to just nerd out for a bit. So I wrote a lot of it during lockdown, or the writing bit rather than the kind of conceptual and planning and all of that stuff. And I'd been hoping to go to Brazil and do all of this research there, but instead I was on my little computer, my laptop in my bedroom, looking at there's so many interesting documents out there that are just so ripe for fictionalization. And I was thinking a lot of Saidiya Hartman's practice of critical fabulation, where she looks at archival material and then kind of imagines these very kind of fabulous lives for, in her case, black women in, I think, New York. And obviously I'm doing fiction, so I've got a lot more leeway, I would say. But so, for example, there's the Brazilian government's Truth Commission report that was written in 2014 about state violence that occurred under the military dictatorship and in some of the periods before. And this is actually remarkably accessibly written. It is obviously in Portuguese. And there was a lot of detail there that I was able to find about. So, for example, this is not just in Brazil, it's across Latin America, but there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of films about the revolutionary struggle, the anti-dictatorship struggle, anti-imperialist struggle in the 1960s through to 80s. And there were a lot of, bourgeois middle class people, class traitors that then joined the struggle, did their thing, whatever. And we rightly celebrate them. But what I was discovering reading this is so let's say you were a blacklisted trade unionist. You would, in Brazil, under the military dictatorship, be unable to find work, have to leave your city, and there would be no documentation of you. And I was interested in those women in particular, and those working class trade unionists that would have had that experience that is just as violent and painful, I would argue, as being, tortured in a basement, that no one will make a film about you or really know that that's what happened to you necessarily. And I was also interested in the experiences of queer people. So I had very long discussions with my mum where she shared a lot of stories about her experience with her best friend who was gay in the movement, and how the revolutionary movements treated people who were gay. And so I wanted to be able to sort of show all of the kind of resistance and power and possibility of those movements, but also say, look, what we're struggling for is going to be even better. There's this incredible document that, so there were these revolutionaries who went to try and establish a liberated zone during the dictatorship in the forest. They were rural rather than urban guerrillas. And, it's like if me and you were let's get some Kalashnikovs and go. They were really not ready for it, let's say. and they were all massacred by the Brazilian government after about 3 years. And but there's this document. One of the guys there kept a diary, and the government, the Brazilian state, seized it, and then it was leaked to a journalist in 2011. And I contacted him, and he was like, obviously, I'm not going to tell you my sources. And I was like, okay, fair enough. But it's all online, just like as a kind of PDF, like the equivalent of like Tribune just uploading this PDF kind of thing. And I was reading it, and it speaks to what you were saying, because it would be like, when we had a party, this is what we ate and what kind of music we had. And we ate like this turtle that we caught and in the forest. And, you know, the local people came and we danced together. And we all had diarrhea because like we're not used to eating cashew milk. And they all used to listen to Radio Tirana, like an Albanian radio station that was like always bigging them up. And so they would listen to this radio station that we'd be like, yes, you know, like solidarity to our like amazing comrades in Brazil in the forest. So yeah, it was a very cool, nerdy time that I had, delving into all of those kind of documents and then writing around it. So yeah.
And then one last thing I wanted to mention about the book is, so, I mean, the thing about literature is that it can be quite a lonely endeavor sometimes, right? You can just read books on your own and not talk to anyone about it, and maybe the stuff you're reading about feels like it sort of enhances that loneliness, like depending on what you're reading, right? It doesn't necessarily obviously extend itself to a collective endeavor, but I think what I appreciated about There Are More Things is that there is a lot of depiction of collective organizing within the book, and I think there's something about that I found, just very inspiring, and it made me want to go out and be around people, because the way it's depicted is it's shown as such a wonderful alternative to the kind of like lonely, individualized, atomized, and precarious existence that some of the people in the book face. And so for them, this ability to come together and organize in support of something that they believe in order to try to build the world, reshape the world into what they want it to be, that for them it's not just a matter of the political goals, and it's not just a matter of being around other people who they want to be around. It's the fusing of the two, and there's something so powerful in this expression of collective joy in the hopes of making collective change. And I think that's something that more literature should aspire to, because especially, I mean, socialist literature for sure certainly should try to get people to, come away with this feeling that like, oh, I can be part of something. I don't have to be lonely and like individualized forever. There is a better world out there, and I want to know what it is I can do to make that. And so I think your book definitely left me with that feeling, and I hope more novels are written with that aim in mind.
I'll just say two things really quickly about that. Firstly, I really wanted to represent that we create these like small utopias all the time, and that's how we know that a bigger one is possible. Like that feeling that you get when you're on the picket line, you're at a protest, or like even like having dinner with your friends and is your chosen family, like or you're in the club, like that's how you know that like, oh, okay, yes, we could all live like way better than this. And so I really wanted the book to be full of that, and that was how I was experiencing my life at the time. Like I would go to Wendy's reading group, and I was doing all of these things with other people, and I was organizing with different activist groups, and I wanted to recreate that feeling, but also not say, oh, well, it only occurred, when Jeremy Corbyn was leader. Like I wanted to be like, look, history is long, and everything didn't end with 2019. And the other thing that I kind of wanted briefly to say is that I think this thing about the book being a collective thing goes back to also the way I think about reading and writing, which is like to kind of take a materialist analysis of it. Like the book is a material object. It's not like an abstract text. And we often talk about books as abstract texts that we read alone and that happen to fall into our laps, and we're having this sort of like telepathic experience with the author. But actually, no, a book is a material object. You're reading it in the real world. It is given meaning by the world around it. That meaning is socially determined. So I didn't want people to have this experience of like, oh, I've gone to the fantasy land of the book, I put it down, and then I carry on with my life. I wanted it to be like, no, this book has a materiality. Like, it's got little bits from Brazil and from England. It's got recipes. It's got political chants in it. Like I want to feel agitated and full of desire that's going to exist in the real world. So, yes.
Thank you so much for those thoughts and that discussion. It was so, I was really enjoying hearing the exchange about your book in particular, but also the broader themes and the need for, imagining otherwise, essentially. And so, I work for the Left Book Club, but what I do mostly, most of my life is being an activist of the Kurdish women's movement, which a large part of it is obviously this work of imagining otherwise, particularly in terms of, leading a revolution and leading a revolutionary movement that also, the largest aim of it is to mobilize an entire nation and beyond. And what I found really really inspiring about your exchange, but also the book and other books and literature that endeavors to do this as well, is this this giving credit to histories and struggles that often don't get that credit. And therefore, what you just said, Yara, about history doesn't end and so on, and also the way to approach struggle, essentially, and therefore that we don't have to recreate the wheel, of course, and history is alive as long as we keep it alive. And also throughout history, for centuries and centuries, there has obviously always been people resisting, people struggling, revolutions happening, and almost every time, of course, women have been at the forefront of these struggles and these revolutions and resistances. And it's about giving credit to that. It's to say that this exists, and it exists because we're also saying it existed, and we are going to make our own history and keep that history alive in our present as well, in the way we discuss it, but also in the way we engage struggle in the present. And what I also thought was really inspiring and I think incredible, and I'm not sure if you were necessarily trying to do this with the book, is this capability of change and transformation, and actually how we don't. The way, for example, we talk about abolition is only when we're talking about abolition, but we forget that obviously abolition is about the entire transformation of society and how we relate to each other and the world and so on, and therefore imagining a way to live outside of capitalism and neoliberal capitalism and racial capitalism. And I think the more we're talking about the ability and the possibility and how we can actually transform ourselves and society, we're also contributing towards the struggle for abolition as well. And of course, that's not just about prison abolition and police abolition, but how do we actually do this? So yeah, I would actually like to hear if when you were doing that, you were necessarily thinking about that, or it's kind of it's a result of actually wanting to do a book of imagining otherwise and bringing these histories and these relations that often are not brought alive. And the human element of it.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm getting to the heart of what you're asking. Did I set out being did I have properly kind of transformative ambitions for the reader when they're reading, and how they imagine what the world could be?
Yeah, I suppose. And did you think that that was a contribution to the struggle for abolition?
Right. I guess, in short, yes. Like, I suppose, like some people I speak to would say, there's no point having any kind of political ambition for your book because it's just a piece of literature. Like, no one gives a shit. Like, but I just think, like, why not? Like, if I'm interested in revolutionary action in other parts of my life, then why wouldn't I give that a go? In literature, it would be like, what's the point of not doing that? So I think, yes, I did tentatively think like, yeah, I want to just throw it all into this book and see what happens. Like, and some people do message me being like, oh, I've gone to an anti-raids meeting or like whatever, which is wicked. And yes, I think I was writing an explicitly abolitionist book, partially because when I started, I realized, like, all right, so state violence in Brazil didn't begin and end with the dictatorship, right? Like, particularly against indigenous people and black people. So, and at the same time I because of my mum, I was very interested in preserving the history of the dictatorship. But then when I actually came to looking at the history of state violence in Brazil, I realized that it's not that I wanted to write, it's not that it's important to write about the dictatorship full stop or per se, but actually the dictatorship is the way we talk about one very kind of clearly historically marked period of intense state violence. But actually, I guess the broader position that I'm writing from is like the abolition of state violence or against state violence. And there's actually a passage in the book, and this is particularly thinking about prison abolition, but there's a passage in the book where, and this is based on, and this is at the back of the book, like it sort of says what's true historically and where I got a lot of this material from. But I was talking to my mum, and she remembers being in an activist meeting in the late 60s, so before there was a political amnesty where everyone was forgiven. The communists were forgiven and the torturers were forgiven, and that had been a demand for a long time, political amnesty, and amnesty for people who were political prisoners. And my mum had this story, which is she was at a meeting, and it was in the university, and it was mostly university students. And this guy came to the meeting, and this is fictionalized, like I gave it to one of the characters in the book. But this guy comes to the meeting. He's wearing a suit. No one else wearing a suit. Like, he's got darker skin than most of the people there. He's very nervous, really nervous to speak. He's like shaking, and he says, "I am from the movement of common prisoners. Like, we are abused too. We also experience state violence. Can we be included in your amnesty?" And the students in the room voted no because it wasn't strategic. But from the point of view of the book, like, that's like a error. Like, there isn't it's all state violence, and there should be solidarity between them. And that's how the book kind of presents that moment as like a failure of solidarity. And the other thing is that at the same time in my life, I was quite active in I guess, like my sort of introduction to the left was really, or my own activism was via domestic violence sector. And through the domestic violence sector, you really see how you go from being like, oh, give us more funding, British government, to being like, oh, and what do we do with this funding? Oh, yeah, we fight the British government, the hostile environment, and, benefit cuts and cuts to housing benefit, and so many different types of assaults on migrant rights and the ways that the state makes it harder for a woman to leave an abusive partner. So I guess I was very much writing this book, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, but also very much like against state violence. I mean, that's really like a big focus of it, I suppose, if that answers your question at all. Yeah.
I mean, thank you very much for that. I think, yeah, I mean, it definitely answers the question. And yeah, it's really great to hear you also hear like the process that you had in writing the book in that way as well. One of the things that I also want to ask is, if we're talking about also imagining otherwise, I guess it would be nice to know, some of the other, some other literature, whether it's fiction or theory, that that you both believe is important to you and that influences you. And I suppose, particularly in terms of, literature that also you think, or for you, it was like almost like a call to action when you read it. Wendy, should we start with you?
Sure, yeah. So some works of fiction that I really like. So this one American author named Rachel Kushner, she's written a few books that are quite radical, but also just really interesting as literature, which I think is something that is quite hard to pull off because not everyone is interested in like kind of fusing the two. But she has a book about the Cuban Revolution called Telex from Cuba, which is stunning because the way it talks about the revolution is much of the book is the perspective of some of the Americans who are on this island in Cuba, and they are the children of the executives of the American corporation that is really just like pillaging the island and subjugating the people who live there. And you have the innocence of these children who are just like, oh, this is how the world is, my father just happens to own the whole island and we have 18 servants and all the workers are unhappy and I can't imagine why, how strange. And I think just having the innocence of these children just detail how horrific the conditions are, it really forces the reader to see this, something that is, has been propagandized by mainstream depictions as just, how ungrateful the natives are that this American company is like helping them. And so I think it really just forces a shift in perspective, especially or even for someone who has never encountered any sort of like left-wing critique of anything before. Reading a book like this that forces you to look through the eyes of someone who can't understand why this revolution could possibly take place. It is hard to, as a reader, to support these people, because then you're like, okay, yeah, this child is clearly in the wrong. So I think that was beautiful. She has a book called The Flamethrowers, which, among other things, features these factory workers in Italy in the 70s who are in the middle of all these revolutionary labor movements. And then there's a book called The Mars Room, which is about the California prison system. And it's a very, I think it'd be fair to describe it as an abolitionist book. It is very much a book that understands the harsh reality of these prisons and isn't sugarcoating just how difficult they are and how little room there is for the people within them to experience any joy in it. But that they're still capable of doing it. But that at the same time, the structure is set up in such a way that it really doesn't add anything of value to society. And I think that's like a very powerful aspect of the book. And then just a few other, not exactly literature, but there's a memoir called A Serf's Journal by Terry Tapp, and it's quite incredible. I don't think it's very well known. I wish it was more well known, but it's a memoir of this person who was working at as a shipbuilder and ended up going on this really long wildcat strike. And the way he talks about his experience of work and how he didn't go into the job expecting to go on strike. He wasn't thinking, oh, I'm just going to salt and we're just going to strike. It was very much a process of being in the reality of this really harsh reality of work and talking to his fellow workers, and then them all sort of collectively deciding that there were possibilities open for them. And so you feel this moment of transformation in the book as you see all these people decide, oh, we don't have to just sit down and take it. We can be these, kind of revolutionary agents and force change to happen. We don't have to just be passive. We can make our own history. We can make the world shift around us. And it's just so powerful and moving and so beautifully written. So that's something that meant a lot to me. And then in terms of theory, there's so much really beautiful theory out there that is written in a way that's almost literary, that, where you can really feel like you're in the moment. And so Black Reconstruction by W.B. Du Bois is just one of my favorite examples. And this is a book that is written about the Civil War and the aftermath of the Civil War in the United States. And the way it really plunges you into what life was like for some of the people who were working on these plantations, and how for them it wasn't just a matter of sort of passively waiting for the Union Army to come in and liberate them. That for a lot of these people who were essentially workers, they were workers subjected to horrible conditions. They decided that they could essentially go on strike. And I think that the way that Du Bois depicts this, it feels like literature. You don't feel like you're reading a dry academic text. You feel like you're there in this moment in history, and that it really just it's incredibly inspiring, incredibly beautiful, and just like very theoretically sharp. So
oh, that's so exciting. I'm gonna pick up all those books. Yeah, I think just a bit of like, not just a tiny mini rant. I think I get very it's become sort of marketable to call things activist or radical that are not particularly radical or activist, I think, in the kind of fiction world. The bar is very low. So like two things that are really considered or described as radical or activist are representation. So this is by an author that is minoritized in some way or another, or about people who are, or if a book is relatable. But neither of these things, I mean, the bar is on the floor. These things are, neither of them are particularly radical or like interesting political ambitions for our fiction, really. And I think also there is a real importance and power in depicting our material conditions, which these books don't necessarily do accurately, or they mistake the material circumstances for interpersonal. Like our lives are not just determined by interpersonal relationships. So yeah, there can be a great power in depicting material conditions, but I think like what is really revolutionary is to communicate that something else is possible to the reader, and that's what makes kind of something that's what differentiates kind of trauma porn or whatever from something revolutionary, and what I find really exciting. So anyway, having said that, I think I completely agree with you about works of theory that read like literature. Something that I was reading while writing this book was The Romance of American Communism, which I absolutely love. And I thought you might even say it because it, like, yeah, I mean, like it's a completely unsuccessful movement, like they do terrible things, but when they're at the dinner table with each other, like the way that there's a paragraph where it's like, and so is a bus driver, and so is a metal worker, but at the table he was a poet. And you get this feeling of what they believe they can do. And that's so what I wanted to create in the book. And I'm sure also for those of you familiar with Lola Olufemi's work about experiments in imagining otherwise, I was also very influenced by that. And again, like it being the role of literature. And she says this, that it's the role of the imagination in the revolutionary movements to like gesture at or indicate what is possible. And then in terms of, I love Anna Burns. I mean, there's that bit in Milkman where they're all in this French lesson and they're taught to say the sky is blue. And somebody goes, the sky isn't blue. Look at it. Look how many colors are in the sky. And they're all like, no, the sky's blue. And then suddenly they're like, oh my God, it's pink and it's purple and it's gray. And in that moment, she does what I've just been describing, but in the most sort of like mundane, everyday situation. Obviously, Arundhati Roy. And then there are two really interesting writers writing in the UK. Preeti Taneja, who writes about, she's got this book, We That Are Young, which is this like fat King Lear set in like billionaire class in India. So she's really like taking aim at the capitalist class. And Isabel Weidner, I don't know if I'm pronouncing their name right, but their latest book, Sterling Carrot Gold, is like these like non-binary people. There's like all the characters are non-binary. There's this like abundance of genderqueerness in their novel, and it's set on an estate in Camden. At one point, the spaceship lands, and then the narrator kind of interjects and talks about spaceship moments as kind of puncturing the kind of, I think it was like the substandard fiction that we call the UK or something like that. And I suppose every sort of revolutionary novel should have a spaceship moment, I think, whether it's a spaceship or not. And then I also have this artist, Liv Winter, who is a poet and a theatre maker and an activist. And they have a night called How to Catch a Poet. And it's hosted by them, but also this group called 10 Minute Tales. And they make like everyone in the audience write a little story in 10 minutes. And they also post them online. And they're also like anti-landlord and anti-capitalist. Also really, really funny. So that's also something I love, because it's kind of saying everyone can have art and creativity in their lives. It's not something that we just only like people who have a publishing contract are allowed to do. So I also wanted to shout them out and say how much I love them.
Thank you. I mean, in obviously no surprise, clearly we all want a better world, and that really comes through in what inspires you both. I want to have a quick go at this as well, because I found that really, really interesting. And actually, there's like some stuff that I haven't heard before, which kind of actually like makes me happy in a way that like there's like, there's always so much out there that we don't really know about. So I'm definitely gonna look into some of those. And I wanted to talk about one of something I read this summer, actually, for the first time. I've been meaning to read it for a long time. It was like a bit difficult to get hold of for some reason for a while, but it's a novel called The Gardens of Light by Amin Malouf, and he's I think he's a Lebanese writer, if I'm not mistaken. And the book is about I think it's like a 6th or 7th century prophet called Mani, and basically his endeavor in trying to essentially create like a united faith in which like people can still practice their own faiths and religions and so on, but actually there is a united principle in what makes us human. And actually it's basically about his struggle, and I found it really, really incredible to read. And I think partly because I have a bit of a I have a bit of a romantic approach when it comes to the Middle East in general, and that history there, and also some of the mysticism that comes through in it. So that was really amazing. And I think one of the most inspiring books that I've read, probably like one of the most inspiring in my life, is the memoirs of a Kurdish revolutionary called Sakineh Janssaz, and the book is called Sarah, My Whole Life Was a Struggle, and it's published by Pluto, the 1st and 2nd volume. I imagine the 3rd volume will be coming out with them at some point. So, and it's like, her memoirs of her process of politicization and becoming a revolutionary. The 2nd volume is about, her time in a Turkish prison, and particularly around the 1980s fascist coup in Turkey. And it's absolutely, her struggle is, it almost feels like, I don't understand how a person can actually struggle and resist to that degree. So it's like, it's like aspirational, but also like it really gives you a lot of strength when you read it. And I think, theory that almost feels like literature, which I'm glad that you both kind of like brought that as like a bit of a theme, is what's like a book that came out last year by written by the late David Graeber and David Wengrow, The Dawn of Everything. And it's basically a book that's essentially exploring or re-questioning the history of civilization. This is a simplification of it, but I think it's absolutely incredible. It's kind of funny. They have fun with it. They brought in a lot of indigenous research into it as well, like the research of indigenous researchers across North America. So it's absolutely incredible to read. And one of the other books that I found really interesting, especially when I was at university, was reading the ethnography of called Night March of Alpashah's experience with the Naxalite guerrillas in India. That was really, really incredible. So I suggest you all to read that. And I think one of the things why I love this discussion and talking about literature, and whether it's fiction or theory that feels like fiction and literature, is because one of the things that David Graeber would say is something that kind of differentiates like humans from, you know, animals is that we tend to imagine before we build a house. For example, you know, an architect will draw up plans before the house is built, or, you know, you would imagine how you want your house to look before you do it. And therefore we have the ability to imagine a different world and build it. And I think, you know, especially in terms of socialist literature, I think that's the role that it can really play. In, you know, sure, we know what we're fighting against, you know, of course, you know, let's smash capitalism, let's smash the patriarchal, racial, capitalist state, but what do we want to do in its place? So I think these kind of discussions and these explorations really, you know, really serves that that struggle and that endeavor. So yeah, thank you very much for this discussion, and I look forward to getting into some of the books you both have suggested.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can't
Thank
wait
you.
either. What a pleasure to have this discussion with you both.
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm away, but I'd like not in the room, but it really feels like it was a very nice and friendly discussion.
Okay, thanks for everyone for coming so late. This is the last event of the day, and we're about halfway through TWT. This is the 7th edition, right? We've been here, by we I mean autonomy, we've been here every year, and it's been really great to see it go from strength to strength, and I would emphasize, as well as saying thank you to them, I would emphasize becoming a supporter. I'm a supporter, I'm sure lots of you are too, but it's great to have an institution where we can have these events where they're not sponsored by Amazon or BT as other fringe events the Labour Conference are. They're basically supported by people like you and I, and friendly trade unions and foundations, but it really does rely on our support, so I would recommend becoming a supporter if you're not already, but I'm sure plenty of you are. My notes are on my phone, I'm not just texting people. So this session is going to focus on one of the most exciting policy proposals and ideas and demands that have emerged in recent years. But of course, basic income has a longer history than that. I'm not going to go through it all, but I think the rich history of progressive movements and individuals, intellectuals, and organizations, ranging from figures such as Martin Luther King, Bertrand Russell, Thomas Paine, as well as campaigners for universal forms of benefits like Eleanor Rathbone, speak to this issue in a way which I think should make us all, well, I think it's an important point to make that the false characterization of basic income as kind of having advocates on left and right is something that we need to dispel strongly by looking into the rich history of this idea, which I think is, you know, a topic of another session. But in the last 5 years in the UK, the movement for a basic income has really accelerated, and that is due to the amazing work of campaigners. Research organizations have played their part. I work for one called Autonomy. But in general, the kind of activist space in this area has become, you know, incredibly fertile, and that's what's brought us here today, really. I remember in 2016, you know, panels around that time was the kind of usual academics, a few activists who've been in this space for a long time, but they were basically the same old kind of players. Now, you know, we have a huge number of organizations pushing this issue, and today we have a panel with 2 mayors and an MP. Oh, wait, no, sorry, no, an MP and 2 mayors. Andy Burnham's going to join us in about half an hour, so that's why he's not here right now. We have, you know, really ambitious political leaders who are pushing progressive agendas with basic income right at the heart. So I think that's like a really significant development. And even in the short time that I've been working on this issue, we've seen, you know, a huge kind of push for this. And I think that's something which we should be very, very excited about. I'm Will Strong, I'm the Director of Research at Autonomy. We have done a lot of work on this issue. We also work on things such as the 4-day week, and I think we are always going to be working on this until such a policy is achieved in the UK, basically, and we're going to constantly be kind of putting research out and helping campaigns such as the Basic Income Conversation, who's co-hosting this event today. So joining me on this panel, I'm very, very happy to say we have Beth Winter MP for Cynon in Wales. We have it's going to be a battle of the applause now to see how much Jamie gets. Jamie Driscoll, who's the Mayor of North Tyneside Combined Authority. And that's it. And also Cleo Goodman, who is, it's very safe to say, one of one of the UK's leading basic income campaigners, and I'm happy to have worked with her before. And Andy Burnham, who's not here yet, but he doesn't get an applause. So the format for today is that each speaker will have about 10 minutes to speak to this issue. We're then going to have a couple questions, a bit of a conversation amongst ourselves, and then we're going to open up to the floor. So there'll be plenty of time for questions. I think my one contribution of substance, I think it's important to keep basic income in the historical context of welfare to some extent. There's the whole multi-dividend case for basic income, but I think the context of welfare in the UK is particularly pertinent to the debate. I think it's safe to say, or at least I would argue, that we've almost never had a really progressive welfare state policy in this country. If you go back to the 19th century poor laws and the workhouse system, which is explicitly designed to make life outside of work worse and borderline intolerable. If you go back to the invention of labour exchanges in the early 1900s, where debates in Parliament involving characters such as Churchill and others were trying to use labour exchanges explicitly to kind of sort out the deserving and the undeserving poor, right through to today's universal credit and workfare systems. There was a brief interlude in the post-war period with the invention of, let's say, the kind of beverage welfare state, where in fact, of course, the real progressive element of that was the universalism. But the labour market's very different today, and I think we have an opportunity on our hands basically to have, for perhaps the first time, I don't think that's that controversial to say, a social security system which basically treats everyone with dignity, just for existing, just for living in a place, and doesn't need to test their behaviour, doesn't need to test whether they're telling the truth or not in order to have that support. So I think that's what's exciting about basic income, as well as all the other kind of other cases for. Now we're going to hear a lot about real-world examples, we're going to hear a lot about what's going on with basic income in the world today, so I'm quite excited about that. And without further ado, I had one more final note, and this is just in a plea to try and avoid a fairly common misconception about basic income. And for those who've just come to this and they don't know what basic income is, it's an unconditional cash payment which is given to individuals as a right regularly and is supposed to be set at a level which can meet some basic needs, and there's very different versions of it. But a common misconception and a common argument, which it's a bit of a bugbear for me, is to think that there is a dichotomy between public services and a social security system. And so I want to say, I think it's very safe to say that the people sitting alongside me today are strong advocates for public services. It might even be the case that they're advocates for public services that are free at the point of use in the main, and I share that belief. I don't want to speak for them, they can correct me on that. But I think it's a false dichotomy to split services from income support. We don't have a dichotomy between, we don't say we can have the NHS, but we can't have job seekers allowance. So I think it's something I want to try and avoid in the debate, but if people want to ask that question, we can have a discussion. Okay, enough from me. I'm going to hand over to Beth to begin, and then we'll go down the line until Andy turns up in a few minutes. Is that mic working?
Hello, yeah, great. Diolch yn fawr, thank you very much. And thank you, Will, for organising this event and for inviting me. And I also want to say diolch yn fawr to the World Transformed for having me again. It's lovely to be back here. And it's lovely to see so many people in the audience, because I know there are lots of sessions being run simultaneously. So this is really excellent in terms of the turnout. Now, the conversation tonight is going to be focusing on universal basic income, but I just want to say a word or two about the economic context in which the pilot in Wales is being undertaken. I and fellow MPs were up in Parliament on Friday when Kwasi Kwarteng made the mini-budget statement. And, you know, they've said that they've been far too focused on redistribution and not on growth. But as you would have heard, announcement after announcement on Friday was about redistribution, but it was redistribution to the wealthy, the bankers, the fossil fuel giants, the 1% who hold the overwhelming majority of the wealth in this country. You know, most people up and down this country, and most of my constituents in Cynon Valley, who work in the public sector, who are on social security benefits, who are reliant on pensions, have not experienced any form of redistribution. That's all they've experienced, are pay freezes, you know, the freeze on the triple lock, benefits cap. So, you know, I just want to start by saying now is the time that we must unite, both industrially and politically. We need to come together, say enough is enough, and I know there's another session somewhere else in Liverpool happening as we speak on by that campaign. You know, we've got to be arguing for inflation-proofed increases in pay, pensions, benefits, you know, and start the fight back and working collectively, develop that movement from the grassroots up. Now is the time more than ever, because the majority of people are suffering, and they needn't be suffering when you've got, you know, projections over the next 2 years that the utilities are going to be making £170 billion in profit. You know, this isn't the world or the society that we want to be living in. I'll stop there because I could go on a lot longer. But that is relevant because for me, UBI is part of the transformative agenda that we need to be taking place in our communities and our society. And that's what drew me to the Universal Basic Income campaign and movement when I entered Parliament back in 2019. So I've got the easy job this evening, I think, because I'm very fortunate and proud to be Welsh. Welsh Government, under the leadership of Mark Drakeford, has adopted bold and progressive policies in all sorts of areas, including the announcement in the programme for government to launch a basic income pilot, which commenced in July of this year in Wales. So we are piloting a pilot in Wales, and I'm so proud of that. So I've been asked to start by saying, how do we get to this point in Wales? Hopefully to inform other pilots that I hope will be developed throughout the country. For me, it really is testament to the grassroots and collaborative movement that has developed in Wales on universal basic income. And I'm sitting here today speaking on behalf of that movement. And I've got to mention Jonathan Williams of UBI Lab Wales, who really has played an instrumental role in the development of UBI, leading to the pilot in Wales. So UBI Lab was established in 2020 in Wales, and very quickly it achieved a great deal. The Senedd, which is our devolved government in Wales, passed a motion in support of UBI. Then during the Senedd elections last year, the UBI Lab managed to get over 100 Senedd members to sign a pledge supporting UBI. And the Future Generations Commissioner in Wales, the only Future Generations Commissioner in the UK, I think, along with, crucially, our very first Minister, Mark Drakeford, have publicly, for some time, endorsed and supported the notion of a universal basic income. So we really were knocking at an open door in Wales.
And like I said, the campaign culminated in the launch of the pilot. And I must mention that it really was an honour last year to host a session at the World Transformed in Brighton with Professor Guy Standing, who many of you will know. He really is a leading light in the UBI movement. And our First Minister, Mark Drakeford, spoke on this very platform. It was a packed audience. There really was a buzz in the air. And shortly afterwards, we had the pilot. So, things can be achieved. And it's thanks to, like I said, grassroots movements, people like Will, Cleo, UBI Lab, Autonomy, really putting pressure on politicians, but also getting the message out there about the alternatives that are available to us. So about the pilot, it is for young care leavers in Wales. Around 500 are anticipated or will be invited to take part in the pilot. It'll run for 3 years, and each individual young care leaver will get a payment of £1,600 per month. No questions asked. It will be available to every single young person for 24 months, but they'll also be offered a support package to run alongside that. So, if they've experienced other issues as well, they will be provided with appropriate support. There's also a technical advisory committee to monitor and evaluate the pilot. So at the end of the pilot, we will have some really rich qualitative and quantitative data to be able to assess the success and lessons that can be learned from the pilot in Wales. And we're fortunate to have Professor Michael Marmot chairing that technical advisory group. Guy Standing is also sitting on it, and Jonathan Williams of UBI Lab Wales. And care leavers are also involved in the evaluation and monitoring process, which I think is crucial as well. Now, the pilot does have limitations, and I'm glad to say the Welsh Government acknowledged those limitations. Those limitations are outside Welsh Government's control. Primarily because the purse strings are still held in Westminster. So there were limits, financially primarily, placed upon what the pilot could involve. And questions being asked about, the geographical location, universality. However, the amount is significantly higher than any other basic income pilot globally and is broadly equivalent to the real living wage. And despite some limitations, this pilot really will provide a test for the benefits of basic income, such as addressing poverty, inequality, health and well-being measures. So it's such an opportunity, I think, for the UBI movement. And I really do hope that it will lead to other pilots, such as those proposed by some of the Metro mayors as well. So what next? There is a cross-party parliamentary group and local authority working group on UBI, and it really is quite an original and innovative group. So it consists of members of parliament, but it also has some of the mayors sitting on the group, local authority elected members. So, it involves all levels of society politically in terms of its membership. We've either just published or about to publish a letter which is going to be sent to the Prime Minister calling on them to set up a task force on UBI and to launch pilots in the 4 nations. So if you are an elected politician, please look out for that letter and get your signature on that. Also, we encourage people to join the group, and whether in your own local authority area, in the groups that you're involved, get things moving in your local community. My CLP passed a motion, my local authorities passed a motion in support of UBI. And I think the example of what we've achieved in Wales really does show the power and the potential for grassroots movements to bring about positive changes. So please get involved if you can in your local UBI movements. I've also been asked to say a word or two about what the role of the Labour Party is. Well, in Wales, the Labour Party is already playing a key role, and it was under the radical leadership of Mark Drakeford that we've managed to secure the pilot. I would say, though, or add, that the pilot is a cross-party agreement. So it's a collaborative approach. Plaid Cymru are also involved in developing the pilot, because that's how we work in Wales. We do work consensually where we can agree. And I think that is, again, something that we've got to take a positive note from. And we have had leadership in Wales, in the UK, from the Labour Party. And I just want to remind us that in our 2019 manifesto, the following pledge was included. And I'll quote this: "We will explore other innovative ways of responding to low pay, including a pilot of universal basic income." And what we need now is pressure to commit to backing Welsh Labour's pilot, trialling this policy elsewhere. Like I said, I really do hope that the Metro Mayors are able to do that, but also to situate political support within a radical policy agenda on incomes, working practices. And as I started out by saying about, what's been going on in terms of Westminster and the appalling budget that was announced, for me, UBI is part of a whole raft of socialist policies. I am an extremely proud socialist. So inflation-proofed increases in income, wages, pensions, reintroduction of the £20 universal credit, extension of sick benefit payments to those on legacy benefits. I'm not opposed to universal basic services either. 4-day week, windfall taxes, a wealth tax, public ownership of utilities. UBI is in the mix with all these socialist policies, which we can and we must achieve for a better society for all. If we're ever going to tackle the extreme, and I mean extreme levels of poverty and inequality that exist in our communities at the moment, we've got to get the Labour Party to have these policies, including pilots of UBI, at the forefront of our agenda. And all of us in this room can make such a valuable contribution to achieving that. I'll stop there, and diolch yn fawr for listening.
Thanks, Beth. Jamie.
Cheers, well. It's great to be back here, particularly at the Black E TWT. I was here running sessions with part of the team that started it way back in 2016. Doesn't that seem such a long time ago now? Wow. And the hope we had then. Our hope is of a different nature now. We already have basic income in this country. It's like the Dire Straits song, your money for nothing and your chicks for free. And that's the philosophical objection to a universal basic income. In fact, at its heart, there are two objections to UBI. One, it's money for nothing, and two, how would you pay for it? So, is it really money for nothing? Well, when my wife and I, we do the shopping and put food on the table for our kids, we don't keep a tally of the money they owe us. We just know that to grow up healthy and capable, they'll need food and warmth and shelter, and books and toys and transport. In other words, a decent standard of living. And I don't expect them to pay it back. I expect them to pay it forwards by contributing to society. Perhaps in time looking after their kids as my parents looked after me. But if you're from a rich family, that support doesn't stop with food and shelter. The sovereign grant paid to the monarch was £86 million last year. The king has just inherited a $42 billion estate and a private fortune worth 500 million quid. But even a typical rich adult with a few million quid's worth of shares or a couple of dozen rental properties, where does that money come from? Well, not from creating anything or making the world a better place. They get an income in rents and dividends just from owning stuff. And let's be clear, nobody got rich on their own, nobody. If you're getting rent from property, someone else is earning the money to pay it. If you're getting dividends, other people are producing the goods and services. They're moving goods to market on the roads that the rest of us paid for. They're hiring workers the rest of us paid to educate. Their businesses are safe because of the police and fire services the rest of us fund. And they don't have to worry that marauding bandits are going to come and seize their Aston Martins and their holiday homes. So if you can be born into a family who'll set you up with a flat and pay your university fees and buy you a car and give you a little trust fund, all by accident of birth, then why shouldn't everyone benefit from getting a share of national wealth just by being born? So the rich already have unearned income. It's been that way for centuries. But is UBI really money for nothing? Or is it money to empower people? We know beyond all doubt that if you start out poor, you're going to find it very hard to escape poverty. Your health will be worse. You'll have a longer period of ill health in old age. Your educational attainment will be lower. Your lifetime income will be lower. If we invest in people, they will become happier, healthier, more productive, better educated. They'll look after their homes better because they can afford to. They'll spend less time in hospital. They'll earn more and pay more tax. It's a virtuous circle. A bit of financial security empowers people to take care of themselves. After he left the army, my dad worked in the same job for 30 years. He was a shift worker at ICI. And even if we have a socialist Labour government that guarantees collective bargaining, repeals anti-trade union laws, those days of having the same job for life are gone. People will need to retrain. Half the jobs people do today didn't even exist when I was at school 3 years ago. My eldest son has just done his GCSEs. He'll reach state pension age in 2074. How do we educate our children to take a place in that future, given that we don't even know what's going to happen with our economy next year? Well, we can't. So what we need is to give people a basic income so they can retrain. And the freedom and the flexibility to do it around their work and their childcare and their caring responsibilities. UBI would massively empower women in particular, something that's long overdue. And we'd see people of ordinary means more able to start micro-businesses. UBI dovetails with universal free education for life, and that means an end to tuition fees. In fact, the evidence from UBI pilots around the world showed that people didn't work less, except for two groups. Teenagers were less likely to go into low-paid work and spent more time on their education. And mothers spent less time in part-time work and spent more time with their very young children. And I'd love to think more dads would take time off to look after their young kids too. So it's not money for nothing. It's money to improve yourself, your skills, your health, your family life, your earning potential. And society benefits from all those things. So that's the money for nothing argument dealt with. So how do you pay for it? Well, this is where basic income becomes a conversation. What level would you set it at? Would it replace all of the benefits? How would you change the provision of services? And there are two ends to this spectrum, the neoliberal version and the libertarian socialist version. The neoliberal version of UBI replaces all welfare, all free services. Private companies come in, make a fortune from health, education, housing, the lot. It's like quantitative easing on steroids. And the level of UBI is too low to survive on, so people still need to work in exploitative employment in the gig economy. And we'd probably see the erosion of the minimum wage at the same time. So we're not interested in that model. Then there's the socialist model, where the level is enough to make a difference. Now, please nobody tweet that I'm about to introduce UBI in the Northeast. These are just ballpark figures for discussion. But let's say UBI was paid at the same level as the current state pension, which is a kind of UBI. That's £185 a week, just short of £10,000 a year. And you might pay half of that for under 16s, let's say. So nationally, that would cost around £460 billion a year. That's a lot of money. The UK's GDP is 2.2 trillion a year, or around £36,000 a year for each adult. So a decent rate of UBI is a large chunk of national income. But you would immediately recover around 160 billion in income tax and national insurance, because people's incomes go up. And that's without change to the tax system. The benefits bill is around 100 billion a year, so you'd save that. But you wouldn't keep the tax system the same. At the moment, the personal allowance, how much you can earn without paying income tax, is £12,570. But if you earn more than £100,000, well, that gets phased out. So by lowering the threshold, you could get another 90 billion. So now we're 210 billion short. If you brought in a wealth tax where people pay just 1% of their wealth over £4 million a year, that raises another £130 million a year. So we're now 80 billion short. Well, the Truss government is about to spend 140 billion a year subsidising energy producers, nearly twice that. A windfall tax on excess profits would raise 170 billion a year. And that's without factoring the extra VAT or economic growth, because when you put money in the pockets of people of ordinary means, they spend it in the real economy. And we could tax shares and capital gains at the same level as income. And if we took the utilities into public ownership, there's even more money available at the public purse, because they make billions in profits. You'd still want additional support for people with disabilities. So these are all rough and ready figures, but it shows it's actually possible if we tax the accumulation of very large sums of private wealth at a nice modest 1% a year. What would we get in return? Poverty would be eliminated overnight. There would be no sanctions regime, no food banks. Every family would have a real safety net. Economic power would shift to working people, and bad employment would end. Intervention programs would actually work. When you're trying to help people with serious mental health or substance abuse problems, at the moment it's a treadmill, because they're so poor that they are hyper-vulnerable. Basic income would give them some stability. Crime would fall. The single biggest determinant of a healthy life expectancy isn't diet. It isn't exercise either. It's money. One trial of basic income showed a 27% reduction in illness. It would save the NHS a fortune and reduce the number of sick days. You'd have to avoid an economic shock, so you'd phase it in, maybe 1/5 of it a year, so you don't get a sudden mass resignation. And we'd need rent controls to stop profiteering. Well, we need rent controls anyway. We'd need to redeploy the people working in the benefit system. And then there's the long-term benefits. We could shift away from a consumerist mindset and invest in public luxury. We could tax environmentally damaging consumption and spend the extra income on leisure. Libraries. Do you remember libraries? With proper computer suites, publicly owned gardens and swimming pools and exercise classes. More live music and performance art, and people would have the disposable income to pay for them. We could shift away from private cars and at the same time provide better public transport. Labour mayors are moving in that direction now. Andy, when he's here, he's already taken the buses back into public control, and I've negotiated to get those powers in the northeast. In the 1870s, the government brought in free compulsory primary education. Suddenly, a basic education was no longer the preserve of the wealthy. It was for everyone. And that liberation of children from low-value work is the foundation of our modern economy. It was a revolutionary policy. Now, you all know the story of the NHS. Free at the point of delivery, funded by general taxation. Based on clinical need, not the ability to pay. Universal for everyone. But before 1948, we had no National Health Service. Those who opposed it said the sky would fall in. They were wrong. When Labour brought in the minimum wage, the free market economists said it would cause mass unemployment. They were wrong. And today, I think we're ready for the next revolutionary policy. The rich have had free income forever. It's time to crash that party. It's time everyone had a universal basic income. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. And just in time, we have Andy Burnham, Metro Mayor for the Greater Manchester area. And are you okay to jump straight in? I don't want to jump. No, please. I think you have to leave early, right?
I do, I'm afraid. But a bit of a tight deadline. So, evening, everyone. You okay? You having a good time in the city? Yeah? What a venue as well. Fantastic. Great to listen to Jamie there. You never see a Metro Mayor, do you? And then two come along and hog the microphone one straight after another. So, sorry about that. But I really wanted to be here. I just want to say something about your perspective changes when you're out of Westminster, and mine definitely has, I'll be honest about that, the way you think about things. And when you're on the ground looking back up, and the work I've been doing in Greater Manchester has told me that we set people up to fail in this country, don't we? The way things are set up, the rules, the rhetoric, that people are set up to fail. And the reason why I'm here, and I'm going to follow on from what Jamie just said, the reason why I'm supporting a universal basic income and offering Greater Manchester, by the way, to be the first trial area when a Labour government comes in and wants to do it, we will be first there, maybe alongside the north of Tyne. We will say, come here first. Isn't it about time we started setting people up to succeed? Put foundations underneath people that allow them to be everything they want to be. Surely that's what we should be doing. And the thing for me about a universal basic income is it wouldn't just be good for people if you set them up to succeed. It would be good for the country. Because at the moment, we pay massively for the costs of failure, don't we? Allowing people to experience trauma, fall into crisis, and the costs that we kind of then pick up as a result. If we set people up to succeed, we would set the country up to succeed, and we wouldn't spend as much as a country on the costs of social failure and everything that comes from that. And there will be people out there, as you all know, that will say, oh, well, it can't be done, it can't be afforded. Well, let's take this one head on. It's amazing what they can find money for, isn't it, when they want to find money for something. On Friday, could you believe it when you were seeing what they were announcing? I mean, you kind of wondered how audacious they would be, but by God, that was beyond audacious, wasn't it? That was battle lines drawn. We protect these people who are our donors, our supporters, and we are declaring war on everywhere else. That's how that felt to me when I was seeing what they did. And to say magic money tree, well, my God, they didn't just find it. They found an orchard, didn't they? And they showered it on the very wealthiest in this country. So to those who will say, we can't afford a universal basic income, well, I'm sorry, we can if we want to do it. And can I just give a shout out? I don't know whether Jamie did it or anyone else on the panel has done it. Forgive me if they have. But can we just have a shout out to Mark Drakeford, our First Minister in Wales, who has given a universal basic income to young people who've experienced care. Now that is such a forward-thinking, good policy from a good man. We've only got a pay limitation in Greater Manchester. We've given a free bus pass to our young people, but we've extended it to the age of 21 for our young people who've been in care. But what I see through policies like that is you start to set people up to succeed. And this is the point. The thing that really changed my mind, or kind of opened my mind to a universal basic income, was the work we did on housing homelessness. We had a pilot scheme, Housing First, and they've got one here in Liverpool and similar results. For those of you who don't know about Housing First, it gives people a home without any conditions. And the reason why this is important is because the foundation of a good home is essential, isn't it, to have a good life, to have health, and everything else that comes from that. And what we found with Housing First in Greater Manchester was when we kind of lifted people out of the chaos that they were in, gave them a home, but also lifted them out of the benefit rules and all the things that you can have it for the X 6 months, and that creates new cliff edges for people, that just creates new trauma. Housing First, when you've got to recognize that everybody needs to recover in their own time, and you can't put deadlines on it as the DWP like to do or other bits of government like to do. Give people time and space to recover. And you know what? Believe it or not, they do. In Greater Manchester, 9 out of 10 of our Housing First tenancies have been sustained. And that was way beyond what anyone thought would happen. And if you put those strong foundations underneath people, people are people. People are good. The vast majority of the British public are good people, aren't they? If you've had trauma in your life, it's not that surprising then if you might have an issue with your mental health, or you may have an addiction. You've got something that you've got to recover from. Whereas at the moment, we don't let people recover from those things. We kind of punish them with rules and trip them up and make them fall. What I've kind of seen as we've gone through this journey is that if you do the opposite, if you set people up with a foundation of a good home and you give them support to access what they need, they do recover. And more than that, they can go on then to rebuild their lives. So I would argue myself that there are a number of things that are sort of complementary to a universal basic income. For instance, I believe the next Labour government should make good, secure, safe housing a human right in UK law. And I think to deliver that, they should finally, from Whitehall, release the resources and the wherewithal to councils to make that a reality. In Greater Manchester, we have a plan for 30,000 zero-carbon homes for social rent, and we are determined to deliver it, where we prioritise young people to be able to access those properties. It's about putting a firm foundation beneath people, a secure foundation, so that they can live their life. And to me, universal basic income is like one step beyond that. If you give everybody enough so that they can cover the basics every week, you are setting them up to succeed. And that, for me, is an idea whose time has come. You know, I spoke at the Enough is Enough rally in Manchester Cathedral, and I made this point. We sold the basics off, didn't we? We sold life's essentials off as a country. Gas, water, electric, buses, trains, you name it, it was sold off, wasn't it? And we've got ourselves in a position now where we're in a cost of living crisis, and we can't guarantee those basics for all of our residents, all of our citizens, and that is a terrible place to be. And to guarantee those basics, we have to give huge amounts of money to entities that have already been siphoning out all of those resources out of those services. So for me, I think this is about changing things more broadly, putting more of those life's essentials under public control. I have put the buses under public control, as Jamie rightly said, in Greater Manchester, and we've brought in a fare cap. And I can already see the impact that is having on people. But I would like to see more of those essentials going under public control, public ownership, so that then we can make sure that everyone can access those things at an affordable price. And that is part of, in my view, working towards a universal basic income where everyone's got enough to cover the basics. But I'll finish on this point, and it comes back to what we saw last week. What word would you use to describe it? I mean, immoral, does that do it for most people? Obscene? Disgraceful? I mean, I don't think we've ever seen something this audacious, have we? You know, basically what we saw in the summer was a kind of, for me, a graphic demonstration of how the political system in this country works for the vested interests rather than the common interest. Basically, that's what we've seen. So for those of you who are delegates to the conference and have any influence, I would say please do support electoral reform, proportional representation. That gets the power out of the hands of a tiny few people in Whitehall and Westminster who are able to stitch up these deals for the people who are benefiting to the tune of billions. And they're borrowing it. It's not even money we've got as a country. They're borrowing it to give it to them. It couldn't be more wrong. And even at the other end, when people say, oh, the 20p rate of tax, well, who benefits from that if you drop it to 19? It's not your care worker who's on 15 to 20 grand. They get about 25 or 50 quid a year at tops. It's people who earn over £50,000 who get most from cutting that rate of tax. And all of these policies are doing that. They're giving more to those who've already got most. And we need to take a stand against it. I would say oppose all of the Kwarteng package because it doesn't do anything other than redistribute wealth to the wealthiest. That is what that is doing, all of it, all of those measures. So let's start fighting back, everybody. I'm here to say that. I mean, I've been on a political journey. I was in Westminster, and in the end, I kind of left because I could see what it was doing to me and the way it makes you think and the way it makes you work. The best thing I ever did was step outside and start to think more for myself and see things on the ground, do the work that we did on rough sleeping, where we've achieved a massive reduction in rough sleeping in Greater Manchester, but then see housing first and how that can continue people's journey away from the street. As I said before, people will recover if you support them to recover. And what we've got to do now is say enough is enough. You know, this country is in a terrible position where this winter, millions of people will be worrying themselves to sleep every night because they can't make it work. And that budget on Friday did nothing for them. Next to nothing is probably a more accurate description. It didn't do anything like enough to stop their heads dipping beneath the water this winter. And that is a terrible place that we're in. We're going to see anxiety rising, a mental health crisis across the country. And that's where we are. And I think people out there are ready for a different way of running things. They're ready to end the food bank culture. They're ready to say, let's guarantee the basics for all of our fellow citizens every day of the week, when nobody has to worry about keeping warm or being fed. That's the kind of country I want to live in. You're all here tonight because I'm certain it's the kind of country that you want to live in. Universal basic income should be part of that. The right to a good home and the right to a good income. If you do that, we'll set this country up to succeed in the next century. Keep building this campaign. It's the right campaign at the right time. You've got my full support. Thank you very much indeed for listening.
We're okay to stick around for you don't have to, you kind of feel like if you run off now. Thanks, Andy. I'm going to hand over to Cleo, who's been running this campaign alongside all the other organisations. So, very looking forward to hearing from.
Hello, yes, I'm Cleo. I run a campaign called Basic Income Conversation, which is hosted by Compass. I'm going to start off, it's amazing to sit between these politicians making the case for basic income so eloquently and so powerfully, and in a room with all of you, which is a privilege after starting the basic income conversation at the end of 2019 and not do this as much as we wanted to. I want to talk a bit about action and what we can do and how we can make sure that these guys are continuing with this amazing work and that more politicians are joining this movement for a basic income. And just to start off and echo how important or how beneficial and impactful a basic income would be. That is the number one reason that we want to see it happen. It would take us from a exploitative and eroded social security system to a universal income floor for everyone in the country. A basic income can reduce poverty really meaningfully. A high-level basic income, like Jamie was saying, funded through lots of different progressive measures, can do that much more effectively, but even a fiscally neutral, modest basic income that is just funded through slightly higher taxes for the highest earners and reducing the personal tax allowance to £750 a year would give us £63 a week each. And even that modest level of payment would roll back poverty to the lowest levels of the last 45 years, child poverty down to the rates that it was in the 1970s when it was at its lowest. So it's affordable, and that would concentrate the benefits at the lowest end of the income spectrum, exactly the opposite of what we're seeing at the moment, as has already been said. A basic income deals with financial security, and as we know, politics depends on people seeing their needs represented in the narratives that are being shared at a political level. So that's why things that Build Back Better and Take Back Control and Enough is Enough are resonating with us at this point. Narratives that express how we feel and are associated with policy changes that also take us to a place where those needs are actually starting to be met. So we need evocative narratives, but actually we also need evocative policies, and they're a bit rarer, I think. But that's what makes a basic income so special, the simplicity, the comprehensiveness. And when you listen to just what it is, it makes you feel how it would be to have a guaranteed income for life, financial security for life, something that so many of us just don't have access to right now and are seeing the impact on other people on not having that. It really gets to the heart of a bigger political project of providing security universally, which universal basic income can't do alone, but it can be a sort of keystone policy for that, both in the political movement to winning power to implement these policies, but to the actual rollout of the measures that are needed. to do that. So a basic income has high levels of public support. Sort of polling shows 48% across the population, 52% for Labour voters. We've recently done some, or we're publishing some work soon that has been done in Redwall constituencies that show high levels of support there. But a basic income is a policy that moves people to action. You know, politicians have been taking action a lot over the last 3 years, and that really has moved the debate forward. But the policy is where it is because of unpaid people doing work on this policy that they can see would make an impact on their life. And the irony there is not lost on me as someone that has done that. But that work is crucial, and that's, you know, I'm here to sort of encourage you to get involved in that work so we can make sure, again, that the pressure is on and that it keeps moving forward, that it doesn't stagnate. We do need political parties, of course. We need political parties on board to make it happen, and the politics that associates with basic income and winning the progressive majority that is needed will be discussed at the Compass event tomorrow night. So my colleagues Lena and Francis are here to hand out some flyers with information on things that I would love for you to get involved with. That include the CPPLG that Beth mentioned earlier. We have a sort of mailing list that you can sign up to and get involved with all of that. But yes, so I wanted to talk a little bit more about action, because it is difficult to think about how we take action or incremental action on a universal policy. And I think this is exactly why pilots have become such a big part of the basic income debate. And there is a kind of valid criticism of pilots as a sort of, well, we'll try it. When you call for a policy measure like a universal basic income, the answer is, okay, we can try it. But personally, I do think that pilots have a really, really important role in this. You know, we do need to test such a vast policy. We need to make sure that it works. That data collection is really crucial. And basic income pilots have been being done in economies similar to the UK for the last sort of 50, 60 years. So we have a really interesting bank of evidence on basic income, again, showing that health impacts, the mental health impacts, the improved outcomes for children, disproving that concern that people would leave paid work if they were receiving a basic income. But I think I want to see pilots associated with the rollout of a basic income. I think it's really important as people that support basic income, we keep an eye on incredible projects like the basic income pilot in Wales, and we make sure that that isn't just an experiment, that isn't just a look at this policy. It leads to change now that will make those policies permanent and mean those benefits become permanent. I think, yeah, the Welsh pilot particularly is so exciting because it is a targeted basic income, so potentially that could lead to a targeted policy that would be an incredible advert for a basic income and an incredibly important policy for a group of people, young care leavers, that need it enormously at this point in history. At Basic Income Conversation, we've been really inspired by the basic income demonstrations that have been happening in the US. There are now 100 demonstrations happening in the United States of America, which I think is interesting. It's maybe not a country that you would think would be picking up the policy, although I guess it's, yeah, unconditional cash, it's got a bit of, it's established there. And this shows the real world impacts that a basic income pilot can have. And these projects are built with communities. The first one in Stockton, California was trailblazed by a mayor. And again, there's a network of mayors across the US that are really driving these demonstrations. And it shows just what mayors can achieve with this policy. So again, really hoping that this continues in the UK or transfers to the UK. But these pilots, they call them demonstrations because they are not just data collection exercises. They are demonstrating the impact of unconditional cash. They work with people who are participating in these pilots and the communities that are being used as testbeds to make sure that the stories stay with those people. The way that that data is communicated is led by the people that data concerns. So it's not just telling the story of an experiment, it's telling the story of a place, it's telling the story of the people who needed that money and for a short period of time had that money and the impact that made. We're working with a couple of communities at the moment to do consultations to build proposals for these kind of community-led pilots because we think this is the best way to show government, to show civil society organisations and to show people just what this policy could do, to bring it to life and make sure it's not just people talking about how nice it would be, it's not just numbers on a page, it's people who have received a basic income telling the rest of us, this is good, man. let's get this for all of us. So we're doing these community consultations in Jarrow, which is in the northeast, a place with incredible history of taking action. Nearly 100 years ago, 1936, 200 men protesting unemployment and poverty in Jarrow, taking a petition to London. It remains, unfortunately. The same problems that were being protested against then remain now. The town that was murdered, as it was called by Ellen Wilkinson, the MP at the time. The other place we're doing these consultations is Grange in East Finchley in London, a place where the inequality of the country is almost best represented, a place where people are living in poverty and there are stones throw away from streets where every single house will cost you in the order of millions. So these places, we're working with the people there to build projects that would tell the story of these places, that would demonstrate the impact of a basic income, of unconditional cash, and that would, for a short period, give people this financial security that we're so interested in seeing universalized. So a universal basic income for all of us is the big project. And to some degree, yeah, that's going to be won by politicians, but we need to be there alongside them and to making sure that they're keeping to that fight. But there is work that we can do on the ground. And I really think that these community projects are things that we should be invested in and excited about. Maybe we'll have 100 pilots in the UK in the next few years like they have in the US. And perhaps for some of us, our basic income is closer than it might feel. But I think it's really important to come back to the fact that in the UK right now, over the next 2 years, 500 people will receive a basic income for that 2 years. And I think it really, again, it's been so heartening to know that this work, this grassroots movement, led by unpaid people, led by people that care about this policy and that can see the enormity of the change that it would represent, have led to a real world impact for those people. And yeah, there's just more to come, and it's really exciting to be here tonight.
Thanks, Cleo. And I can speak from personal experience. Autonomy working with basic income conversation it's been really great. And I think speaking to Beth's, what Beth was saying about the spirit of collaboration, I think that's, there's a really nice network now of organizations working together. And I can't emphasize enough also the help of volunteers in the movement. I'm actually not going to have a kind of conversation between us first. I think we're going to go straight to questions. So let's take bunches of threes and then we'll go back for more and et cetera, et cetera. Do we need a roaming mic? Does someone want one of these? You got one? Okay, cool. Let's go gentleman at the back, there's a woman over here, and then a woman at the front here. So 1, 2, 3. Way back, keep your hand up. Just keep your hand at the back, yeah. And 1, 2. Yeah, let's go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Could you say more about what the markers are to show that a pilot has been successful on universal basic income? So are there like specific aims for the young people involved in Wales on like job or home life or anything? And what sort of evidence is collected to show that it is successful?
Great, thank you. And there's a lady over here.
So what do you envision like the immigration conditions being on universal basic income? Because obviously no recourse to public funds and habitual residence is like really awful and puts a lot of people into poverty. But I can't imagine everyone getting behind a policy where people were given money like straight away as soon as they arrived. And I wouldn't be against that, but I'm sure a lot of people would be. So what conditions do you think would be put on it?
Thank you. And a lady down here.
I'm fully supportive of everything that's been spoken about so far. But my question is, it doesn't seem to be replicated in the present leadership we have. There's no, even the call for renationalising the utilities that are really popular. And I can't see, I don't know, do you have any evidence? I mean, as elected representatives, do you have any evidence of that somehow the present leader of the Labour Party is going to support this? I know the previous one would have done, but I don't know about this one. So, and what are your views? How do you see it going forward? If you think it's, if you, as you say, it has to go through has to have a strong political role. Where do we go? Thanks.
Thank you. So one technical question about the metrics used and the evaluation methods, a question about the kind of almost like kind of cultural and communications conditions for how to make this an acceptable policy? Who gets it? Okay, so that's like a second question bundled in there, but there's a question about... Right. Okay, and then also a question about the current leadership and perspectives within, let's say, Lotto of the Labour Party. Who wants to go first on what? Do you want to go, Beth? We'll speak to any of the questions, I suppose.
So in terms of the first question, in terms of the aims, it is an unconditional payment for all care leavers in Wales. And it is, as others have spoken, and myself this evening, to ensure that those young care leavers have the basic human rights. We've talked about heating, water, a roof over your head. The basics that everybody should be entitled to. In terms of the measurement and outcomes, that is currently being considered by the technical advisory group. I mentioned some of the people involved with that, world-renowned experts. And there is another advisory group made up of the care organisations in Wales, as well as care leavers themselves. It was only launched in July. The monitoring and evaluation was something that possibly could have been better thought through in the early stages, but now, you know, these groups are looking at outcomes, and crucially is the voice of care leavers themselves. They've got to be you know, at the centre of this and determine themselves what the outcomes can and should be. And like I said, there is very much a collaborative approach. Local authorities, charities, you know, you've got to have this holistic approach, and it will be evaluated at the end. Care leavers are a diverse group, just like anybody else, you know, so what will work for one care leaver is going to be very different to another care leaver. So, you know, we can't have strict expectations in terms of outcomes, but there is a clear process to monitor throughout the 2-year period in terms of what the benefits are, but also what the lessons that can be learned from this pilot to inform future pilots, as Chloe has indicated, should be happening.
Thanks, Beth. I know, for example, I'm sure Claire could speak to some of those American trials as well about the metrics, but I know, for example, in the Finnish trials, they looked at interesting questions, for example, like trust of the state, for example, feelings of general kind of collective solidarity, these kind of questions they were asking participants. So there's a kind of qualitative social element to it, as well as you know, some of the kind of more, let's say, financial kind of metrics. But Claire, did you have anything to add to those?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's been this long, taken me this long to mention Scotland, but the first sort of big funded project on basic income was funded by Scottish Government and led by 4 local authorities in Scotland to look at the feasibility of a basic income pilot in Scotland, but it's almost completely transferable across the UK. And this is sort of the basis on which that the Welsh pilot has been built to make sure that they can get around barriers that were identified in this initial research project. But it's an incredible piece of work, and this is sort of what Beth was saying about the limitations of the Welsh pilot. The Welsh pilot isn't universal, so that is the big kind of final frontier of basic income research that is the most difficult to replicate in a pilot condition, because a pilot can't be universal. That's the whole point. It's a pilot, it's a small group of people. But the best way to assess that is by doing a geographic pilot. So if you did want to test that final bit of what the universality does, and the real reason that that's so significant is because everyone receiving a basic income in a community, it's not just the individual behaviour, it's the collective behaviour that I think a lot of people who are interested in basic income think that that's probably the route to the biggest form of change. That research also put together a theory of change of how a basic income would change behaviour. So in the short term of a pilot, there's only certain things that you'll see. So things like well-being outcomes, health outcomes, that will happen in the first few years. Financial security, that will happen. But things like entrepreneurship, you'd need a 10-year pilot to see that. And at that point, why don't we just do the policy and assess how good it is?
Well, I think that's covered the evaluation, hasn't it? So let's talk about that third question. Is the party going to accept it? The Labour Party is a democratic socialist party, and the last 3 leadership The last 3 leadership elections have been won by candidates who supported public ownership of mail, rail, water, gas, railways, who've talked about wealth redistribution and have said no going back from our core principles. And the vast majority of Labour Party members still want that. So one of the best things about being mayor is there is no whip. I don't have to talk about the talking points that are circulated. Beth's thinking, oh, I wish I was. So there's your answer. There will be, at some point, inevitably, another leader of the Labour Party. There isn't a vacancy at the moment. Andy's made it no secret that at some point he would like to run. Well, Andy's not here, so that would be a question for him. I am not his campaign manager. But you know what? I'd vote for him. Yeah. So the Labour Party wants this progressive agenda. The tide in the country has changed. The vast majority of people are backing workers in strikes, even when it inconveniences them, because this is the political and economic reality now. Everything that we saw coming and we've been talking about for years has come to pass. And people who thought they might be okay financially can't even afford to take a shower without checking their bank account first. So that's the reality we're in. And that's the reality that we have to continue to fight for. And there's plenty of politicians in the Labour Party who agree with that.
Thank you.
We haven't addressed the question on... On the middle question about who would be eligible, a basic income needs to be universal. I think it's really important not to shy away from the immigration component of that. We can't leave a massive group of people behind and completely isolated, as they are now, without any financial security. Just because some people might not like it. And the beautiful thing about universality is, well, if you're not happy with them getting it, then none of us get it, then you've spoiled it for all of us. And that is crucial. You know, we need to have that conversation openly and clearly and say this isn't a compromise that is acceptable to make. Yeah, we did a project at the end of last year with some solidarity funds working in London, crowdfunded a month of payment for their solidarity funds that was £50 a month, you know, and this had been an absolute lifeline to people at the end of last year. And the majority of the people accessing that fund were people with no recourse to public funds because it's just completely unacceptably low and they can't participate in society. So the communities are coming together to find that money. So that can't be replicated in a basic income system. Otherwise, we're just creating another flawed system that are leaving people behind.
Great, thank you. Let's do another round of questions. Okay, gentleman at the back. There's a woman over here and a guy over here. No. Yeah, this guy, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I've come down from Sunderland, and it was mentioned that there's, I think, a feasibility study at Jarrow School, in Jarrow. My girlfriend works at Jarrow School, and I'd just be interested to know where I can find out more about that and some of the other feasibility studies, because I hadn't heard of it, and I live about 5 miles away. So that would be cool. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, person over here.
My question is about the potential of introducing universal basic income in the fight for climate justice. So it kind of follows as part of this conversation that if you free people from the day-to-day anxiety of worrying about how to feed themselves and how to heat their homes, that they can start worrying about the existential threat facing us. They've got more space in their minds and their lives to start engaging in climate activism. And do you see that happening in the pilots that have happened already? Is there evidence of that?
And a person over here, yeah.
I haven't really looked at the individual, or at least not in detail, the individual studies or attempts, though I know that there were slight differences in terms of approach. I mean, Italy has had a citizenship income, wasn't universal, and it will be abolished probably by the government, and they will be winning an election in less than an hour. By the way, I'm Italian. I'll need a lot of comfort, just so you know. And so that one wasn't universal. So my question is, having looked at all those attempts and studies, have you worked out what the wrong way to do it, to go about it is? Or the wrong ways, probably plural.
Thanks. Well, let's take one more as well, because the first question was kind of about for an update. So this was, yeah.
So my question was actually just, I know Beth mentioned inflation proofing, and certainly we've heard about rent caps, which is a very obvious one. But I just wondered what the other inflation proofing mechanisms that would need to be in place would be in order to ensure that private individuals and private companies aren't just taking everything up to the point that people remain in poverty even though we've got a basic income.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to, Jamie?
Yeah, well, if I just pick up a couple of them and leave space for Beth and Chloe. UBI and climate justice. It would give us the opportunity to deal with consumerism. The consumerism is by far the most destructive ideology in everything we face. It's not the most hideous or the most malicious, but it's so universal that it does incredible damage because it isolates us as individuals, and it says, bombards us with messages, and psychologists cleverly designed marketeers colouring things, and always a nicer car. And for why? What does that give us in our lives? Just this. Fight Club summed it up beautifully, isn't it? It has us chasing things that we don't need. I was in, do you remember that Peppa Pig speech that Boris Johnson did? I was there about this far away. Someone described it as a stone's throw away, but he has a lot of security guards. And I don't advocate violence against public discourse. But he said, a lot of things he said, but he said that governments only have billions and the private sector has trillions, but what will really tackle the climate emergency is consumer choice. Well, what choice do you have if you are trapped doing jobs because you have to in order to get enough money to eat and enough, if you're lucky, enough money to pay your fuel bills, on a treadmill that is doing things that have no value, that do not chime with your authentic self and have no particular good for society. You know, anyone who's read David Graeber's article on bullshit jobs is familiar with this concept. So we can move towards public luxury. And that's where it starts to make a difference. Because what makes us happiest as humans isn't the acquisition of material goods. It is respect and dignity and friendship and having a laugh. All of these things. And that's where universal basic income, it's a platform for a very different sort of society. And just briefly on the inflation question, so rent caps, obviously public ownership of utilities and the production of eco and affordable housing. But it is one of the simplest ways to do this. My 14-year-old, and he's been raised as a socialist, he was saying that why don't we set up national food shops that set a certain price for food, and then all the shops would have to compete with that. And so we don't need to do that. You can just change the law. Say if you turn over more than £1 billion a year on groceries, you have to carry a line of breakfast cereal and beans and tea and cooking oil, whatever it is, at this level of quality, and you're not allowed to run out, and that's the price. The things that people actually need. And if you want to spend more money on luxury things that, you know, you can get by on a basic diet otherwise, that pegs it. And that's the sort of thing that we need to do. And let the supermarkets worry about sourcing it, because they're making so much money. You know what? We pay more in subsidies to low-paid workers that work in these companies than they pay in tax. So let's run the society in the interests of the people who do the work.
I think just to add to that, we've all been conditioned in a certain way and we live in a certain cultural society. You know, it's become normalised that people use food banks. I'm involved in the Right to Food campaign with the brilliant Ian Byrne here in Liverpool. You know, and how it's okay for 10 million plus people to be using food banks. It's just anathema to me, and I'm sure to everybody here in the room. So we have to think outside of the box and think differently. You know, people making billions of pounds in profit, that's seen as normal, and it shouldn't be. So there's a cultural as well as an economic change that needs to be happening in our society so that it is seen and accepted and is seen as a basic human right that people have enough food, have enough money to heat their homes properly, have enough money to feed their children. You know, we've still, in Wales, we've got an extremely high child poverty rate. So it's just thinking differently. And why can't we have a society where everybody has the opportunities to have sufficient goods, sufficient levels of education, etc., etc. And that brings me back to the climate point, which I feel I do have to just add a couple of things. We've recently done a cost of living survey in my constituency, you know, and people are on their knees. You know, they've not got enough money. 80% of the respondents are saying that it's having a negative impact on their mental health, unsurprisingly. So to expect people in our communities then to be thinking about the climate crisis, which, yes, is the existential crisis facing us, is very difficult. And UBI, I think, can play a role in that. And in Wales, the UBI lab are now having discussions, and a motion has been passed in the Welsh Assembly to look at how UBI can contribute to the transition to a green economy, and they are looking now to possibly pilot a scheme. So we've got about 250,000 people still working in dirty industries in Wales with steel and coal, etc. So they are now having conversations with Welsh Government to see how a UBI could assist in that transition. So there is some exciting work going on in Wales on that. I just want to take the opportunity quickly, because I know time is limited, just to come back to the comment earlier about the leadership of the party. I joined the party in 2016 and I was elected. I was just parachuted into Parliament in 2019, and then we are where we are. I've still got hope. There are still many MPs in Parliament who do still subscribe and believe passionately in the agenda, public ownership, all sorts of policies, the climate agenda that we had. We did have a commitment in the 19 manifesto to a pilot of UBI. That's still sitting there. So please, there is still hope. And we do have a voice, and we've got to use our voice. And Welsh Government in Wales, a Labour Welsh Government, is showing the way in many respects, and the Metro Mayors are doing the same here. So please don't lose hope.
Just to add to the question about the climate, there's a concept from MIT researchers called cognitive bandwidth, and so the scarcity mindset means that you have very little mental resources to basically address anything other than the basic needs, and as Beth is saying, people are on their knees. So the idea being that with things like a basic income or shorter working weeks, that you could have greater cognitive bandwidth for other activities, and that's one of the things which I think is really important to recognize, that when people make bad decisions, it's often because of this sheer amount of scarcity that's in their lives. It's not necessarily because there's, often kind of nonsense ideas about, genetics or anything like that. It's a scarcity mindset. So I think something like this is a really, really important concept.
Yeah, and to continue on the climate activism thing, I think there's not a pilot that I'm aware of that has assessed climate activism specifically or activism explicitly, and I think that's probably because most of them don't deal with that universal thing, and I think that that's likely to be a universal kind of response to a community getting it. But I do think we do have some things in the UK policies already that resemble a basic income, and pensions are one of them. And I think, as we can see, people who are receiving their pension do an enormous amount of unpaid work and activism. And I think that is a response to having a secure income and not needing to do paid work. They get to do the work that they can see needs to be done after a lifetime of doing paid work. And I think that is likely to be replicated with a universal basic income. The question about the wrong ways to do basic income from pilots, again, I think because they are experiments, there's a duty of care. So they tend not to go in and do a really terrible job, because that's very unethical, and they have to pass all the ethical frameworks and stuff to be able to do these projects. To me personally, though, I think a failure of a pilot is if it doesn't lead to any long-term policy change. If it's just a, to use harsh words, a vanity project, I think it really needs to be used to influence conditionality in social security. I think fundamentally, I think we can see how awful the conditions that are put on social security are in this country and the human cost of that. And I think we have a real opportunity with the Welsh pilot to show how it can be done differently, and how removing those conditions has a wealth of positive impacts. And on the Jarrow project, our partner, well, the group really leading the pilot is Grange Big Local in East Finchley and Big Local Central Jarrow in Jarrow. So she might have heard of the Big Local, because I know they do a lot of work with the schools. We've spent a lot of the time so far sort of putting the groundwork together to make sure that we are prepared to collect the data and capture what people are saying about the idea. And there's been some surveying at some of their events. We've just recruited a research partner that we're super excited about, so we are now ready to go and do this big data collection, and we're going to be doing some focus groups in October or November, I can't remember, but I can make sure that you have the dates and that they can go to this person, because that's very helpful for us.
Great.
Right, hello. Thanks so much for waiting. How are you guys? You guys okay? Yeah, you can. Absolutely, you can. Please, for God's sake, talk to me. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming. Are you aware what you're here to see? Yes, it is, of course, Open Carry Office Culture, New York Snow Patrol. It is a comedy show about identity politics, cancel culture, piss, hell, and the human soul. I promise you, it is definitely a comedy show, despite the fact that all the evidence to the contrary, having spent a year thinking about identity politics and cancel culture, suggests that neither of those things are funny in any way whatsoever. It will be good. Piss, hell, and the human soul, on the other hand, oh my God, guys, it's a laugh a minute. Which actually, for a comedy show, is a pretty bad hit rate. It's just fairly weak, pretty bad. The problem with saying things are a laugh a minute is it also kind of implies the existence of a minute's silence either side of every laugh point, in which the audience are presumably just left alone with their own thoughts, which is dreadful. It's not what I want at all. Can't be having that. Can't be having you left alone with your own thoughts. If you guys are left alone with your own thoughts for more than 30 seconds, you're going to think of one of three things. Killing yourself, having a wank, ordering some chicken. I can have none of that. Okay, this is a tight show. Can't be having Deliveroo drivers coming in here asking for codes, someone fashioning a noose over there, someone else asking to have a pop on it. No, I need you guys to respect me, please. Pay attention. I mean, that's why you're here, isn't it? What's your name? Sam, and your big name? It's Samuel. I could have told you that. Tit for tat, mate. Listen, I need you to please respect me. That's why you're here, isn't it? Because you need answers, because you're now so confused, weak, pathetic little mortals. You don't know what you think anymore. Every time you go on the internet, you're bombarded with 1,000 thoughts a minute, like superheroes who've just discovered but not yet learnt to harness the power of telepathy. That's what you're like. Come in here begging me to undercut the seriousness of the culture wars with hilarity and vision and elan. Well, I've got news for you, boyo. I'm not Nish Kumar, okay? I'm sorry, but I'm not, right? Oh, please, Nish, please make us feel safe from the rise of fascism in a light-hearted way. No, I'm not going to do it. It's going to be hard, okay? I'm sorry, but you are not in a safe pair of hands, all right? These are hands that have a 100% success rate record of meeting a fist bump with a handshake that turns into an awkward grab, okay? I don't know what I'm doing, like a socially anxious game of rock, paper, scissors. That's me. Never more aware of how uncomfortably white and middle class I am when I'm hanging on to another man's fist, you know? Don't know what I'm about, man. I don't know what I'm doing, you know? I wanted this show to be so smart, right? Like I'm kind of attacking a lot of big, heavy themes here for a really stupid, silly little boy. I tried to get so smart, right? I went on, have you heard of it? The internet, and started reading up about cancel culture and identity politics, and started basically wanting to understand the other side of a coin, right? Because it's important to understand the other side of a coin, right? Because there are two sides to every coin. The side with a factual statement of value, and the side with a fascist. So it's very important to understand both sides of a coin. I started watching all of Ben Shapiro's videos, all of that sort of stuff, right? Wanted to understand what was going on with these guys. And of course, the worst thing happened, what they always warn you about. I got instantly radicalized. Well, I did. I didn't used to dress like this, okay? I'm serious. Something went really wrong. My God, look at me. What's going on, huh? Got feminized by right-wing ideas. Cultural dinosaurs turned me bi. Watched 5 seconds of Ben Shapiro. I instantly thought, no, fuck that. From now on, I'm wearing skirts. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Not that I think, of course not that I think that a skirt is necessarily a gendered piece of clothing. All clothes are unisex. If you just put them on, you know what I mean? It's only women's wear if only women wear it, right? Like we're free now from the strictures of having to go into shops. We have the internet to thank for that. We're able to order whatever we want into our beautiful office cell-like apartments, right? Experiment, be free in peace. The beauties of capitalism manifest, right? World transformed. I'm serious. Like no longer do I need to go into a new look and stand awkwardly near the dresses saying just loud enough for the sales assistant to hear me, yes, I'm certain this is the one she wanted. Yes, I'm sure this is in mother's size. I do what I want. Get what I want off the internet now. I get my drugs online. Did you know that about me? Little fact sheet for you. I buy my drugs on the internet now. Dark web. People always tell you the dark web's a very scary place full of ne'er-do-wells and hackers. But it's not. The dark web's like the most simple internet can be, right? All the ne'er-do-wells and hackers, they're on Twitter now. They're on the normal web, right? Here it's just a transactional thing of people just asking for something and getting it. It's beautiful. I mean, it might be kid porn, but at least it's honest. You know what I mean? At least it's honest. Oh, it might be a snuff film, but at least I don't have to watch a Grammarly advert at the beginning of it. Yeah. Do what I want. I get shrooms off. Do people here do shrooms? It's okay to say. There's no cops in, I think. I don't know who you are. I get my shrooms off the internet, and it's really funny because they just come straight to your door, and it's like really weird because it has this like passing familiarity to the normal internet, so they still like rate the drugs like they would an Amazon review. And you get these like 5 distinct camps of people. You get people rating the high, right? So they're like, oh, saw amazing fractal imagery, realized that I was a mote of dust within an ever-widening cosmic Gaia, realized that love is a river of blood that runs through the cosmos like the life force of God itself, woke up 5 days later in a skip, 5 stars. You get people over here still clinging to the old ways, you know? Doing like an Etsy review, like discreetly packaged, friendly customer service, would recommend, 5 stars, right? People in the middle, they don't know what the hell's going on. They're like, saw God, drugs came quick, 5 stars. You know? Leaves you worried. Like, are these people even rating the high? Or could you get yourself in a prickly situation? You buy highly recommended gear, have a terrible time, go back, read the reviews, and they're all like, no, bad drugs. Saw Satan, ate my dog, killed my grandma, wore her skin like a cape for a month. Very speedy refund, understanding seller would recommend 5 stars. Very confusing. Which is why I'm pitching at this festival of ideas that moving forward we need some form of like a conglomerate dark web review website, right? Like a sort of a comparetheBlackMeerkat.com. That's what I'm pitching here. That's what I'm here to say. If you don't like that, if you don't like the pun, don't worry. There's only one more of them, and it's exactly the same. So welcome to this is the show here, by the way. Show's not started yet. This is just preamble. If you like this, wait for the amble. Now, if you don't like this, just wait for the amble. It's a bit better. Don't want to do the show, man. The show stresses me out. I hate it. I think the show's weird. The show could have been so many things. So originally, 2 years ago, I started work on what was going to be my magnum opus, right? My very serious comedy hour. It was going to be called Here Comes the Gribbly Grobbler. We've got some poster art here. This was it. I made the poster. It was going to be awesome. Just going to be straight talking, straight on live at the Apollo stand-up hour. It got very well reviewed. Should we have a look at some reviews here? Obviously, these are all made up. Tintin would never give it 5 stars. He doesn't do reviews. He's too busy solving colonialist crimes, you know. And the other thing that happened with, we had a problem with the venue here as well, was originally it was supposed to be in the Queen's boudoir, Buckingham Palace. Obviously that now can't happen, so it's, can't say why. Do you think she's dead? Fairly sure, yeah, unfortunately, me too. Yeah, unfortunately, word on the street seems to be she's gone. Listen, it's sad, I'm no monarchist, I cried when she died. I mean, come on, she's her mum. She means too much, right? Come on, she's reigned over the heyday of the 50s and the 60s and secretly influenced our laws and avoided taxes. She was a beautiful woman. But I will say this. All respect to her, it does bring us one step closer to the dream for this country, right? You know what I'm saying. Like, they're talking now's the time to have a referendum on the monarchy. I think let's go one step further, right? I think we should depose Charles, lock up William, and then finally we can have what we've always wanted in this country. Boy King. Yeah? Get that little guy George on the throne. Come on, man. Come on. How long's it been? 500 years since we've had a boy king? How sick would that be? Could you imagine? A little tyrant tyke? Yes, please. You know, we're probably the last country on the earth that could pull this off right now. This is it. Come on, he's already in primary school. Hurry up, man. Get that guy a paper crown. We'll go to war in Narnia. It'll be sick. Commit treason against a toddler. It'll be beautiful. I'm going to start the show in just a second. I want to tell you a little bit about my little friend that I made during lockdown. So during lockdown, I became best friends with Frog. I don't know if this is like relatable stand-up material, observational stuff. If ever people did this during the third lockdown, became best friends with a frog. His name was the Gribbly Grobbler, and I loved him. But it's not the worst thing to have happened, of course. Millions of people died. It's important to remember this now, of course, because the way people talk about the lockdowns at this late stage, you think the whole thing had been nothing more than one big middle-class self-improvement event, you know? People kept coming up to me and being like, what did you get up to then? What did you do during the days of death, when the bodies piled high in their thousands, and the politicians partied and quibbled and embezzled, and grew plump on the fruits of our pain? Sourdough starter, was it? Banana bread, get into Peloton, learn Italian? No! Cried for a bit and then went to bed for a year, like a bear, okay? Capiche? You got me. Did learn Italian. I learned Italian. I use those skills to become best friends with a little frog. I don't know if you've ever loved anything in your little pathetic, miserable life, Sam, but it's It's hard because everything dies, and frogs most of all. My frog died around Christmas time, and I was heartbroken. I used to go down to the bottom of the garden every day and feed him little bits of bread, which he didn't. He hated it. He hated it. It doesn't. I think they eat bugs, really. And I'm not like putting this all on the frog, but shortly after that, I had a mental breakdown. And then I entered a stand-up competition because the trophy was a pigeon, and I wanted the pigeon, and then I won the pigeon. And then immediately after doing that, I realised that for the last 20 years, I've been suppressing the suspicion that I'm trans. Which is just great, really. It's the last thing I fucking wanted. Absolutely bullshit, mate. Oh, my God. Do you know, I was a straight white man born in a Western country that isn't America. That's the best thing you can be. That's the best one. I'm sorry. Don't give that up. The sweet hegemonic honey. To become a gender-confused millennial, questioning their sexuality and pronoun usage. That's so much work, man. Oh, I think I'm trans. You know, you don't have to do stuff just because you think it. Every time I see a blender, I think about putting my hand in there. Doesn't mean I have to do it. Every time I'm in a urinal, there's a moment. There's a moment when I think, if you licked that pee wave, you'd get real sick. Real badly sick. Doesn't mean I should do it. Even if it would be an easy week off work. I'm not going to do it, man. I'm bigger than that, you know? Had this realization about myself. I started asking myself all these difficult questions, which is a shame because now I'm trying to grapple with the idea that I might be trans. And I'm trying to talk about it now because my work's how I talk to myself. This is my art form, you know? And I'm trying to do it in a very vulnerable way that makes light of the fact that I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea, which is a shame because before this, I could just be an ally. And that was great because it was no work whatsoever. I mean, what do you want? Like a couple of tweets? Yeah, sure, maybe. You got it. You know what I mean? Stay away from women. Look at me. There's no problem there. Don't worry about that, you know? Now I'm trying to grapple with this thing, and it's difficult because I've sort of made this show about it. And as the show changes, so do I change. And I'm constantly trying to keep up with it and constantly asking myself questions without knowing the answers, you know? Not that I think that that's a bad thing at all. Like, for example, I think you should always be able to ask questions without knowing the answers. Like, why are teeth so hard to take care of, but dental records almost impossible to destroy? Well, that makes no sense. Questions like, well, why was Noel Edmonds allowed? Do you know what I mean? So normal questions like that. And it's difficult, right? Because I'm an overthinker. I'm a self-critic. I'm a Sam-saboteur. And so when I had this thought, rather than just speak to my trans and queer friends who are beautiful and intelligent and deep and contain these unknown, fathomless depths, I decided instead to shut myself away for a year and a half and watch nothing but Jordan B. Peterson videos and Joe Rogan videos. Just to check. Just to be sure, right? Because you've got to see both sides of the coin. Oh, you've got to play devil's advocate. Yes, sir. Let's get the devil involved in this. A famously compassionate chap. And it's difficult because now we've got this and the devil is in the show because this, my friends, is a show in which I am going to transition live in front of your very eyes in a sort of dry run into the worst possible thing I can conceive of for myself. A cishet, anti-woke, cancel culture comedian. That's it. That's the show. If you don't like it, go home. Close the browser. Because that's it. That's what it is. His name is Nicoresti, a clever Tom Marvolo riddling of my own name. And he's everything about the deeply repressed, hyper-masculine version of my own subconscious that I'm seeking to illuminate and reject. We could have had a nice little show about a frog I became friends with. But no, we've got this, Behemoth. Open carry Hoboken New York Snow Patrol. And it's about cancel culture, identity politics, piss, hell, and the human soul. Thank you so much for coming.
It's easy for me to be the representation of the corrupt and tyrannical patriarchy.
You are a white privileged male who has no experience.
What the hell ever happened to just politely disagreeing with Nazis? I never apologize. Sorry.
Ricky Gervais's whole act, if you took it literally and seriously, word for word, is the most offensive thing you'll ever hear.
This stuff always comes from middle-class people. This always comes from privileged people. Well, I don't have daughters, but I do have an army of female friends. Now, I couldn't be more pro-trans, but unisex toilets and unisex changing rooms are a step too far. Wow. Big bloke in there, washing his hands. Do me a favour.
I'm a vegan. Look at me, I'm all virtuous. Here's my little sausage roll.
LGGBDTTTIQQAAPP community. Pronouns? I'm pro-verbs. Proverbs of the Bible.
That comedian should be shut down. How dare he say that?
It's over. The world is over.
That is the claim of end-time extremists all over history.
You literally can't be a man anymore, can you?
Oh, Piers.
You can't. It's over.
Give it a rest.
It's over. Cancel anti-Wokeflake snow culture.
Okay, hello, welcome, we're live, and welcome so much to Cancel Anti-Wokeflake Snow Culture, the internet's premier live stream for free-thinking, rational debate, speculative crypto news, and thinly disguised hatred of women. Whoops, sorry, I mean white men calmly discussing trans people amongst themselves. Listen, we've got a wonderful show coming up for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and no other genders. Oh my God, feels good to say that again, doesn't it? My God, remember they outlawed that? Well, now we can say it again. I hope wherever you are tonight, wherever you are, you're having a great time, and I hope that you're ready for a fantastic show. Are we ready for a fantastic show? Can you guys shut up, please? Trying to live stream here. Just shut up. Just keep it down, okay? Sorry, I should explain. I'm being harangued by a liberal arts crowd. I don't know why I've been booked at this festival, but they're stalking me and they won't go away. Listen, it's really wonderful to be here. We've got such a fantastic stream coming up for you this evening. Welcome, of course, to all my new subscribers who are tuning in after seeing me appear on some of Russell's videos. If you want to check those out, by the way, you can just Google Russell Brand and Nicoresti calmly debate the existence of angels for half an hour. All caps. The entire thing's in all caps. It's got one of the most insane thumbnails you'll ever see in all of your life. And I think Russell is actually a really smart guy. I really do, despite his conviction that the seraphim walk amongst us and can cure most known diseases. I think he's actually a really good chap, and I don't believe any of the many bad things I've heard about him. So that's it. And by the way, this is a character in its satire, so it's not slander wander, actually. Listen, by the way, I'm going to point out now, I'm talking to the audience, I've got ADHD, so the character's already gone. I'm just to let you know, basically, a problem that happens with this show, I've realised, is that because I never really make it clear what my politics are at the top of the show, none of you really know if you're safe to enjoy this bit, or if that was the character and now this is me. Just to put it beyond the realm of doubt, whatever it is you think, I think that too, okay? And then now we can get on and have a nice time, okay? So listen, coming up on the stream today, we've got, of course, podcast co-host Tonk Bonkerton, the vehicular mansplainer himself, live in his car down the M5 screaming about the price of crisps or something this week. And of course, the big news for this festival, and it really is, guys, such a coup. After a long orchestrated fan campaign, I am beyond enamoured to announce we only went and got him. Yes, sir. Jordan B. Peterson is appearing on this stream in this show live tonight. Are you not impressed by that, are you? Is that not impressive enough for you? I'm sorry. Jordan B. Peterson, the patriarch of the Western world, is appearing in TWTtv live tonight. And silence from the crowd, I hear. You probably don't even know him, do you? Because you're too busy being a bunch of wokey cokies who even have heard of Jordan B. Peterson. Listen, if you've not heard of him, he's sort of like a rapidly deflating Jeremy Irons villain. That's kind of what his vibe. He's like a cross between a radicalised Kermit the Frog, a depressingly sober Rick Sanchez, and a cock. That's him. That's Jordan, which of course I love because the cock is of the man. Listen, it really is wonderful for Jordan to take time out of his really hectic schedule to talk with us this month, as I do understand he is currently 7 months deep into his semen retention programme and has stored up quite a healthy reserve of spunk, so sitting down with anybody is quite difficult at this stage. We'll be talking all sorts of things, crypto. There's never been a better time to invest in Bitcoin, of course, but the main thing on the agenda this evening, we'll be talking about my recent no platforming. For those who aren't aware, of course, I recently got no platformed. You should know, because I've been on all the major platforms talking about it: Sky News, GB News, Sky Atlantic, Question Time, Gardener's World, Art Attack. I was the big Art Attack once, talking about getting no platformed. It was quite a long time ago. You know what? Do I mind that I got cancelled? I don't want to. I mean, you know why I got cancelled. I don't need to go into it. I delved too deep into piss. All right, I went too deep into piss and I got cancelled. I'm not going to talk about that tonight. I'm not here to talk about that. Right? So just forget about it. I do want to say that it is fantastic that despite the fact that they are trying to silence us and shut our voices down, we finally have the internet, a beautiful utopian place where we can say whatever we want without any fear of consequence. so long as we continuously please the algorithm, our advertisers, and the Patreon base. After that, we can go off. We can do what we want. Say what we're all thinking in this country, huh? Because we're all thinking it, aren't we? What, we're too afraid to say it now? We're all thinking it. Why don't we just say it? Come on. It's just us here, the whole internet, and about, I would estimate, maybe 10 to 15 people who haven't quite got the vibe of the gig yet, but they're warming up to it. Why don't we just say it, huh? Come on. I'm free. We're all thinking it, so it should be really easy, shouldn't it, right? It's all because we're all just telepathically tuned into this, right? So here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Finally, we're going to say it. 1, God, I can't wait. 2, 3. I'm quite scared, actually. Quite scared. The older I get, the more scared I become. I think I've wasted my life. I see now that life is a slalom race and you can never win because it's all downhill. And I'm starting to suspect that there's no meaning to life, that actually the only true meaning is in the universe's complete chaotic lack of purpose. And some days I can just about make peace with that, but other days it makes me want to curl up into a little strange small ball and just sort of blow away into dust. But you can't say that anymore, can you? Oh, my God. If you went onto a university campus in Great Britain today and tried saying that at an open mic night, do you know what they'd say to you? They'd say, don't open with it. It's weird. It's not funny. It bums people out. Well, they're wrong, and I'm not signing anything. Listen, guys, we've got a fantastic show coming up for you tonight. Let's kick it straight off. We're gonna check in now with the vehicular mansplainer himself, Tom Bonkerton, somewhere live on the M5. Tonk, how's it honking out there?
Hello, Nam, what's going on? Everything's worse now, isn't it?
Oh, too bloody right.
Get out my lane, you stupid prick!
Tonk, how's it looking out there tonight, mate?
Oh, Nam, everything's just gone to shit in this country, I tell you that. You know, I remember when Froggos used to be ha'pence a pike.
God, golden
Can't
age.
have that now, of course. No, sir. No, thanks to decimalisation, I've lost access to my kids!
Honestly, mate, it's a bloody shame what they've done to this country. It really is.
Problem is nowadays, all these liberals on social media, they're stuck in an echo chamber.
Well, that's it, isn't it, Tom? They're just in an echo chamber of their own
exactly
making.
it, Nam. It's an echo chamber.
Well, I think that's hit the nail on the head, frankly, Tom.
Yeah,
The libs.
couldn't have put it there myself. It's a bloody echo chamber.
I think that's such an insightful point, actually, Tom, because it's an echo chamber, isn't it? It's an echo chamber at the end, but it's an echo chamber, isn't it, that they've created for themselves on Twitter.
It's an echo
Tom,
chamber.
actually, I think when you really get down to brass tacks about it, it's a... Tonk?
I've done it again.
What's gone on?
I've hit a whole family.
Oh, God.
Now I think I've hit a whole family of frogs.
What did you... Of frogs?
Frogs. I think I've hit a whole...
That's less serious than it first sounded,
Oh, God,
isn't
what
it?
am I going to do?
I don't know. Drive off.
Oh, God, what am I going to do?
Oh, are we... I think we're losing the connection. Hold on. Are we still streaming? I think, Tom, I think you're getting disconnected. When I did this show originally, the venue was not this ludicrously big, so going off stage was not such a feat of human engineering. I'm just going to pause the show for a second, if that's all right, just to check in with you guys, because actually, like, this is a safe space. You know, like, I want you guys to feel safe. Like the stage, you know, I think the stage is a safe space. I think the stage is a safe space where we can do and say, you know, what we want. The rules of a safe space are really simple, actually. Don't touch me, and that's it. After that, go off. I honestly don't really care. You know, just respect my boundaries, right? And I'll respect yours, because I think that we are our boundaries. I think that we conceive of our self-identity as a system of interlocking borders, right, that merge and meld at the boundaries of other people, right? Because you're a different person around your lovers, your friends, your parents, your defense attorney, the prosecution witness. You change who you are. You know, you pucker, you bloat, you contort, you shift, right? And I just find that, like, I've been really struggling with this concept of identity recently. You know, since the Grobbler died, it really hit me incredibly hard, because during lockdown, like, he was all I had, this frog of mine. He was my love, he was my rock, he was my soul. Which is saying a lot, because I was living with my girlfriend as well, so she was also there. But me and the frog, we just hit it off. We just hit it off quite well. Because, like, pets are like that, right? It doesn't matter what form they take. They're a little Horcrux, you know, they're a little piece of you. You put your soul in there. And when they die, a little bit of you dies too, right? But it can be, I think, a chance to rediscover something else that you've lost. So when the Grobbler left, I went searching, and I started to find it. And so I say that I've been on this trans question about myself. And recently I've taken some, like, proactive steps. Like, for example, quite recently I finally came out as genderqueer. Like, really recently, like right now, this is happening. It's actually the first time I've ever said it on the internet. So thanks so much for your support, actually. Yeah, that's really kind to sit in silence when I do that. Do you know this, actually, guys? It's actually really brave. Yeah, it's actually really brave what I just did. It is, what, to come out as genderqueer at a sort of far left leaning Labour Party adjacent conference. Yeah, it is actually, because I don't really know what it means. So actually it was pretty bold. I think I like it. I love saying queer, right? And putting gender on there, it's just a little bit of spice, isn't it? It just takes it to that next level. It's like going from I don't eat bread to I've got a gluten intolerance. Do you know what I mean? It's just a bit more like serious now, right? Like in the same way that actually, like, it is something I've had my entire life, but people do just assume I'm doing it to be cool. I'm experimenting, right? Because that's what we do as humans. We make ourselves up. Like, for example, 7 years ago, I actually came out to all my friends at my birthday party as non-binary. That was the word I was using then. And they all reacted in exactly the same way. They went, oh, that's amazing, that's amazing, my Duke. Which was weird, right? Because, like, I just wanted to wear a pair of dungarees from Lucy and Yak, not inherit a peerage. It was way too much pressure. So I did the only thing that made any sense. I moved city, never spoke to any of them ever again. And now I've got friends that I love and I cherish, and I don't want to muck it up. So I'm sort of dry running coming out in this weird new way. I'm sure people here have come out about things in the past. I think that's really brave, to be true to yourself and the people around you in your life. But my method's better. My method's way better than yours. My method involves coming out to strange, slightly dislocated rooms of 10 to 15 strangers in Liverpool I might never see again before I tell my friends and family. Because fuck them. I don't need to tell my family shit. I'm an adult. I own succulents. I do what I want. Do you know what I mean? Like, coming out is so antiquated. It's like asking for someone's daughter's hand in marriage. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, father, may I seek your permission to still exist in your eyes? Like, no, I'm not doing that, you know? I'm coming out this way. And the reason for that is twofold. One, I'm a performer, and I think gender is performative. And my art is my method of communion with my soul. And two, I think it makes but when I want to go out, all of a sudden, I feel this need to, like, try and do makeup, make my hair look nice, like, change the way I stand, change the way I talk, pass, placate. And it's like, who are you trying to kid? Who am I trying to fool? Because I can't ignore the fact, like it or not, I am, you know, like, biologically a slob, and I can't be bothered with hair and makeup. It's way too much effort. Not doing that. No way. In the pyramid of gender needs, queer's down here. Slob's up top, man. Slob reigns supreme. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm, petitioning my local GP. On the drop-down menu, they got all the titles there. They got Mr., Mrs., Ms. Heck, they even got Mooks on there. It's like, come on, man. Put a honking great pile of crap on there as well. What about me? What about my lived experience? Do you know what I mean? Think about changing my pronouns. Has anyone here changed their pronouns? Anyone done that? No, just me? That's fine. I'll tell you about it. It's such a difficult thing to do, actually. Like, it's really scary because on the one hand, I think changing my pronouns would make me quite happy. But on the other, it would destroy Western culture as we know it. And it's just like it's like so big. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel that being called they would make me, that would improve my quality of life. But I don't want to destroy the central tenets of the Enlightenment by asking my co-workers to do that on a Zoom call. Do you know, that's way too far. I've been trying to understand this argument, right? So I've been watching all of Douglas Murray, really getting into this guy, going down deep on the fellow, you know? And all these arguments and these people, they're always the same. It's always like, I'm not transphobic. No, I'm not transphobic. I simply think it's a bastardization of the English language, quite frankly. No, I think it's a degradation of the immutable, never-changing, sui generis nature of English, a British institution, and not at all a shared sort of concepts that grow and change as we grow and change as a species. No. I'm not transphobic, sir. I simply do not wish to refer to a they in the second person singular. They is, they am. I think it's a bastardization, a degradation, and ad hominem attackable, you know? And I care about Douglas. I care about Douglas deeply. I want to meet the guy halfway, okay? So from now on, I'd really like it if everybody could please refer to me by my chosen pronouns. Thee, thine, thou, because I'm preserving English culture better than any of you fucks. I am, man. I'm taking it back to the high medieval period. Thee, thine, thou. Because if you've got something to say it to my face and say it in a weird Shakespearean cadence. You know what I mean? Forget it. Let's take it one step further. You want to talk about trans women in sports? Cool. Let's do so in ancient Norse, you know? Next time someone asks me about my pronouns, I will respond by spilling forth pagan runes from my mouth, which will clatter on the cobblestones like sick. That's me. Fish and chips. True British values, you know? What we really need in this country. And then Douglas will say, oh, another one, is it now? We got to learn vi, vine, vow, they, there, ze, je. Oh, there's more pronouns than there are people now by my own internal logic. Which is like such a funny thing because those guys always say that. But then at the same time, they always love the monarchy. And I can't think of anybody more militant about their pronoun usage than the reigning head of state. Like, what is the royal we? That's a pronoun for just one person. That's an insane waste of a word. Do you know that Charles recently changed his pronouns, his actual identity, and started to identify quite openly as the physical embodiment of the divine will of God upon the face of the earth? Oh, but I want to wear little shorts and suddenly I'm delusional? Like, I don't know. I don't know about that, you know? Been trying to see things from their perspective, you know, and I do think that, like, we're living through a weird time. Like, on some level, I think that transness should be the most right-wing kind of thing going, right? Because it's like the most beautiful expression of individualism, right? It's individuality like writ manifest. Do you know what I mean? Like, we should all be libertarians. But I think that, like, in a weird way, we've all been queered by capitalism, right? You guys are going to love this shit. We've all been... Because let me tell you, this bit, it's not really very funny, but I think it's a good point. And if there was ever a time to say it, I think we've all been queered by capitalism, right? Because none of us expect to live within the structure, right? We don't expect to reap its proposed rewards, you know, raise a family, own property, all these things. We're all kind of on the outside now. So I think we all have a lot more sympathy and compassion for people who are experimenting and going through it themselves. And at the same time, I think that we're living through a crisis of masculinity. I don't think young, virile men know what to do anymore, you know? Like me. Because all the problems we face are too existential. Like, you can't punch a forest fire. You know, you can't deadlift a continental ice shelf back together. It's difficult. It's very strange. And I don't want to, like, internalize these ideas too much, right? Because it starts to get in your head, and it can get quite depressing. Like, you know, I've started to notice I'm getting a little bit older. Like, you know, I'm starting to, like, lose my hair a bit, which is bad. I want all my hair. I need all my hair for reasons. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be doing it. I tried shaving it off during lockdown. That's what guys tell you. Shave it off. You'll never look back. Did it? I look like a boiled turtle. Disgusting. Never do that again, right? Never do. I'm committed now. I'm in it. And it's difficult, right? Because, like, I'm trying to conceive of myself as a sort of an androgynous free spirit floating between the genders, identifying as I will. But my body keeps being like, well, I mean, your hairline's receding and your back hurts and your grandfather's jowls are setting in. I'm not really sure you're the free-thinking spirit of youth you think you are. It's like, God damn, man. Getting turfed by my own mortality here, misgendered by my own genes. It's not on. It's not fair. But I don't despair. Don't worry. Don't feel bad for me. Because I know that one day I will transition into the person I was always meant to be. Bones. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to come a time when my skeletal form will sashay away from my flesh and I will be free at last. The true trans experience, the transitory cross of the border from the known into the unknown. You know, there will come a time in the future when I will be so old, TERFs will no longer police where I piss. Because I'll be so old, the only place left of me will be my own colostomy bag. You know, and then they'll say, oh, go ahead, knock yourself out. Oh, sorry, knock thyself out. Jeez, oh, so difficult to remember that, blah, 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 you know. I do worry, like, on some level that is what I believe, that I'm so, like, hypercritical and hyper-rational in my own head that I think the only way to know for sure if I should or shouldn't do something like this would be to retreat into the forests for 1,000 years and study philosophy and theology and theosophy. And then, as a wizened old monk on my deathbed, look up at the sun and announce to the birds that moving forward, I would like to be referred to as was/gone, you know? It's what I worry about. I'm scared of changing my body. It's the same reason I never got a tattoo, because they always tell you the same thing. And they always say, you'll regret it. You'll regret it when you're older. You'll regret that when you're older. But the thing they never tell you is that there are actually, like, loads of ways you can ruin your life forever for under £100 in Hull on a Friday night. Like, you just go off, do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, every time I open my mouth, I leave permanent emotional scars on myself and everyone I know. Like, every decision I make is a needle in the skin of time, a meandering tramp stamp of directionless misadventure. My entire life is testament to the fact that I regret my youth. Oh, but at least I never got that Joy Division lyric on my ankle. That would have been a step too far, you know? Put drugs in my body every single day that fundamentally alter my mood and regulate my behavior, change who I am as a human being. But at least I never added estrogen to that list and got nicer skin and softer hair. That would have been way too far. You know what I mean? At least I never removed my dick and freed myself of the need to father. Whoops. Too far. She's lost control again. Do worry about these things, you know. You spend too long in these arguments, you internalize them. You start going around and around in your head, the devil gets in, you know. You start thinking, maybe they're right, actually. Maybe I'm just a confused, sad, pathetic little man. Maybe it's just better to be safe and unhappy forever as a miserable man well past his prime. Which reminds me, we're supposed to be doing a show about anti-woke comedians. Come on, we got to get back into it. God, how could I forget? Okay, sorry. Let's kick back off into the show. So, sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulty there. We lost the stream, and Tonk is dead, so he's not coming back. Welcome back to Cancel Anti-Wokeflake Snow Culture, ladies and gentlemen, and no other genders. We will be zooming in to Jordan B. Peterson in just a moment's time. We're waiting on him to email through a Zoom link. I do understand he is moving very slowly, of course, because of his huge engorged scrotal sack, but he is, I am told, coming. And we'll be talking about, of course, mainly about why I recently got cancelled. And why did I get cancelled, huh? Now you're all here, you lib suck boys. You can tell me this, huh? Why'd you cancel me? Huh? Why? Because of the direct consequences of the things I said and did? And the impact that had on people in the real world? Does that sound like a reasonable excuse to you? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, seriously, man. You make one innocent comment. One innocent little tweet. Or a sustained series targeting a specific marginalised group of people, innocently pointing out, and this is all I said, by the way, that if you piss on someone you love as an act of fetishistic sexual play, something's gone wrong with your cock. That's all I said. That's all I said. Oh my God, all of a sudden, I had the piss pups and the dicky daddies picketing my performances, coming down, performing woke outrage, bladder lads on the lash and off the leash, throwing wet bombs at my wife, throwing wet bombs at my car. I got handed out of house and home by jacked up urine cells off Reddit. It was disgusting, man. You know, I used to be a part of that community, the kink community, not the piss community, of course. Yeah, they strung me up, which they're really good at, by the way, should put it out. It's a part of that community. I lost access to my celebrity feet pics account. I mean, come on. Where am I going to rate the feet of famous women now, huh? In my head? How is that going to create a communal resource that will last a generation? You tell me that, Twitter. You tell me that. I mean, I'm serious, man. They pulled a gotcha on me, these lefty hackers, or a capture. I can't remember what it was called. They showed me, locked me out of my account, tried to change my password. They showed me 9 identical images of bold, angry white men. Asked me to click on the attack helicopters. It was too hard. I couldn't do it. I was there for ages, man. It was too hard. It's all gone too far, you know, all this woke stuff, all this gender stuff now. I mean, come on, what happened to when women were just women? You know what I mean? What happened? Do you remember? When women were just women. And you could sum them up in a sentence, word, tops, at most, in a vowel. In a vowel sound you used to be able to do, in a noise. Go on, define a woman in an abstract shape, in a concept. Describe them like a blade of grass. You can't do it, can you? You little Corbynistas, you can't, can you? You can't even sum up a woman like a blade of grass anymore. That's what we've come to. You want to know the definition of a woman? Here it is. Woman, noun. Big, long spine. They've got tiny little knees. Then 17 toes, but they won't say where. And then they got this this kind of inner carapace protecting a secret head, haven't they? That was them, women. And now they got different hair every moon cycle. They're all into witches, sabbats, and tarot, and they won't reply to my DMs. It's ridiculous. It's not on. But you want to know the worst thing about modern women? Not a single one of them can name a single member of the 1960s space rock group Hawkwind. They can't. Go on. Oh, you laugh at that, do you? Go on, then. Any woman here. Go on, carte blanche. The floor is yours. What you've always wanted. Go on. Name a single member of the 1960s space rock group Hawkwind. John. Can we Google that? I don't know. I've never looked. I've got absolutely no. John. You reckon John? I think there's like 75 of them. So actually, yeah, fair play. You win again, lefties. You really got me there. But you know what? You won't win the war because you can't fool us. You can't fool us. Did you know I can positively ID the natal sex of anybody at 900 yards with 100% accuracy? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. 100% accuracy. I practice every day down Regent Street at 6 a.m. till 9 a.m. I get it right 100% of the time. How do I know I get it always right? Because I'm a man. I'm always right. That's why. And I play this little game. This is a little game I play to help me positively ID the natal sex of everybody. This is going to work awfully with the lag, but we'll have a go. It's called a Turfinator. Are you ready? I'm really good at it. Man, man, woman, 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 man, 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 woman, woman, man, 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 woman, man, 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 woman, 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 horse. Man, 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 woman, 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 horse. Woman, 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 man, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, get that off. Hey, get that off. That was an experimental time at university. Get that. It was Halloween. You were allowed to experiment, but get that off. That shouldn't be on there. What is with these frickin' frogs, man? Is it? I should just stand there. I just have to stop the show because I remembered contractually that in wrong mic. Sorry, that's really it. It's actually the only valid heckle I will accept. No one is allowed to heckle unless I am using the AV kit wrong. At which point, please scream. I just have to say, I have to stop the show because I actually remembered that in all of the promo I did for this, I promised that I would solve the gender debate at some point, and I'm sort of contractually obliged to do it. So is that all right if I just quickly solve the gender debate for you guys? Is that okay? Yeah? You sound really excited, actually, for people who are about to witness the birth of a new utopian vision for Britain. That's, yeah, really kind. Listen, it's simple, right? The state of the narrative at the moment is in the bog, it's in the toilet, right? We're piss freaks now in this country. We're obsessed with it, policing people's right to go to the toilet where they want. I think it's so strange, you know? I think we're making like golden strides, pardon the pun, in that direction. You know, like gender-neutral toilets we have now, I think that's wonderful. I think it's still a little bit confusing though, because most of the time, like in a pub, they won't actually change anything. They just change the names from like ladies and gents to stalls and urinals. And I think people still get confused. Like, I think a far better way of doing it that would make sense for everybody would be to relabel them people who know how to sit down when they pee and people who wish to let the piss fall where it may. And then this could be like a whole wet room scenario, be a bit more fun. You know what I mean? Like, we'd just go off in there, be for those guys. I mean, really fun. And, you know, it wouldn't have to be like this big thing all the time where it's like you're going about your life not minding how you're conceived of until you're confronted all of a sudden with this cartoonish representation of the binary, trouser, skirt, and you have to decide on the fly which one most encapsulates how you currently feel, your inner philosophy, your confidence levels, how you're dressing, who you're with, where you are, all of these little, you know, signposts. And you have to do all of it whilst needing a slash. Like, it's not fair. No one else has to do that. It's not a question I think I should have put on me, least of all by Tim Martin of Wetherspoons, the hobgoblin king of hatred himself. You know, it's not on. It's really tough, you know. Like, I'm trying to work through this idea at the moment about the culture wars, that I don't think that we really care. I don't. I think that we live through a series of very boring apocalypses, right? And it's hard to get people to care about what's, you know, deeply affecting the marginalised communities that it affects. And I don't know why piss has become the sort of the centre point of our entire culture right now. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think that most of us are pretty lovely people who want to do the best and want to be good human beings. I think it's a way for a very small minority of jaded public voices to say to all trans and queer people, you are not welcome in public. You know what I mean? Like, you are not going to be accommodated by basic amenities in public space. Stay at home. And I get why social media amplify that message, because social media has no soul. You know, it's just click, it's outrage, right? And I get why politicians and corporations and all of this like amplify that message as well, because they need to distract us from the true work of overthrowing our corrupt political institutions and corporate entities who are boiling the planet to death for profit. Like, that checks out. That makes sense, right? That scans. But I don't understand why hack comedians have got on this bandwagon. Why do hack comedians hate gender-neutral toilets. I thought they would love gender-neutral toilets because they've always wanted to know what women are doing in there. They've always been saying, what are they doing? Why are they spending so long in there? Why are those going twos? They've been in there for ages now. It's like, sir, you may now go in and find out for yourself, you know? Although I suspect the answer is spending as long as possible away from you. And then they say, oh, no. No, it's not that. No, what we're worried about is men dressing up as women, going in there and committing assault. Let's be clear. If that has happened, that is a crime. It's inexcusable. It's unforgivable. It's a crime. A crime that men commit all the time without the need for elaborate disguises. You know what I mean? Oh, we must guard the women in the inner sanctum sanctorum of the Wagamamaloos. Not on the buses and not in their jobs, not on the streets, not inside their own homes. But when they're pissing and shitting in the Pret, well, then society must take a stand. It doesn't check out. You know what I mean? Like they're grandstanding on your back. I honestly think if that's society, fuck society. If that's culture, do it. Cancel culture. Do it now and be free. So there we go. So I just had to solve that. I had to solve that really quickly for you there. I
got mail.
What? No, that's way too early, but it's okay. That's actually.
You have violated.
That's actually. Can we actually just reset the entire show really quick?
You have been demonetized and
press P. Press P. Sorry about that. And then just really quickly, it's like that actually. I usually so I should explain. There's no back button on the tech, and that needs to not happen for another 2 minutes. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't just watch Becky while she cycles through. How's that atmosphere in here tonight? Ah, it's popping off. We've seen all this before. This was all. What? Oh my God! Of course, it's Jordan Day. It's Jordan Day. I say, my boy. What day is it today? Have a penny. Yes, of course. Jordan Day. Right. Okay. Let's see. Right. We just need to get the email link, and then we can get into the Zoom and talk to Jordan. So let's have a look here. Let's see what we've got. So are we? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I left a couple of tabs open here. Let me just work. Sorry, I'll just get through these and then we can. Sorry, let me close these. Can we get this off the screen, actually? Can we stop? Can we get this off the... Can you just get this off the screen? Is that all right? Sorry, I'm just trying to get it off the screen. Can we actually cut the feed? Is it... Sorry. Late night Wikipedia sesh. Sorry, I gotta clear up my bookmarks a little bit. Can we can we actually just get rid of... Yeah, okay, sorry. I actually opened quite a lot of tabs today. Shit. No, take it off. Get it off. Get it off. Right, what is with these freaking frogs? Okay, right. Sorry about that. Here we go. Right, let's get the Zoom link. Okay. So have a quick read of this, and then we'll... Hi, Nam. So sorry, but Jordan has to... Balls have burst. Oh, my God. I guess it's not safe to keep all the cum in your body for 7 months. Who would have thought it? Who would have known? There's no negligible effect on your masculinity whatsoever. No. Jordan B. Peterson cancelled me. That can't be right, can it? My hero? Cancelled? No, I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. And no other genders. No, I'll tell you whose fault this is. This is another example of the comfortable, cosy COVID consensus. That's who it is. It's another example of the pronoun pro-mask protesters. Yes, that's who's at fault here, not Jordan. No, it's the BLM, GBTQIA, Disney Plus, avocado eating, drum beating, wokey cokey, weed smoking Corbynistas. That's who's at fault here. It's the identity ideologues with their impotent idiocy. It's the TikTok pagan tarot vegans. It's the polyglot slut fucks who want to take my voice away. Well, let me tell you this. They're nothing more, these trans people, than a bunch of delusional, mentally ill, confused trannies.
You have violated the terms of service. You have been demonetized and disconnected.
No.
You have violated the terms of service.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
You have been demonetized and disconnected.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I take it all back. I apologise. I take it all back. I didn't mean anything by it, please. No, I'm sorry. I take it all back. I'll say whatever you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want, please. Mother, mistress, God, master, sir. I'll do anything. Just give me back my login deeds, please. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
It is time to settle your account.
No.
It is time to settle your account.
No.
Here comes the dribbling groveler.
Wait, Jordan. Oh my God, Jordan, you're here. Jordan, sorry. My God, sorry. Jordan, so we got the Zoom. Oh my, sorry about that, Jordan. I just got briefly cancelled. Sorry, Jordan, are you here? Jordan. Here he comes.
We're going to talk about frogs.
I don't want to talk about frogs with you, Jordan.
The frog is a perfect liminal character. He's the transition between different worlds.
Right.
No.
The frog is an emissary of chaos.
Jordan, can we talk about something other than frogs?
Right. Non-being. It's below being, if you will.
I can't do this
It's
anymore.
inexplicable and absurd, but so much of this is inexplicable and absurd. It's like saying you can play whatever game you want to play. Well, I can tell you, toddlers on the school ground who say you have to play my game, they just get shunned.
Jordan, can you hear me?
The thing about confronting the thing that you're afraid of is that the thing that you're afraid of is genuinely terrifying, and it can actually eat you, and it's eaten plenty of people before you, and so it's no joke.
No. No. The groveler. Keep him away. Keep that thing away from me. I don't want to be grubbled, Daddy. I can't. My voice. Where's my voice?
Homophobic and frankly bonkers concept of
cancel culture is
narcissists, people who aren't marginalised in any way, predominantly white,
hiding in their safe space,
spewing abuse,
transgender people. In reality, it's just men bullying women all over again.
These people are
pathetic.
And it's really starting to get boring now.
People need to stop caring about this stuff.
Just shut up. It just makes me mad.
It's so ironic. You are the problem.
This is a weapon for a very authoritarian, very intolerant,
corrupt and tyrannical patriarch.
Taking the piss, quite literally. Welcome to hell. Hell.
Hell.
Help. Help. Help me. The libs have taken my voice away and left me in a digital hell of my own making. Help. I have no mouth. Where is my penis? Where is my beautiful penis? Penis? No. No, penis. Don't do this to me. I gave everything to you. I told you it was a weird show. I told you I hated it. It makes no sense, huh? Makes no goddamn sense, that stuff. Serious, man. Still, my frog came back. My little grobbler. Nothing ever dies. Thanks so much for being here with me. Just before we go, show of hands, who believes in the soul? Couple people. Cool. Thank you for your honesty. Having watched this debate for so long, I think that's what they're arguing about. It's so weird that this is at the forefront of our culture right now, on like online and in so many ways. They're talking about whether or not the soul exists. Like, honestly, you know, it's about whether or not you believe there's something beneath all your boundaries and your borders, your identity, that's you, immutably you, unchangeably you. That's a soul, you know. And I just, you do believe in the soul, at which point you are a bone bag full of invisible thoughts piloted by a god ghost. Identify it however you like. The universe is insane. Or you don't, and therefore there's nothing else. There's no central authority. This is all there is. So be kind to each other, and either believe in each other or believe in nothing. And I don't understand what is so hard about that for these hyper-rational millionaire atheists to understand. I really don't. But at the same time, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of internalising their arguments. I'm sick of going back and forth, and I'm turning it off. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm stopping no platforming myself. And I'm going to go now, potentially forever, because change is death, right? You're becoming something else, and you're becoming something new. But I'm no longer afraid to die, because it's not transition, it's transcendence. And one day we will all be reunited with our frogs. So turn off the monitors in your mind and set your soul to wandering, because maybe the only difference between any of us is whether or not you have a big, long, long spine and 17 toes, but you won't say where. Thank you very much for watching. I've been who I've been. Thank you.
Change like the wind, like the water, like skin. Change like the sky, like the leaves, like a butterfly. Would you live forever, never die, while everything around passes? Would you smile forever, never cry, while everything you know passes? Death like a door to a place we've never been before. Death like space, the deep sea, a suitcase. Would you stare forever at the sun? Never watch the moon rising. Would you walk forever in the light, to never learn the secret of the quiet night?
Becky as well, and all of the tech people here who've made us come together. Oh, thanks so much.
Like a stone.
Good time watching that comedy session there. Sam Nicoresti is hilarious. Definitely check them out on social media. I'm a little bit quiet now because it's the end. No, it's the voice has come back now a bit, but it's the end. It's nearly the end. It's nearly finished. We are just under £14,000 on our fundraiser. So come on, yes, let's have a bit of noise for the fundraiser. Yeah, come on. Big up everyone at home, everyone here who's helped us get to that point. We're nearly at the target. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. You've heard me talk about that loads. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to some of our volunteers who have been helping out with the stream and some other bits within the festival. Chantel, Cole and Andrea, who you may have seen a little bit of or you may see more of because we have loads of content that has been filmed and will be going online over the next couple of months from the festival. We're trying to give you as much as possible. So donate more and we can produce more. Okay, I'll stop saying donate. Anyway, first of all, Chantel, I just want to ask you a bit about the work that you do, what you're involved in here in Liverpool, and go ahead.
Okay, amazing. So I'm looking at you, aren't I, Don?
Me or the camera, wherever you want. Yeah.
Home. I'll look at both of you. I don't want anyone to feel left out. So basically, I am from Merseyside BLM Alliance and Merseyside Alliance for Racial Equality, and we fight racism in Merseyside and Liverpool, but we're also part of like a national network. And so it's most of the stuff I've been involved in at TWT has been panels about racism, also about my involvement in the Kill the Bill campaign, a great national campaign. And like Dan, I've got no voice because I've spoken on that many panels. Like it was nearly going on the last panel. I was like, just hold out. I've got one more thing to do. But it's really important, you know, I had a really interesting conversation on a podcast this morning and it was about, you know, Liverpool's colonial history and the history of slavery within the city and how that legacy prevails in the experiences of racialised people within this city. So it's really important for people to remember and kind of, if I had a takeaway message that I want you to remember is BLM, you know, some people who will remain nameless might say that BLM was a moment, but it was not. It was a movement, and 2 years later, we are still moving, and we need our allies to move with us. So to support your local BLM, or I'm not going to say we're the best BLM, but you know, no other BLM has me. To support Merseyside BLM, please go to Instagram and find at Merseyside BLM and give us a follow. I did do this at District the other night, and it took us past 3,000 followers, and I was like, yes, love it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Chantal. And Cole, tell us a bit about the work you do up in the great land of Scotland.
The great land of Scotland. So I'm in Glasgow, and currently we're doing something called Power to the People, which is a sort of localised response to the cost of living crisis. Lots of the campaigns that we're seeing are brilliant, great, but they are national and maybe don't necessarily have the roots in communities that they should, that, well, I'm sure will build up over time, but we've got this campaign, Power to the People, focusing on energy bills, asking for a freeze on energy prices rather than a freeze on people, which is what's going to happen. So we've been chapping doors in communities across Glasgow, asking people how they're doing with their energy bills, seeing what we can do to help people with their energy bills, and sort of community organising, but keeping the politics really present in that community organising. So I think a lot of what gets lost when you depoliticise community organising is you're not communicating to people who's to blame. So we've got a campaign firmly focused in building communities up to resist this crisis through education, through we've got debt advisors as part of the campaign advising people and building community resistance, but community resistance firmly focused on who's responsible for this crisis, whether it be the Tory government, Scottish government playing the part, or big capital and the energy companies.
Have you got a Twitter you want to shout out?
We have got a Twitter. I should have done that. Let's see. We are at PTTP Glasgow on Twitter. So
PTTP Glasgow.
Wow.
Wicked.
It's quite a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
It's quite
you're branching out outside of Glasgow,
We're branching outside of Glasgow. We've got groups set up in Dundee, and there's a Liverpool group.
Yes.
There's a Liverpool group. So if you're in Liverpool, have a look at Power to the People.
That's
Liverpool.
what I was padding for.
That's why he's a Liverpudlian in a heart. And yeah. So we've got groups hoping to set up groups all around the country and develop a sort of politicised community organising approach to the energy crisis. If you want to set up a Power to the People group, get in touch.
Fantastic. Thanks, Cole. That's sick. Andrea, I'm really excited because we haven't caught up in a while. Tell me what you've been up to. What do you do in Wandsworth?
So currently at the moment, I've been supporting a really vulnerable community locally and nationally as well. So I've been working with the Gypsy Roma traveller community on a number of issues. So currently at the moment, I've been working with women fleeing domestic abuse and getting them referred into services and engaging with services not within the community either. So it's been very, very tough. It's opened my eyes to other forms of racism as well. So, you know, the majority of them are white, the ones that I'm working with, but obviously due to their ethnicity of being a Gypsy Roma traveller, they do face discrimination and prejudice from organisations that should be supporting them.
Wow, fantastic. And is there anything, you know, we can like follow, at least you, or any campaigns that we can follow?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter. I'm on I_need_, and you can pretty much check out the articles that I put out. So in the last few months, I put out motions that I've put forward for my union branch. So obviously we know that the government have obviously put in the new trespassing laws towards the community. So at the moment, they can currently be fined up to £2,500. They can also lose their caravans as well, which could lead on to losing their children and their children ending up into care. I'm also working with lawyers as well to actually help people get their children back as well, because their children are also more likely to be taken due to domestic abuse as well.
Wow, thank you so much. And one thing I've got to say, I was going to say about you, Andrew, but then I was like, actually, all three of these guys, anytime there's a protest or an event or something to do with taking on this government, I can guarantee anywhere in the UK, I can guarantee like Chantel, Cole or Andrea will be there. All the Kill the Bill protests, Andrea and Chantel was at all of them. All of the environmental protests over the last year, like I've seen Cole at most of them. Like I haven't been there, I'm at home normally tweeting or editing videos or something, but I don't leave the house. Lockdown got me. But like, no, these guys are really out there, and that's a part of the reason why we asked them to be a part of the TV channel. We want to bring in the people that you guys work with and everything, you know what I mean? Also, what I want to like get across is that TWT is for everyone except Tories, but and TERFs. But no, it is. We want to show that there's a wide, different group of people that come along, volunteer, attend, get involved in all different ways in this festival, and you can see from three totally different types of groups organising. These guys here are a part of what we're doing right now. So you guys have been to a couple of panels, maybe spoken on a couple of panels, been to the TV sessions and stuff, or just experienced the whole week, been to parties. Chantel, what's been your favourite part of the week?
Oh, do I have to pick one?
You could, or tell me the most, like, you know, something that really stood out for you.
Okay, I'm going to do three.
We've got
Sorry,
3
Dan.
minutes.
All right, I'll do, okay. The best, the best panel was the panel about policing in schools. There, you know, it wasn't just people talking about it, but it was looking at actions and looking at people like the incredible kids of colour in Manchester who got police out of schools. Let me do 2 more. Then Ava, who was the comedian at District last night, is absolutely hilarious. Love her. And then today, just hearing Sheila Coleman speak, who's from the Hillsborough campaign. Every time I hear that woman speak, she is incredible. And, you know, the resilience and strength that she's shown over the years, just the hugest of hugest big ups to Sheila Coleman. Absolute legend. Free, told you.
You did it. Yeah. I believed in you. I still do. Go on, Cole.
All right. The best thing I've been to is the Right to Food event in the Blackie the other day, right?
What was that? Sorry.
The Right to Food event, right? It was meant just because I think it's like, again, something that is naturally normally like not political. It's like charity is not political, and charity should be political. It should be solidarity, and it shouldn't be charity. And I think that message is missing, and the Right to Food campaign's putting it all over the country, and that's good. And they should be doing it more, and we should be supporting them. So yeah, they're good. Liverpool's very own Ian Byrne and Dave Kelly.
We love them. We love them. Andrea, go on.
I think for me, it's learning a new skill. Obviously, being behind the sets and obviously doing the filming. Like I had no intention of doing that, and you know what? Now I feel like I'm quite confident in it now and able to go back home and do it for myself. So I'll be able to start hotting people up now who've been annoying me and not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Also, I guess the quiz yesterday, that was sick. Zara was on top form yesterday, and the Right to Food event as well. That's one of the panels that I was able to actually get to. So I really enjoyed that, and I got to catch up with Ian Hodgson. So my daughter's just joined the Bakers Union, so it was nice to catch up with him and obviously inform him that she's there now, so he can keep an eye on her for me.
This is exactly what I'm saying, man. Like, not only if you come and volunteer as a part of the festival, you learn new skills. We've had people doing all kinds of different bits. People who have never worked in a kitchen before, working in a kitchen. People who have never done, knew what it could be like to go to a festival with a group of people that do welfare. You know, they're learning about that. There's so much more. Also, just on the note of Right to Food and fan supporting food banks, I still haven't gotten the figure yet, but we raised a hell of a lot of money because they had to get a little few people to get all the funds in the morning to take them to the bank the next day. You know, normally it's just one person with a bag. No.
Oh, wow. That's brilliant.
So
that's good,
we raised
man.
a hell of a lot of money, and we had an awesome time with sick DJs. What was it Papu Raf, Daytimers?
The Bangra dancers as well. They were absolutely amazing. Seriously, they were absolutely brilliant.
And
we need more of that next
year. Eat Me?
Eat Me, oh, absolutely. Eat Me are amazing. Absolute huge shout out to Brendan and the whole team. That was a vibe. That whole night was incredible. And the whole team at District who've been doing incredible work throughout TWT. We love you so much.
Okay. So we've managed to fit it all in a very short amount of time there. We're going to wrap up now. I have had the absolutely most amazing, fantastic, sickest, wickedest, just certain words I can't say right now, week on TWTtv, at TWT, in my home city in Liverpool. I love it. So long as you guys donate enough, we'll be back next year. So get us to 15K before the end of the Socialist Campaign Group Rally. Please, please, please donate. Tell your friends, tell your mum, tell your mum's brethren, tell your mum's salon, tell your dad, tell the barbers, everything. Go to the corner shop, let man know. Kebab shop, chicken shop, let them know. Put the money in the bank. Cole, Chantel, Andrea, I love you more than the world and the universe combined. Just don't tell my daughter because I love her more. But real talk, everyone in this studio, Andy Johnston and the team, Phil, Ed, Ribs, Bella, Esme, Jess, I'm trying to remember everyone's names, Diane, there's so many people. Big up everyone. Thank you so much. Big up you guys at home. This is TWT TV 22. We'll be back soon. We love you.